Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A group of fighters scrambles into formation in the dark forest, trying to locate a roaring monster they intend to kill. Two warriors search for the creature until one shouts a warning that it is right behind his brother. The elf brother turns in shock as something unexpected appears. A human knight suddenly intervenes and wounds the monster, leaving the elf astonished to see an outsider saving him. The elf, shaken and bleeding, demands to know why the outsider helped him. He wonders how he could ever repay the man who saved his life. The elf apologizes for past mistreatment, acknowledges his life was saved, and thanks the outsider for protecting the tribe. He vows never to forget this debt as the system records increased affinity and grants the outsider free movement in elven lands. The elf adds that his shy younger sister also wants to speak to their savior. Blushing, the elf woman revisits her earlier proposal that they become comrades, and the system notes her rising affection. The achievement system announces the outsider's first elf companion and access to elven gear while she shyly says she is fine with partnering with him. Time jumps to a grand city where crowds throw petals, celebrating the outsider and the elf woman. The joyous procession continues toward a grand cathedral as onlookers cheer. The elf bride smiles radiantly at the armored groom during their wedding. The couple laughs together, clearly happy as newlyweds. Hand in hand, they walk down the cathedral steps as the crowd applauds. He slips a ring onto her finger, sealing their marriage. They share a kiss while the system declares the outsider the first human to marry an elf. A man's voice abruptly ends the footage, signaling the end of the presentation. The lights above a stage blaze on. On stage, a presenter explains that Ares is more than a simple game because its characters have AI-driven personalities, judgment, and will. Smiling, he proclaims that Ares functions as another world. Audience members, stunned, question whether what they saw was actual gameplay because it looked too real. Others admit they never even thought it might be CG and imagine the implications if it is real. The presenter stresses that this is not just a hyper-realistic game but a brand new world created by Kurum Corporation. He describes a super AI god of Ares that judges players and grants immense powers based on achievements. Images show powerful avatars and battles illustrating the potential abilities within Ares. Narration promises that the god's revelations can turn players into legendary heroes with special powers. It adds that players can even build factions and reign as kings, achieving anything possible in reality. The presenter declares that even what is impossible in reality can be realized in Ares. A viewer admits he is unsure it is all true but says such quality makes him want to play. The crowd erupts in excitement, chanting the presenter's name, and asking how to buy the game as narration dates Ares' development to 2045. Exposition explains that genius Lee Sejin's VR game reshaped global culture and rapidly exceeded 1 billion users. 1 year later, players gather in Ares' beginner village, marveling that it feels more real than a trip. A muscular new player realizes the game mirrors real-world body type and abilities, with only appearance customizable. His hooded friend points out something interesting in the plaza. They look at a long-running event where players must break a wooden doll in 10 strikes, an apparently trivial challenge all 1.2 billion challengers have failed. The announcer displays the wooden dummy, promising a VVIP capsule and +5 to all stats as a reward for success. The muscular player thinks 10 strikes should suffice, but his friend notes that almost no one attempts it anymore. They recall that even national athletes and the famed Hano failed, leading people to suspect the challenge is impossible. While spectators debate the event's difficulty, they wonder why the crowd still waits without trying. The hooded man explains that today the last hope of humanity is about to take the challenge just as someone asks the crowd to make way. The hooded spectator notices the arrival of this famed challenger. Everyone shouts that the strongest primate, Madosuk, has appeared to attempt the event. Madosuk eyes the wooden doll Hanul could not break and prepares himself. Onlookers gape at his inhuman size and physique. Rumors fly that he once killed a bear with his bare hands. Comparing him to the small dummy, spectators predict he might not even need all 10 strikes. Madosuk grins and vows to claim the 50 million won capsule prize. He launches a devastating first punch at the dummy with explosive force. The crowd sees the dummy driven far backward and wonders if they are witnessing the first success. In a monitoring room, a man asks his colleague what she thinks of this attempt. She replies that all they can do is hope he succeeds because they cannot handle more complaint calls. She worries that if he fails like Hanul, backlash against the game will be severe. They foresee accusations that Ares made an impossible quest for hype and profit, predicting negative headlines. The man concludes that if Madosuk fails they will have to interfere with the Ares system. The colleague doubts the CEO will approve, and he jokingly threatens to resign if not. As the attempt goes wrong, Madosuk panics, realizing something is off. A system window declares the quest failed and Madosuk collapses in disbelief. The staffers lament that it is over and prepare to flee before complaints pour in, joking about getting dinner. He bargains that if he pays for dinner she must not quit, and she agrees to decide after seeing the menu. Another worker suddenly alerts the team leader that a new challenger is stepping up. Exhausted, the team leader dismisses the news with disinterest. They glance at the monitor and see an unimpressive avatar in default beginner clothes approaching the dummy. A closer look shows he wields a realistic but unusual weapon. The staff note that realism alone has never worked. The excited technician apologizes for speculating while they watch the newcomer ready his weapon. The cloaked player mutters about leaving for food, seemingly uninterested in the challenge. Back in the control room, the staff hear a sudden surge of noise from the event area and turn in surprise. They wonder why the crowd suddenly grew so loud. The team leader's eye focuses on the screen, seeing the wooden dummy reflected as a target. A red-tinted flash shows the dummy being slashed violently apart. The system broadcasts a world message congratulating the player who becomes the first to destroy the wooden doll. Notifications report +5 to all stats and +200 fame for the unknown challenger, leaving the staff stunned and asking who he is. They question how anyone could still possess such physical ability when Madosuk was considered the last candidate. The man guesses the victor is probably just an ordinary person, still crouched with his weapon. He suddenly realizes something odd about the sword and orders a grade check. The technician hurriedly begins scanning the weapon's data. She gasps as the analysis completes. She reports strange results, and he retorts that the entire situation is already unbelievable. The skin reveals the sword Radiance is actually an epic-grade weapon far above beginner level. The team leader is left speechless. He reels at the idea that the beginner created or obtained an epic item. The victor, face partially hidden, remains calm after his feat. Observers wonder what kind of man he is and what his true identity might be. The narrative shifts to the ringing of metal echoing through a forge. Flames roar in a furnace so hot they draw sweat from a worker's body. Each hammer blow sends sparks flying as metal rings loudly. A young man calls out to his father, watching him labor at the blazing forge. He repeats his call as his father continues hammering steel. The son hesitates, then reaches out, anxious. Tearfully, he tells his father he has returned. Hugging him from behind, the son vows that he will protect his father. The father quietly acknowledges his son. As both burn in the memory of the fire, the son recognizes that his passion still blazes. Surrounded by flames, the father thinks that he himself is burning as well. The son, terrified, screams for his father to escape the fire. The father feels the heat and hears his son's desperate pleas. The son jolts awake from the nightmare, tears streaming down his face. Sitting up in bed, he realizes he has had the same dream yet again. The scene shifts to a hospital lobby in Seoul, where a man relaxes and chats. This man mocks others for hoping to break the wooden dummy, insisting brute physical stats alone cannot succeed. The scarred protagonist, heavily covered, calls out to him by name. The friend complains about being summoned during the day despite earlier instructions. He asks what he is supposed to do when they cannot meet in the evenings, and he cannot visit the father's ward. Sitting together, the protagonist wearily asks what his friend wants. Irritated by teasing about his heavy clothes, the protagonist grows threateningly quiet. He bluntly asks if his friend wants to die, prompting a flustered apology. The friend brightens and proposes getting to the point, asking if the protagonist knows about Ares. The protagonist confirms only vaguely, surprising his friend. The friend explains that Ares is the hottest game with super AI and mentions a beginner event no one has cleared, not even celebrities. He points out that clearing it rewards a 50 million won VVIP capsule. He excitedly suggests they attempt it despite a billion failures, while the protagonist doubts they can. The friend admits it will be hard but insists it is not impossible. Grinning, he hints that the wooden dummy challenge might be perfect for them. He states that with the protagonist's help they actually have a chance. Later, he reveals he has bought the protagonist a 10 million won standard Ares capsule so they can play. The protagonist is shocked that such an expensive device is so widely used. His friend calls it a worthwhile investment. The friend explains that Ares can yield huge rewards, including real money trades, so everyone is rushing in. He ends his pitch and urges them to log in immediately, saying he has already tried it. Back at the protagonist's home, he asks where his friend obtained a certain item. The friend brushes off the question, focusing instead on how much money they can earn with it. The protagonist questions whether there is any guarantee of profit and challenges his friend's sudden scheme. The friend insists it is an investment, and repeats his belief that they have a chance if the protagonist participates. Frustrated, the protagonist demands to know what the supposed chance relies on. The friend tells him to listen carefully, hinting at how Ares works. He reveals that Ares includes a blacksmith class, hyping how amazing it is. Pointing dramatically, he reminds the protagonist that he is the only son of a world-famous master craftsman. He emphasizes that this makes the protagonist the sole successor, so a wooden dummy should be trivial for his skills. The protagonist realizes the plan centers on his craftsmanship background. He removes his cap, preparing to show his true appearance. He admits that after the accident he never showed his friend how he now looks. Exposed scars revealed, he tells his friend that this is who he is now and that he feels unfit to attempt anything. The story flashes back to him racing toward the burning forge on the day of the accident. He arrives to find the workshop engulfed in flames. His father lies crushed under debris amid the inferno. The son screams in horror. He sprints into the blaze to reach his father. Bloodied and desperate, he tries to rouse his father and drag him out. He carries his injured father through the burning workshop. Crying out his father's name, he recalls that the incident stripped him of everything. He narrates that although he barely survived, his father never regained consciousness. Their impoverished family struggles to afford the medical expenses for his comatose father. To earn money, he goes to work on construction sites. A foreman, hearing he has hammer experience, orders him to help at the back of the site. He spends his days swinging a hammer in construction instead of forging. Eventually he drops the hammer, physically and emotionally exhausted. He thinks that even this tool, once tied to his dreams, has become something he can no longer bear. In despair, he hides his tears under his hard hat. He finally breaks down crying over his disfigured face and shattered life. Looking at the discarded hammer, he curses and concludes that blacksmithing is something he can no longer do. The protagonist explains that since the accident his right arm has been too weak for even basic labor, let alone blacksmithing. He acknowledges his friend's concern but insists on handling his own problems. The friend urges him to return the costly item, calling him foolish for discarding 10 million won and leaving for his part-time job. As the protagonist heads out, his friend grumbles that he is the real fool. The friend confronts him about barely scraping by to pay his father's hospital bills and questions how long he can keep living like this. He presses further, asking what will become of the protagonist's own ruined body and insisting the 10 million won could fund his treatments. The friend recalls the projected 3 billion won treatment costs but argues that giving up on recovery is not an option. He laments that the determined person he once knew has changed. Passionately, the friend reminds him of his lifelong dream to be a blacksmith and claims that in the game Ares that dream is achievable. He vows to take responsibility for the 10 million won himself and begs the protagonist to listen to his friend for once. Near tears, he pleads with Hyunsu to at least try Ares one time. He promises not to push anymore if Hyunsu will just give the game a single try. Hyunsu silently wrestles with the decision. A fiery vision of a man engulfed in heat and flames drives home how intense blacksmithing feels to him. Hyunsu's hand hesitates on the door as he reconsiders. Looking at his scarred hand, he contemplates what he is about to attempt. Time passes and a construction site is shown, setting the stage for his current hard labor work. While hauling materials on site, he grumbles that Jae-hyun's words have filled his head and tells himself to focus on what he can do now. He reminds himself he must hurry and earn money for his father's treatment. The sight and sound of a worker hammering metal catches his attention. The ringing strike of metal resounds, grabbing his heart. Hyunsu narrates that the loud clang of metal echoes inside him. Admitting that the sound drew him in, he arrives at a place to play Ares. He reflects that the ringing of metal ultimately guided him here. He recalls Jae-hyun's words that Ares would let him live as a blacksmith. Remembering the heat and the sound of metal he has missed, he steels himself to return to the forge. Donning VR gear, he resolves to hear that sound again for his father's sake. A system message welcomes him to the world of Ares. Character creation begins and the system asks him to choose a nickname. He selects the nickname Hyunsu and the character is created. The game starts customizing his character. Surrounded by data light, Hyunsu is surprised by the strange sensation. The system announces it is analyzing his body type as he reacts nervously. Blue flames swirl around him and he stares in shock at his changing form. He realizes the scar on his right hand is gone. The analysis finishes, leaving his body glowing with power. Asked if he wants to keep this appearance, he pauses and then agrees. The system ends character creation and searches for a game server while he waits in the void. Clenching his fist, he mutters about Kim Jae-hyun, thinking of the debt he now owes him. He notes that not only has his scar vanished but full strength has returned to his right hand. Accepting that this puts him 10 million won in debt to Jae-hyun, he acknowledges the fact. Smiling, Hyunsu resolves to work hard in Ares to repay what he owes. The system summons him to Barden Territory's beginner zone, specifically Ren's smithy. Inside the smithy, an older blacksmith is already working at the forge. The man straps on his gloves and mutters he would never give up. He curses the instructors who look down on him and vows to humble them by forging a better sword. With determined eyes, he declares he will create a blade superior to his rivals. Sparks fly as he hammers heated metal. He throws his full strength into forging the sword. Shouting desperately, he begs the metal to cooperate as he continues hammering. A calm voice off-screen criticizes that his technique is wrong. Startled, the old smith reacts in shock to the interruption. He whirls around to see Hyunsu standing behind him. Panting, the smith realizes a stranger has entered and demands to know what he just said. Hyunsu repeats that the method the smith is using is incorrect. Offended, the smith asks what this kid just claimed. Hyunsu explains that the way the man is trying to forge the sword cannot produce a strong weapon and questions why an outsider thinks he can criticize. Admitting he is being presumptuous, Hyunsu says he spoke up only because he can tell the smith truly wants to craft a proper blade. The smith notes Hyunsu sounds like someone who really knows blacksmithing. Deciding he has nothing to lose, the smith is willing to test Hyunsu. He challenges Hyunsu to prove his words by forging something himself. Handing over the hammer, he says he will watch closely to see Hyunsu's skill. Hyunsu internally notes he had planned just to befriend the smith and borrow the forge, but this direct test might work out better. He agrees to try but asks to set a condition. He proposes that if he proves his ability, he be allowed to keep whatever sword he forges. In exchange for that price, he promises to demonstrate a forging process worth watching. The smith remarks on Hyunsu's confidence. Laughing, he accepts and says they will see if Hyunsu's boldness holds up. He clenches his fist and adds a warning. The smith states that if Hyunsu fails to produce real results, he will suffer for his arrogance. Hyunsu calmly accepts the risk. Hyunsu begins heating a bar of steel in the forge. He lays the glowing metal on the anvil. Thinking it has been 3 years since he last forged, he worries his confidence may be misplaced. Despite his doubts, he raises the hammer to strike. As he hammers, he feels his old instincts returning and decides he can still do it. Memories of his hospitalized father flash through his mind as he works. Jaehyun's pained shout from earlier also echoes in his memory. Hyunsu urges his father silently to hold on a little longer while he forges. He feels long-buried senses awakening with each ring of steel and burst of heat. Smiling slightly, he admits it feels good to be forging again. From above, we see him hammering furiously as energy swirls around the anvil. He realizes his body remembers every motion and insists he can still forge. Watching skeptically, the smith initially dismisses Hyunsu as another outsider whose imitation will amount to nothing. Yet, as he observes, he admits to himself that Hyunsu's basic form is actually quite solid. Even so, he assumes this is probably as far as the young man can go. He wonders why Hyunsu looks so genuinely satisfied while working. The smith reflects that enjoyment alone is meaningless in a world where only results and exceptional skill decide success. He thinks he let Hyunsu try in hopes of learning something, yet doubts anyone in the beginner zone could possess real blacksmithing skills. Mid-thought, something about the process suddenly catches his attention. He sees Hyunsu driving the hammer with relentless power over the glowing bar. The sight of the strangely shaped, folded steel shocks him. The smith realizes Hyunsu is folding, reattaching, and refining the metal in an advanced technique. He analyzes that this method should remove impurities while strengthening the steel. Amazed, he wonders how he never considered such a simple yet effective approach and questions whether it truly works. Doubting his own eyes, he decides he must verify it. He prepares to use his appraisal skill, suspecting Hyunsu's display might just be a trick. The appraisal window shows the steel has already risen from D grade to C grade. Stunned, the smith rushes closer, thinking there is no way this is happening. He admits he can forge C-grade steel himself but has never seen quality increase so rapidly. Conceding Hyunsu was not bluffing, he still assumes C-grade must be the limit. He thinks there is no way Hyunsu can push the material beyond this level, and tells himself to let the youth keep hammering. The smith reflects bitterly that without formal skills, tricks cannot change how this world works and believes Hyunsu is ultimately no better off than he is. Morning arrives peacefully outside the smithy. Sunlight streams over the roof as the old man wakes, realizing he had dozed off. Stretching on the bench, he complains that staying up all night to watch the outsider has left him exhausted. Suddenly sensing something, he startles awake in confusion. He sees that Hyunsu is incredibly still forging at the anvil. The smith stares in awe at the scene before him. On the anvil lies a brilliantly heated, refined ingot. Hyunsu continues to hammer with steady rhythm and focus. His eyes widen as he notices something extraordinary about the metal's glow. The ingot shines with an unusually pure, radiant luster. He plunges the heated metal back into the forge to continue processing it. The smith is shocked by Hyunsu's seemingly endless stamina and persistence. He realizes Hyunsu has been repeating the same refining method throughout the entire night. A burst of light erupts as Hyunsu lifts the bar again, startling the smith. Appraisal reveals the steel has now reached B grade, leaving the smith incredulous. The smith thinks in disbelief that Hyunsu actually managed to reach B grade quality. Watching Hyunsu calmly continue, he marvels that someone without any formal skill could bring steel to B grade and suspects the young man aims even higher. Hyunsu inspects the edge keenly, measuring how far he can still push it. He continues carefully honing the blade's surface. Exhausted, he wipes his brow and wonders if he overdid it after such a long hiatus. As he lowers the nearly finished sword onto the table, the smith approaches, surprising him. The smith asks Hyunsu to direct the remaining steps so he can assist with the work. Smiling, Hyunsu gratefully thanks him for the help. Together they resume forging, sparks flying as they work in unison. The two blacksmiths now cooperate at the anvil, with Hyunsu taking the lead. They inspect the developing blade's surface carefully. Hyunsu checks every detail of the metal, ensuring the quality he wants. Nearby, the smith scribbles notes, eager to learn from Hyunsu's technique. Suddenly, something he appraises leaves the smith exclaiming in disbelief. He realizes the steel has reached a grade, meaning a rare grade sword is now possible, and can hardly believe it. He admits his appraisal skill is modest yet insists he has never even seen a magic grade item in this beginner zone, let alone something rare. Concluding that Hyunsu can truly forge a one-of-a-kind blade, he asks if Hyunsu is excited. Hyunsu replies that it is still too early to celebrate. The smith, confused, asks what he means. Hyunsu explains that the hilt is unfinished, and the edge must become even sharper. He adds that the blade must withstand overwhelming force without failing and that it still has not reached peak sharpness. Laughing heartily, the smith says he has never met an outsider like Hyunsu and recalls his own lifelong love of hammering, then confirms Hyunsu still intends to forge a sword here to take with him. The smith presents a glowing green ore, hinting at another forging attempt. He urges Hyunsu to forge again using this new material, surprising the younger man. Hyunsu reacts in shock as he holds the massive green crystal. Staring at it, he begins to recognize what the ore is. The smith solemnly identifies it as mithril, a treasured ore passed down in his family. Hyunsu asks why such a precious material is being entrusted to him. The smith says he has already learned much from Hyunsu, wants to learn more, believes the ore exceeds his own abilities, and is curious what kind of blade Hyunsu will make. Holding the mithril, Hyunsu is moved, feeling a desire to protect the smith in return. Wordlessly, he contemplates the weight of this trust. He reflects that mithril ore does not even exist in reality, emphasizing how rare and valuable this opportunity is. Hyunsu is thrilled yet nervous about finally working with the legendary mithril he had only studied before. Deciding to start over with the mithril, he asks the dwarf if he can watch and learn, and agrees since the metal is so precious. The dwarf excitedly asks to call Hyunsu his master, and promises to speak more respectfully if needed. Hyunsu refuses to be called master because the dwarf is clearly older, but the dwarf begs to be accepted as his disciple anyway. Overwhelmed by the dwarf's insistence, Hyunsu threatens to decline the mithril altogether. The dwarf panics and calls after the departing outsider, trying to stop him. 1 month later, Hyunsu has stayed in the beginner zone, tirelessly swinging his sword there. He unveils his finished mithril sword, Gwangyang, an epic masterpiece with powerful combat abilities. A status window shows Hyunsu is still level 1 and classless but with extremely high dexterity and solid basic stats. Observers summarize that after logging into Ares he went straight to the forge, crafted a mithril sword, and cleared the wooden doll event. At Blue Incorporated's Management Center, staff watch Hyunsu's footage on a large screen. One employee marvels at his feats while the other tells him to stop staring and get back to work. The woman warns her coworker he will be demoted if he keeps slacking off. He admits he is frustrated that he cannot dig up more information about Hyunsu. She recites Hyunsu's basic personal data and notes he logged in from a friend's place. She clarifies they already knew his in-game location and that she is reading his data because he just applied for a VVIP capsule. She explains his application just arrived and that he insists his personal details remain private. Her colleague is surprised that Hyunsu wants to stay anonymous. She confirms Hyunsu was adamant about anonymity and wonders why. They note that if his identity were known he would be treated like a celebrity, but conclude he must have his reasons. The team leader asks where Hyunsu is currently in the game. The assistant starts to answer hesitantly. She reports that Hyunsu has just entered the hunting training grounds. Inside, the instructor warns Hyunsu that real monsters appear beyond this point. The instructor sees Hyunsu's level, tells him a level 1 cannot pass this test, and advises him to turn back. Introducing himself as Relsun, the hunting grounds instructor curtly orders Hyunsu to go hunt rabbits first instead of wasting his time. Hyunsu wonders why Relsun cannot see his impressive stats and insists he will not waste the instructor's time. Annoyed but relenting, Relsun tells Hyunsu to pick any sword from the rack and step forward. Hyunsu grabs a sword and prepares to make a request. He asks if he can instead use the mithril sword he personally crafted. The narration explains Hyunsu stayed in the beginner zone for a whole month instead of 30 minutes and massively built up his base stats. It adds that he holds the beginner zone's only epic grade sword yet remains a no-class level 1. Blue Incorporated notes that even compared to veteran artisans and pros, Hyunsu's case is abnormally exceptional. A higher-up muses whether they should simply leave this anomaly to the game's super AI, Ares, without interfering. The AI comments that Hyunsu is still only in the beginner hunting grounds. The AI concludes Hyunsu probably has no idea what fate awaits him. Watching, the AI decides to see how far Hyunsu can go. Relsun grumbles internally that the arrogant kid insists on using his own sword. Seeing that the weapon is handmade, Relsun asks if Hyunsu is trying to become a blacksmith. Relsun sneers silently, clearly ready to mock that occupation. He ridicules becoming a blacksmith as a pathetic, pitiful job. Hyunsu reacts silently, eyes narrowing at the insult. Relsun describes the surrounding training area as extremely dangerous, encircled by monsters. He claims proper swordsmanship training is more important than relying on what he calls Hyunsu's shoddy equipment. He wonders why someone who chose a blacksmith-type job would come to this place, and his affinity toward Hyunsu drops. Hyunsu reflects that contempt for the blacksmith dream is something he often encounters even in reality. He contrasts that with Ares, where he finally felt his efforts as a blacksmith could be fairly recognized. Relsun, sensing his seriousness, asks who gave him that belief. Hyunsu instead asks which swordsman was the most outstanding graduate of this training center. He then requests to take a more difficult test than any of those swordsmen faced. Relsun, offended, thinks that although he is just a local instructor he still has a discerning eye from training many people. Hyunsu calmly believes in his own ability to judge talent as a teacher. Relsun is furious that a supposed beginner talks so arrogantly. Provoked, Relsun decides to accept and proposes an extreme trial for Hyunsu. He tells Hyunsu to follow him to begin the special exam. Relsun explains his normal duty is to teach basics, but that he sometimes gives a special trial to truly outstanding talents. He leads Hyunsu to an arena and prepares what he calls his toughest trial. The trial summons a level 6 swift goblin, and Relsun asks if Hyunsu is sure he wants to proceed. Relsun declares that since Hyunsu insisted on a reckless challenge, failure will mean he is banned for a week and must go hunt rabbits. Hyunsu asks if the third stage trial is the final one. Relsun is shocked that Hyunsu is already thinking beyond the third stage. Hyunsu says he wants to clear every stage, up to the highest level, in one go. Relsun fumes, thinking Hyunsu is disregarding the importance of his training. Angrily he pulls a chain to open more gates, shouting for Hyunsu to go ahead and try. The final gate reveals a far stronger fourth stage trial monster. A level 15 Mad Goblin, the ultimate opponent here, charges out. Relsun internally notes that even worldwide only a tiny number of users clear the third stage, and none have beaten the fourth. He stresses that not a single person has ever passed this final stage. The swift goblins launch a blisteringly fast attack at Hyunsu. They dart toward him with incredible speed, testing his reactions. Hyunsu braces himself, raising his mithril sword to block. He clashes directly with one of the goblins, trading blows. His blade shows stress marks as the fierce exchange continues. Hyunsu recognizes, as any blacksmith would, the strain his weapon is under. He activates the sword's power, gripping it tight as green light gathers. Using the radiant skill, his attack and defense surge as he prepares a powerful strike. Hyunsu marvels at the inherent quality of his weapon as it unleashes a brilliant slash. He cuts down a swift goblin in one blow, confident no weapon here can overpower his mithril sword. The goblin screeches as his counterattack schemes past Hyunsu's eye. Another goblin lands a brutal critical hit on Hyunsu's side. Hyunsu is knocked back and wounded by the blow. Relsun notes that of course a swift goblin's instant critical makes it the natural enemy of beginners. He begins to think that no matter how good equipment is, lack of skill will still be fatal, but quickly senses something is off. Hyunsu groans in pain yet stays on his feet. A status display shows he still has 82% HP, astonishing Relsun that a level 1 survived a critical. Hyunsu reasons that his month of forging raised his strength and stamina enough to endure. Relsun warns that the real danger is only starting now. The mad goblin shrieks, fully entering the fray. Relsun identifies it as the mad goblin, the culminating foe. The creature uses a vicious skill called Mad Thorns, launching a flurry of attacks. Hyunsu counters with his own frenzied slashes, refusing to back down. He suffers status effects like dizziness and reduced vision, but continues swinging. Despite the debuffs, his eyes sharpen with determination. Relsun admits the kid is amazing but believes he has reached his limit. As goblins converge, Relsun thinks the battle is over and that Hyunsu is finished. Hyunsu tells himself to focus, trust the sword he forged, and commit fully. With calm resolve he decides to simply do everything within his power. He unleashes a blisteringly fast strike at the mad goblin. Radiance's passive swift blade activates, massively increasing his attack speed for a burst. Hyunsu's accelerated attacks carve through the enemies in a sweeping arc. He believes that with his weapon and stats he can overcome even this huge level gap. The AI overseer in the real world watches Hyunsu's gamble intently. The blue incorporated staff stare at the screen in shock as the fight unfolds. Relsun too is stunned by what he is witnessing in front of him. Hyunsu finishes with a dramatic landing pose after his final strike. System messages confirm that both the mad goblin and the remaining swift goblins have been defeated. Relsun laughs in disbelief, amazed that Hyunsu achieved what no one else could. He praises Hyunsu's clumsy yet effective slashes that maximize the sword's strengths and assumes he had prior sword training. Hyunsu replies that he only learned a blacksmith should personally handle weapons. Relsun finally understands and is deeply impressed by Hyunsu's dedication. Hyunsu reacts modestly, still slightly uneasy at the attention. Relsun notes the muscles and scars on Hyunsu's arms as proof of long practice and says he understands now. He declares that Hyunsu embodies a true blacksmith, apologizes for his earlier rudeness, and his affinity maxes out. Sincerely valuing his talent, Relsun asks Hyunsu to hear a proposal. He suggests Hyunsu take on the legendary class Mad Lord, triggering the option for that class quest. At Blue Incorporated, staff are floored that a player has already been offered a Mad Lord class advancement. They remark that receiving a quest for the legendary Mad Lord, beyond even the epic Mad Knight, instantly qualifies Hyunsu for special management. One staffer says this should be good news but hints there is also a concern. The AI warns that once a class advancement quest is accepted, there is no turning back. Relsun explains that the Mad Lord commands hundreds of Mad Knights and is a supremely glorious figure. He describes the Mad Lord as a world-protecting champion. Relsun tells Hyunsu that with this path he could one day become king of all knights. Hyunsu politely declines the offer. He begins to state his own conviction. He declares that he is, and wants to remain, a blacksmith rather than a knight. The AI quietly acknowledges that Hyunsu's choice fits who he truly is. The two staff members smile, impressed by his decision. Relsun starts to respond, clearly moved. He bursts out in admiration, calling Hyunsu truly magnificent. Hyunsu reflects that he once believed he would never be able to wield a hammer again. He feels that inside this game his life as a blacksmith has restarted. A hidden quest appears, directing him to meet Lord Barnes. Relsun hands him a letter of recommendation and tells him to go to the Lord's castle, where someone awaits such an extraordinary blacksmith. As a reward, Relsun also gives him the rusted but special armor that once belonged to a former Mad Lord, trusting Hyunsu can restore it. Relsun urges him to attempt there as well the impossible feats others failed to achieve. In a chibi scene, Relsun enthusiastically cheers him on, and Hyunsu shyly promises to try his best. Back at Blue Incorporated, the observers note Hyunsu has survived his biggest early crisis and preserved his enormous potential. They talk about his chance to reach the pinnacle of blacksmithing, possibly advancing to the God of Blacksmiths class. The system announces the training ground is cleared, the main quest begins, and Hyunsu transfers to the territory village. As he is transported, the narration says that his real journey is only now starting. Digital effects show his avatar streaking through data toward the new area. Outside the capsule, Hyunsu logs out of Ares. Remembering mundane responsibilities, he rushes off, thinking he still has to pay the gas bill and handle real-life matters. He sits in his small apartment, checking his phone and worrying about covering his father's hospital bills and living expenses. His friend Jaehyun calls him. On the phone, Jaehyun asks if he has cleared the training ground yet, and Hyunsoo replies that he just received the quest and reached the territory village. Jaehyun happily tells him he can now access the auction house and urges him to check it. Jaehyun explains that players craft essential items and gear, then sell them at the auction house for gold. He adds that gold converts to real money, so many people treat Ares as a job, which is why he invited Hyunsoo into the game. Jaehyun says that playing Ares made him realize how incredible the swords made by Hyunsoo and his uncle truly are. Hyunsoo recalls Jaehyun saying that with a perfect sync capsule his blacksmithing in the game will be amazing and imagines flooding the market with his masterpieces, thinking of that friend. Talking by phone, Hyunsoo thanks Jaehyun with relief and gratitude. After hanging up, he pumps himself up over a meal, thinking his path forward is now clear. While eating, he resolves to focus on crafting and quests to earn gold, so he must also manage his real-world stamina. As he starts running, he notes that even though it is only gaming, it still exhausts him like real blacksmithing. He runs hard through the city park, training his body. Gasping as he runs, he begs his unconscious father to hold on a little longer. Close up, he vows with determination to make sure his father wakes up again. Logging in, he enters the world of Ares, specifically the Barden territory. His avatar appears and the system connects him to the auction house, asking him to name his shop. He names the shop Hyun's Forge. Inside the game, a massive floating forge map begins to assemble around him in the sky. Hyunsoo looks around in awe as the new map solidifies beneath his feet. The system declares that the special map Forge of Power has been created. Another message grants him the ability to access the auction board from anywhere. Sitting in the Sky Forge, he wonders what item to list first, realizing he only has his test sword and Lightbringer. Examining the test sword's window, he notes it is rare grade, roughly worth 70 gold, and remembers Jaehyun's warning not to undervalue it. He decides to set the starting price at 100 gold. Hoping for good news, he resolves to explore the village and learn the game systems while waiting for the auction result. A bright notification effect signals that something has happened regarding his auction. Elsewhere, a player in a capsule opens their eyes in surprise at the notification. That player sits up in the capsule, startled, reacting to what they have just seen. Many players begin checking their phones, seeing the listing for Hyun's first sword. A player reads the auction listing and marvels that a level 1 crafted item like Hyun's first sword has appeared. In an auction hall, players gape at the sword's details, shocked that it was made without the crafter even having a class. More onlookers wonder aloud why the bids on this sword keep climbing higher. The listing window shows Hyun's first sword with the current bid surging far above the initial 100 gold. Within the Golden Shield Guild, a subordinate urgently calls for the Vice Guild Master, saying the sword auction is crazy. The Golden Shield Guild's emblem is shown, introducing them as a powerful organization. Guild members discuss rumors that the sword's creator is level 1 with no class and still managed to produce the best sword from humble material with an enhancement option. The Vice Guild Master admits low-tier materials raise enhancement success and guesses the creator cleverly controlled costs using same-tier ingredients. He further judges that with a bit of investment the sword could carry a user easily to level 50 and calls the anonymous creator smart. Another guild member focuses on the name Hyun's first sword, calling it the first piece of the maker's collection. Blam, a Golden Shield officer, argues that such skill from a level 1 is extremely valuable and asks the Vice Guild Master's opinion. The Vice Guild Master realizes that buying this first work will raise their guild's prestige, praises Blam's idea, and tells him to proceed. Back in game, Hyunsoo blushes slightly, feeling embarrassed that this rough practice sword is on public display. Walking through the village, he muses that it is embarrassing since he only made the sword as practice when starting the game. A system notice pops up informing him that Hyun's first sword has been sold. He opens his adventurer's log equipment board in surprise. Seeing the log entry, he exclaims in shock that the sword has already sold. He wonders if 100 gold was already high, then anxiously checks how much it actually sold for. His eyes widen dramatically as he sees the final price. He screams that the sword sold for an amount equivalent to 1 million won, overwhelmed. Grinning, he realizes he has hit the jackpot. Checking the auction result, he sees the winning bidder is Blam of the Golden Shield Guild and repeats the guild's name in disbelief. He reads Blam's message, which congratulates him on his first artifact and invites him to consider an exclusive sales contract or guild membership with Golden Shield. Hyunsoo recognizes Golden Shield as the famous blacksmithing guild. He discovers that Golden Shield has 780,000 followers and is stunned by their huge fanbase. Remembering Jaehyun's words, he recalls that gaining followers is harder than leveling up. Narration explains that more followers mean more attention from players, which can directly convert into profit. Hyunsoo checks his own shop's follower count, preparing to compare. He sees Hyun's Forge has only 82 subscribers. Even so, he taps to open the guild's message. Messages and letters swirl around him from multiple guilds, showing that his sale has attracted widespread recruitment offers. A system note states that recruitment messages from various guilds are pouring in one after another. Narration states that in Ares, where real blacksmiths are disappearing, the world eagerly awaits skilled craftsmen like him. It adds that in Aries the value of a craftsman's skills can be quantified with precise data and numbers. A shining helm appears as an example of how such quantified craftsmanship can look even more brilliant here. Hyunsu decides it is still too early to join any guild because he has not yet demonstrated even half of his abilities. Looking up at the Lord's mansion, he thinks that his true value is only beginning to show now. Inside that mansion, Lord Barnes asks his subordinate Bell whether restoring a certain artifact is really impossible. Bell replies that if so, then they must consider their options carefully. The subordinate assures the Lord with a smile, addressing him respectfully. Barnes explains that restoration always risks permanent loss of the artifact, so it must be entrusted only to the continent's best restorer. He says that this expert lives in the capital, is reclusive, and would never travel out to Barden. Sighing, Barnes admits he cannot abandon his responsibilities to go to the capital personally. He glances at a keepsake, clearly troubled. Barnes reveals the damaged bow is his late father's only keepsake and a unique weapon unlike any other. Bell mentally reveals himself as a level 100 rogue using a disguise skill to pose as a blacksmith, and thinks it is time to cash in the Lord's trust. Barnes begins calculating, mentioning the restoration cost of 300 gold. Bell eagerly volunteers to take the bow to the capital and ensure it is perfectly restored. Before the deal can be sealed, Hyunsu suddenly interrupts from the doorway, repeating the word restoration. Walking forward, Hyunsu says that the bow in question. He calmly claims that the damaged bow can be restored right here. Bell is furious, cursing the stranger for intruding at the last moment. Shocked, Lord Barnes asks if Hyunsu is really saying he can restore the bow. Bell glares suspiciously at Hyunsu, clearly displeased. Hyunsu specifies that he means restoring this burnt bow immediately on the spot. Barnes turns to the guards, asking who this newcomer is. The guard explains that Hyunsu arrived with a recommendation from instructor Relsun. Barnes recognizes Relsun as the instructor from the beginner hunter's training ground. As Lord of Barden, Barnes formally asks Hyunsu to state his abilities and experience, and a system prompt requests Hyunsu's class and level information. Hyunsu introduces himself as level 1 with the class listed as unemployed. Bell bursts into mocking outrage, calling Hyunsu's boast laughable. He shouts that a level 1 with no class cannot possibly know the restoration skill, which only level 80 blacksmiths can learn. He is especially angry that Hyunsu offers to restore an epic grade recurve bow at a discount after Bell has invested a week into this deal. Hyunsu calmly says Bell is mistaken. He states that the bow is not a recurve bow at all but something else entirely. Hyunsu identifies the weapon as a horn bow. Bell repeats the term in confusion, rattled. Barnes and his guard react silently, paying closer attention. Hyunsu recounts what the guard told him. The bow is a burnt heirloom left by Barnes's father, originally gifted by a mysterious outsider. He notes that it was an unusual weapon of a type no one had seen before. Barnes tells him that is enough explanation for now. Barnes admits he is tolerant of outsiders but dislikes being tricked about his heirlooms. He warns Hyunsu that from here on he must take responsibility for every claim he makes. Hyunsu asks to confirm a detail about the bow, noting that even if the design seemed alien, it might actually have been crafted locally. He suggests that the bow may have been made within this very domain, Barden. Hyunsu says he noticed a painting of buffalo-like beasts in the hall and connects that to materials from his own world. He explains that in his world buffalo horns are considered very special crafting material. Pointing at the charred bow, he notes an oddity in its curve, where whale sinew appears instead of the usual cow's sinew, and asks Barnes to explain. Barnes confirms that the outsider who made the bow was his father's friend and a blacksmith. He clarifies that the painting shows the migration of giant buffalo monsters and that both their horns and whale sinew are rare resources local to Barden. Hyunsu concludes that the so-called outsider gifted Barnes's father a bow actually crafted from Barden's own finest materials. Bell is forced to concede that Hyunsu uncovered material secrets that even a level 100 blacksmith could not see. Barnes confesses he could not bear to watch his father's heirloom decay and only wished to find anyone capable of preserving it. Moved, Barnes directly asks Hyunsu to take on the restoration of the heirloom as a quest, which the system registers with an A-grade reward of 500 gold. Barnes dismisses Bell for now, saying he will call upon him again if needed. Bell reluctantly accepts and withdraws. Outside the hall, Bell fumes internally, cursing Hyunsu and vowing revenge. As he stalks away, he repeats Hyunsu's name as the target of his grudge. He swears that someday he will get back at Hyunsu. Back with Barnes, he asks Hyunsu what is required to restore the bow. Hyunsu lists the needed materials, beginning with buffalo horns, whale sinew, oak, mulberry, bamboo, and proper tools. A system message confirms Hyunsu has fully identified the bow's materials and learned the restoration method for the marksman's horn bow. Another window shows detailed restoration requirements, warning that failure below 70% will destroy the bow, but Hyunsu steels himself, thinking of his father. Hyunsu recalls his father teaching him horn bow making, asking if it is bent and fixed like this. As a child, he insisted he could do the work alone while working beside his father. His father affectionately asked if he really enjoyed making bows that much, noting how absorbed he became despite scraped hands. Young Hyunsu answered that he liked anything as long as he did it with his dad, and his father promised to teach him smithing when he grew older. His father explained that for now he should train his hands to handle materials precisely. Child Hyunsu happily agreed, addressing him as dad. In the present, Hyunsu echoes that promise internally, addressing his father again. Inside the VVIP capsule with 99.9% sync, he reflects that with his current hand skills he can now craft properly, just as his father taught him. In the game workshop, Hyunsu meditates calmly before the gathered horns, woods, and sinew, preparing for the restoration. Lord Barnes appears at the door, surprising Hyunsu by visiting the workshop. Smiling, Barnes offers to help with the restoration effort. Night falls over the manor as they work long hours. Hyunsu chops and planes wood with focused, powerful strokes. He steadily shapes the bow stave, working carefully on the floor. He then bends the horn and wooden core into a circular form. His hands grip tightly as he binds the layers together with sinew. The bent bow is heated above coals so it can set into shape. Sweat beads on Hyunsu's face as he concentrates over the fire. After a day of labor, Barnes groans that the work is tiring and his grip is weakening, while Hyunsu continues. Hyunsu thinks to himself, but he remembers his father's joyful expression and feels renewed strength, pushing through the ordeal. Narration notes that even so, Barnes is amazed he has been doing this exhausting work for an entire week. Collapsed on the floor, Barnes asks if he can rest or return, but Hyunsu insists they still need his help finishing the bow's shape. Hyunsu explains that the Lord has been coming every day because he wishes to personally restore his father's heirloom. Barnes admits softly that this is true. He says the bow is the only object that holds his father's memories. Barnes asks Hyunsu if he himself enjoys working on the horn bow as much as he seems to. Hyunsu silently reflects, eyes filled with feeling. Smiling, he answers yes and says he also has many precious memories tied to such work. He tells Barnes that restoring memories requires time and effort, just like what they are doing together. Barnes takes Hyunsu's offered hand and stands, saying he understands. A montage shows 10 days passing as they continue painstaking hornbow construction. More images depict them carving, laminating, and stringing multiple horn bows, progressing step by step through the restoration. After 15 days of work, the hornbow material nears completion. After 20 days, Hyunsu continues forging with intense focus despite exhaustion. Time passes as he perseveres, silently determined at the forge. At last the final day of the restoration arrives, heralding the completion of the marksman's horn bow. The restored marksman's horn bow, now an epic-grade weapon with greatly enhanced stats and abilities, is finished. Hyunsu looks up to his late father's statue, and wonders if his father is watching his success. Before the statue, Hyunsu presents the newly restored bow, described as a mysterious gift from an outsider just like in the past. Hyunsu hands the bow over and asks the marksman to test whether it feels like the weapon he remembers. The marksman knocks an arrow and fires the horn bow while Hyunsu watches. Hyunsu's keen eyes track the shot to gauge the bow's performance. The arrow flies with explosive force through the sky. The shot lands dead center on the distant target with overwhelming power. The marksman admits the bow feels different from before, surprising Hyunsu. Laughing joyfully, the marksman declares the restored bow far superior to its original state and triggers quest completion. System messages commend Hyunsu for achieving over 100% restoration and maxing his intimacy with Barnes, to his relief. Barnes thanks Hyunsu, saying he can now carry out his duties with peace of mind. He adds that the original reward is too small for such an achievement, and prepares to give more than the promised 2,000 gold. Because of the extraordinary result, Hyunsu's quest reward is upgraded to include free use of the forge along with the 2,000 gold, astonishing him. Hyunsu mentally converts the 2,000 gold into real money, and is delighted it will cover his expenses for the next journey. Smiling slyly, Barnes hints there is something else he wants to bring up. He reaches for a sword while facing Hyunsu, signaling a new proposal. Barnes draws the blade and asks Hyunsu if he has ever thought about learning swordsmanship. Surrounded by aura, Barnes states that before being Lord of Barden he is a swordsman. He names his style the Prime Sword Art. He explains that this secret sword art once repelled endless monster hordes and brought stability to Barden. Barnes tells Hyunsu he is clearly a born blacksmith but also possesses another kind of potential. He reveals that he sees in Hyunsu the innate talent of a swordsman. Citing Relson's recommendation and his own observations, Barnes praises Hyunsu's physique, tool agility, and deep weapon knowledge. Barnes offers to share a portion of his swordsmanship's core with Hyunsu, opening a skill quest to train the Prime Sword Art. With a slightly ominous grin, Barnes urges Hyunsu to follow him closely and work just as hard in training as Barnes did in the workshop. Hyunsu considers this intense instruction an unexpected gift, and a busy month of activity passes. During that month he crafts a personal Gakgum bow and restores the Mad Monarch's rusted armor. He spends long hours hammering and refining the armor in the forge. Hyunsu throws himself fully into blacksmithing, striking metal with fierce concentration. At the same time he spars with Barnes, diligently practicing sword techniques. Their training clashes grow so intense that the impact erupts in blinding bursts. Hyunsu continues drilling the Prime Sword Art, matching blades with Barnes. Barnes watches with a bead of sweat, gauging Hyunsu's rapid improvement. A notification announces Hyunsu has cleared the Prime Sword Art training, and he smiles in satisfaction. On a clear day, someone off-screen asks if he is leaving, and Hyunsu confirms. Hyunsu straps on a golden weapon at his waist as he prepares for departure. Thanking Barnes for his help, Hyunsu says his preparations are complete, and is asked where he will head next. Now clad in restored armor, Bow in hand and sword at his side, Hyunsu stands ready for a new journey. Hyunsu decides it is time to get a proper job in the game. Barnes tells him he is always welcome to return if he needs help. Hyunsu walks away beneath the open sky, beginning his next adventure. Outside the estate gates, he resolves to sort his belongings, including the gear he has crafted and restored. He reviews his loadout, noting the Mad Monarch's armor with its damage reflection and his new gun that massively boosts accuracy. To finance future quests, he has also been crafting rare bows and selling them at the auction house. The interface displays one such item, Hyun's second bow, and Hyunsu wonders how much it sold for. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure in an ornate hall views the auction listing for Hyun's second bow. The figure studies the bow's exceptional stats on a holographic screen. Another person remarks that something unbelievable has occurred. They compare the bow to gear once made by top-ranked player Black, amazed that someone at level 1 produced an even better low-material weapon. The narrative recalls that the world's #1 blacksmith, Smith, said that everything in the game ultimately depends on the system Ares. It is explained that if Ares is impressed by a user's play, the system grants them a special job, skill, or title. The observer concludes that for the owner of Hyun's smithy to craft such a powerful artifact is extraordinary. Revealing himself as Rune, legendary class guild master of Golden Shield, he recognizes that this smith, like Smith, holds a legendary title. The auction closes with Hyun's second bow selling for 2050 gold, astonishing Hyunsu. Hyunsu laughs that someone paid the equivalent of 2 million won for an in-game bow, while his status still shows him as level 1 unemployed. Walking while reading his log, he notes he already has 3,200 followers and more guild invitations and crafting requests than he can manage. He shuts the book with renewed resolve, telling himself it is time to move out. Hyunsu strides forward toward his next destination, the Holy Land and Tower of Blacksmiths. His boots touch down on new grass as he arrives in a distant region. He travels through a sunlit forest of tall trees. His journey continues across a lush landscape cut by winding rivers. Hyunsu wipes his brow, taking in the expansive scenery. He crosses bright fields and mountain meadows dotted with flowers. Eventually he reaches the towering structure of the Tower of Blacksmiths, rising into the sky. Standing before it, he marvels that the tower looks even more majestic up close. Hyunsu approaches the entrance, wondering how to proceed. He finds the main door heavily sealed by chains and a glowing stone lock and asks how he is supposed to get inside. A system chime draws his attention. A message explains this is the Tower of the Sword Blacksmiths, and that to become a blacksmith he must strike the seal with a sword forged in the magical forge. Examining the glowing lock, Hyunsu wonders about its nature. By touch he identifies the seal as a type of igneous pumice-like rock. He turns toward the now revealed entrance to the magical forge mentioned in the instructions. Entering the forge, he learns he can train there to craft the special sword needed for the test. The system adds that materials and tools are infinite, and crafting is sped up. But any swords made here can only be used for the test. Hyunsu muses that the trial requires striking a rock lock with a sword and wonders if only forging skill is being tested. He begins planning aloud what kind of sword he must make. He decides he needs a sword sharp enough to cut stone. Meanwhile, deep in the tower, an old blacksmith master grumbles that all previous challengers and their work have been trash. Drinking and recalling visitors' greedy questions about profit, he complains that players only care about selling mass-produced junk and not true blacksmithing. Naming himself Dang, master of the Tower of the Sword Blacksmiths, he laments that the age of real blacksmiths is over and everyone just chases gold. He remarks that if people only want the blacksmith title, he lets them gain it by simply forging and swinging a basic sword. Dang says such minimal effort is enough to pass his superficial test, so his job is effectively done for those people. Watching a challenger's blow barely mark the sealing stone, he doubts anyone will ever truly cut it, perhaps only scratch it. He insists to himself that slicing the sealing stone is absolutely impossible. At the same time, Hyunsu calmly declares his intention to craft a Damascus sword. The system notes that only the very highest blacksmiths can make a Damascus sword and instead recommends crafting a simple iron dagger. Hyunsu reasons that since all materials are provided, and he knows the technique, he might as well attempt the Damascus method. He closes his eyes in concentration, recalling past teachings. In his memory his father tells him a sword can indeed cut stone, and promises to teach him how to make such a blade. Hyunsu believes that by following his father's method, and with perfect magical facilities and infinite materials, he can clear this mission. He looks over the special or needed for Damascus steel, which is freely available in the forge. Encouraged that even time is reduced here, Hyunsu confidently prepares to start forging. Smiling, he remarks that this game is truly insane for allowing such a challenge. He then joyfully decides to hammer to his heart's content for the first time in a while. Elsewhere in the tower, Dang lounges by a window, seemingly dozing. He snores, unaware of what Hyunsu is doing below. A sudden disturbance jolts him awake. Disoriented, he senses something unusual is occurring inside the structure. Feeling the building tremble, Dang demands to know what is causing the vibration. Outside, the entire Tower of Blacksmiths visibly shakes. The shockwaves are revealed to be coming from the power of someone's hammering blows in the forge. Alarmed, Dang rushes to see what in the world is happening. Looking out, he is struck by the blinding light emanating from below. The sealing stone, once thought indestructible, lies shattered into chunks with its chains broken. A radiant golden line splits the great gate where the sword struck. Staring at the result, Dang stammers in disbelief that such a thing could happen. As the doors open and Hyunsu steps through the light, Dang wonders if someone capable of slicing the ceiling stone has finally arrived. Overwhelmed, he proclaims that at last the god of blacksmiths has appeared before him. Hyunsu politely approaches and starts to ask about the outcome of his test. He straightforwardly asks if he has passed the trial. Walking beside him, Dang explains they usually measure ability using the ceiling stone, but because Hyunsu sliced it cleanly they have no measurement at all. Hyunsu's chibi avatar frets that this might mean a retest. A massive glowing magic circle activates beneath them inside the tower. Hyunsu, awed, recognizes the formation as a magic circle. Dang clarifies that it is actually a summoning circle. With a serious expression, Dang says what happens next, starting with the circle, will involve Hyunsu. He earnestly offers Hyunsu his personal hammer to accept. Hyunsu is taken aback as Dang presses the heavy hammer into his hands. A system message states Hyunsu has received the unique hammer of the Covenant. Immediately another notification announces that an SS grade quest is beginning. Dang warns that this new challenge will be the true test Hyunsu must face. The magic circle flares and launches Hyunsu upward in a blaze of light. As he vanishes, Dang prays that the god of blacksmiths will successfully pass the trial. Hyunsu shoots through space in a pillar of energy. He materializes atop a fortress wall under the night sky. Dizzy, Hyunsu wonders what is happening and if this is really just a retest. A close-up shows his alarm as he realizes something more serious is unfolding. Below the walls, a horde of orcs charges with weapons raised. Their furious roars echo as they rush the fortress in great numbers. The system reveals the SS grade quest objective is to subjugate the invading orc army, leaving Hyunsu shocked that this too is a blacksmith quest. Hyunsu stands on the wall, shaken that he must now confront a full-scale invasion. A quest window confirms again that his mission is to subjugate the invading orcs. Soldiers on the wall cheer, assuming Hyunsu is the reinforcement Lord Dang sent, while he nervously questions being called backup. The quest's clear condition appears, stating he must contribute 70% of the effort among 50 brave warriors. The stern warrior Hans introduces himself to Hyunsu as the leader of the subjugation force. Hans explains that orc attacks on the Prime Kingdom are worsening and asks if Hyunsu can quickly repair their many damaged weapons. Hyunsu admits there is a misunderstanding, since he has not yet officially changed to the blacksmith class and therefore cannot use any repair skills. Hans points out the ornate hammer in Hyunsu's hand and asks what it is. Hyunsu explains that he received the hammer during his class advancement test and was sent here for an additional examination. Hans realizes Hyunsu lacks any real combat experience and that his fighting level is still at a beginner stage. The soldiers worry that instead of receiving support they have been sent someone who still needs training, wondering what to do given today's especially fierce invasion. Hans decides the situation is too dangerous and tells Hyunsu to wait safely in the watchtower for the time being. As Hans speaks, an axe suddenly whirls through the air, indicating the battle is about to begin. Hans and Hyunsu lock eyes in a tense moment as both sense imminent danger. A massive explosion of light erupts, signaling the violent clash that follows. Hyunsu clashes blades with an orc, blocking its massive axe. The orc's axe is knocked from its hands and skids across the ground. The knight leader stares in shock at Hyunsu's display of power. Hyunsu enthusiastically asks to participate in the battle despite calling himself inexperienced, thinking of this as his retest. The leader is baffled that someone this strong calls himself a beginner. Soldiers assemble outside the fortress, advancing in formation. The squad rushes toward a distant explosion where the orcs are located. Hyunsu reassures himself that if he fights like he did against goblins, he will manage. The leader orders Hyunsu to stay with Ben's squad so Ben can guide him. Ben greets Hyunsu and asks him to look after their squad. Ben volunteers to engage first as the two sides face off. A frenzied orc roars and charges with its axe raised. The orc's terrifying face fills the frame as it prepares to attack. Ben blocks the orc's axe with his shield in a heavy clash. Feeling the pressure is far greater than against goblins, Hyunsu realizes this is his first real battle. Hyunsu bursts forward, joining the melee. Despite the danger of an orc leaping at him, Hyunsu feels confident he will not lose. He meets the charging orc head-on in a blinding clash of steel. Hyunsu cuts cleanly through an orc, decapitating it in a single swift strike. He finishes another enemy and stands amid falling blood, sword extended. System messages report that he defeated a level 10 orc, gained experience, leveled up to level 2, and he notes his month of training paid off. A comrade is amazed Hyunsu is still jobless yet this strong. Hyunsu looks over, startled by the praise and the chaos. He notices Ben threatened by multiple orcs and realizes Ben is in serious danger. Hyunsu activates weapon swap to bring out his longbow and knocks an arrow. Drawing the bow, he channels power as energy swirls around him. His eyes sharpen with intense focus on his target. A powerful arrow streaks out, leaving a fiery trail. The orc attacking Ben swings again, unaware of the incoming shot. The arrow pierces an orc's eye, making it howl in pain. Another orc is blasted back, blood spraying as arrows strike. Ben turns, shocked as an orc lunges at him from behind. Hyunsu keeps firing, covering the battlefield with accurate shots. One arrow explodes an orc's head, killing it instantly. Another shot lights up an orc's chest, hurling it backward. System notices show Hyunsu leveling up again and again with every kill. Ben marvels that Hyunsu can drop a huge orc with a single arrow and wonders if that is even possible. Another soldier yells at Ben to focus because orcs are now rushing Hyunsu. Numerous orcs converge on Hyunsu as he stands glowing with bow drawn. Ben realizes Hyunsu put himself in danger to save him and runs to help. He berates himself for spacing out during battle. Ben blames himself, believing Hyunsu is now endangered because of his distraction. Hyunsu swaps back to his glowing sword Lightbringer. He unleashes the skill Flurry, sending sweeping arcs of light through nearby orcs. A furious orc charges, roaring at Hyunsu. The system explains that Flurry indiscriminately strikes all enemies within a 10-meter radius as Hyunsu slashes them down. Blood and bodies fly while messages declare Flurry attacks everything around and that Hyunsu levels up yet again. Another notice states his contribution rate has climbed to 19% as he surveys the battlefield. The leader thinks it is clear why Lord Deng sent Hyunsu and believes with him they can finally achieve what they never could before. Clenching his fist, he resolves that with Hyunsu they can now accomplish what was previously impossible. Hyunsu smiles awkwardly as the others call his abilities incredible. The leader rallies everyone, declaring that with Hyunsu they will annihilate the orc unit. A system message notes Hyunsu's performance has boosted the squad's morale, and Hyunsu feels like a true member of the subjugation squad. In the midst of fighting he senses something is off and begins to say but, trailing into unease. Even as the system continues to report his level UPS, more enraged orcs charge. His contribution rate only rises to 28% despite his frantic efforts. Hyunsu wonders why his contribution is increasing so slowly when he is defeating orcs faster than anyone. A system alert announces a hidden quest as the chaotic battle continues. The quest text hints that a completely new episode is beginning. A formidable level 51 orc warrior, heavily armored and huge, appears on the field. Seeing this monster, the leader shouts for everyone to stop advancing. Facing the towering orc warrior, he says the long-awaited enemy has finally appeared. He acknowledges this foe as the one they have never managed to defeat. Calling the orc warrior their nemesis, he steels himself. The soldiers cry out to the captain in alarm. They realize they are surrounded by orcs led by the powerful warrior. The captain curses his mistake, realizing they advanced too deep in their excitement. Someone calls to the captain in concern as the situation worsens. Ben and the others ignite their fighting spirit, vowing that this time they will bring the orc warriors down. The captain roars that they will never retreat again. After a moment of grim reflection, he admits they cannot keep fighting like this forever. He calls to everyone, bracing for a decisive command. He then orders a full-force charge against the enemy. The knights rush forward, swept up in the captain's order. Watching, Hyunsu worries that everyone is losing their composure and charging recklessly. He decides to support them from the rear with covering fire from his bow. His first shot bounces harmlessly off the orc warrior's helmet. Hyunsu realizes his arrows are not working against his enemy. He notes that his longbow already has strong penetration and accuracy, yet it still fails to pierce. The orc warrior closes in, brutally cutting down knights at close range. The narration explains that the orc warrior's skin itself is like solid armor. Hyunsu concludes that using only a bow cannot hurt enemies this tough. The captain grits his teeth, fearing their power is still insufficient, and that they might be forced to retreat again. Another knight insists they cannot afford any further retreat, and continues attacking. The orc warrior swings his massive weapon with crushing force. Hyunsu draws his sword again in a high-speed motion. The captain dives in and slashes the orc warrior, drawing first blood. He is shocked by what follows, realizing something unexpected has happened. The captain collapses, gravely wounded, as Hyunsu screams his name. Hyunsu races toward the fallen Captain Hans in panic. Observing their dented shields, Hyunsu judges their previous approach was wrong. Ben staggers, exhausted and injured from the brutal exchange. Hyunsu despairs that none of his current attacks can penetrate the orc warrior's armor. The orc warrior advances menacingly, wreathed in flames, towering over Hyunsu and the others. Watching the desperate battle, Hyunsu concludes the squad will be wiped out if this continues. He clenches his teeth, struggling with what he must do next. Hyunsu shouts to get everyone's attention over the chaos. He warns that if they keep fighting like this their casualties will only increase. The battered captain listens as his men look to Hyunsu for direction. Ben also looks to Hyunsu, waiting for his decision. Hyunsu takes command, ordering them to form ranks and focus on defense. From a high rock he further orders a rapid fallback into the forest behind them, promising to follow. Ben tells everyone to obey Hyunsu's orders and to evacuate the captain while regrouping. The knights retreat toward the forest as Hyunsu yells for them to hold formation. Ben warns that moving into the forest will slow them down, and only by a little time. Hyunsu answers that he only needs them to survive for 5 minutes. He asks Ben directly if they can hold out for those 5 minutes. Ben pledges they will endure no matter what. The squad and orcs crash into the bamboo forest as the retreat begins. The knights sprint among the trees, chased by the enemy. As he runs, Hyunsu thinks about how the orc warrior's armor nullifies ordinary arrows. He decides that armor is not the real problem, and that he must change his approach. Deep in the bamboo grove, Hyunsu stops alone to prepare something. He equips Deng's replica hammer, whose ability lets him duplicate consumable items quickly. Studying the hammer, Hyunsu concludes that succeeding with it is possible. Meanwhile, the remaining knights in the forest continue fighting desperately. The orc warrior batters them with huge blows, scattering soldiers. A violent spray of blood shows how badly the squad is being hammered. The orc warrior looms over the exhausted defenders as they struggle to stay alive. Ben, barely standing, insists they must hold their ground. He repeats Hyans's request of just 5 minutes, reminding himself it is only that long. Even as he fears they cannot last, he stubbornly vows again that they will never retreat. The orc warrior raises his weapon to finish Ben. At the last moment, another blade intercepts the strike in a blazing clash. Energy slashes whip through the air, showing the ferocity of the ongoing fight. Ben dodges and counters, engaging the orc warrior at close range. He lands a solid wound on the orc warrior, sending blood flying. Stunned by the sudden turn, Ben wonders what is happening. In the distance he sees Hyunsu glowing with power as orcs fall, realizing help has arrived. Hyunsu stands in the forest with his horn bow, readying a new type of shot. The enraged orc warrior roars in response. Hyansu's next projectile streaks through the air toward the warrior's head. The shot drills into the orc warrior's helmet, staggering him. Hyunsu reloads quickly, clearly preparing more of these special arrows. Outside the trees, the knights stare in shock at the fallen orc warrior while Hyunsu watches from the forest edge. Ben calls out Hyansu's name in disbelief and hope. Hyunsu calmly continues preparing another shot, focused on the battle. A system window explains he has equipped the rare Swift Arrow Pyonjian, which greatly boosts attack and penetration. He recalls crafting a bamboo tube launcher for the short arrow. Using Dang's hammer, he duplicated multiple Pyonjian projectiles. He combines the horn bow and Pyonjian set, gaining further attack and penetration bonuses. On the front line, the orc warriors keep charging while Hyunsu lines up more shots. The knights brace with shields, struggling to withstand the heavy assaults. Their commanders shout for them to stand and fight to buy Hyunsu time to attack. Hyunsu finally releases the empowered Pyonjian from his bow. The swift arrow slams into an orc warrior's helmet with stunning impact. Hyunsu notes that the arrow's piercing power is immense. He judges that its strength now rivals that of a musket. He fires again, launching another devastating projectile. The final shot descends like a beam of light onto the orc warrior, blasting straight through shield and armor. After slaying an orc warrior, Hyunsu rapidly levels up while the remaining orc panics. Hyunsu gains the title Orc Slayer, which boosts his power against orcs and instills fear in them. Terrified, the orc warrior screams and bolts away, dropping his weapon. Narration states the orc warrior flees in terror while Hyunsu's allies shout not to let him escape. An armored orc leaps at Hyunsu from above, aiming a crushing blow. The attack slams into the ground with explosive force. Hyunsu calmly draws his bow under the moonlight, preparing a shot. An arrow strikes the fleeing orc's helmet, making him reel. With glowing eyes, Hyunsu knocks a special arrow, ready to finish it. The empowered arrow streaks across the battlefield toward the running orc. The arrow hits the orc in the chest, starting a devastating effect. Light erupts from inside the orc's body as the attack detonates. The explosion obliterates the orc and its armor into flying fragments. The projectile's light pierces the sky, signaling the battle's end. A system window declares an SS rank quest to subjugate the invading orc army as Hyunsu stands victorious atop a hill of corpses. One last orc lies dead with an axe buried in its head. The system reports Hyunsu's final contribution as 92% while he catches his breath. Another notification praises the quest as cleared with astonishing results. The subjugation force looks up at Hyunsu on the hill, chanting his name in celebration. Notifications say the army cheers his exploits, and now fully trusts his command. Hyunsu unlocks a hidden piece called One Who Leads the Battlefield, raising his charisma. Hans, badly injured, calls out to Hyunsu, who rushes over in concern. Hans admits he never thought they could do more than barely hold the line and rejoices that their lifelong wish of defeating the orcs has finally come true. Hyunsu silently looks out over the now peaceful battlefield. Hyunsu and Hans clasp forearms in a firm, emotional handshake. Hans thanks Hyunsu from the bottom of his heart for saving them. Other soldiers respond by placing fists to their chests in respect. The entire force follows suit, saluting Hyunsu as their savior. Hyunsu touches his chest in return, acknowledging their respect. Smiling, Hyunsu thanks everyone as well. A notification announces the additional trial is complete as light engulfs the hill. Hyunsu decides it is time to return to the blacksmith's tower. In chibi form, he awkwardly wonders how they are supposed to get back. The scene shifts to the imposing central tower, Hall of Blacksmiths. Within the tower, a stern man declares that the Tower of Blacksmiths has fallen into decline. The gathered masters lament that knights take all the glory while only the greedy seek out blacksmiths. Another master says they need someone with a true blacksmith soul. Dang begins to say they need someone who qualifies. He explains they seek someone worthy to wield the divine sword before them. Dang recounts that many candidates failed to fulfill the god of blacksmith's prophecy that a successor would restore prosperity. He notes that among all tower lords, only Great Dang has earned the right to test the sword. Coulson, lord of the Bao blacksmiths, questions whether this whole choice is just a trick of the supposed chosen one. Coulson angrily objects that the right to test the sword is being given to a mere young foreigner. Dang reminds Coulson he already outlined in his letter that the candidate legitimately passed their test. Dang defends Hyunsu, saying that despite having no formal profession he led soldiers and with blacksmithing alone annihilated orc warriors. The other masters are shocked to hear the orcs were annihilated by someone without a profession. Dang explains their test was designed from the prophecy that the god's successor would be stronger than anyone, and the sword will give the final verdict. He repeats to himself with anticipation that this sword will reveal the truth. A servant informs Lord Dang that Hyunsu has arrived at the hall. The great doors glow as Dang acknowledges and orders preparations. Dang commands that Hyunsu be brought before the sword. Hyunsu's footsteps echo as he enters the sanctum. He reaches out to the massive doors to step inside. Bathed in light, Hyunsu strides confidently into the hall where the masters await. Dang welcomes him, stating he has earned the right to enter the blacksmith's sanctuary. Hyunsu's silhouette stands before the council and the floating sword as they observe him. Dang further declares Hyunsu has also earned the right to challenge the sword of prophecy itself. Dang warns that everything will be decided the moment Hyunsu grasps the sword and promises a fitting reward afterward. Hyunsu muses that since he even cleared an extra SS rank quest, perhaps the reward will be a legendary class advancement. Dang congratulates him for reaching such a glorious place with the Tower Lords. Coulson begrudgingly praises Hyunsu's resourcefulness in the crisis. Coulson then belittles Hyunsu, claiming his arrows were only crude imitations of a famous artifact called Slanarian. He adds that Hyunsu only passed because he already possessed an epic-grade bow. Smirking, Coulson urges Hyunsu to draw the sword so they can see if luck favors him again. Hyunsu's lips tighten as he listens in silence. Narration identifies the gathered figures as the masters of the blacksmith's tower surrounding the sword. It states that each master has forged legendary weapons that shape the world of Ares. They are described as super-renowned NPCs of the game. Hyunsu notes that as blacksmiths, they must have extremely high levels and awe-inspiring titles, singling out Coulson as level 365. Nonetheless, Hyunsu thinks to himself that his own skills do not feel inferior. He wonders how things would go if they competed purely on technique without title bonuses. As he prepares to say he can do it, the sword of prophecy suddenly moves on its own. The sword erupts with power and slams point first into the ground. Dang and another master rush forward in alarm at the sudden phenomenon. The sword explodes into pure energy, shards and light scattering. A column of blinding light engulfs Hyunsu while the others are blasted back. Hyunsu panics as the sword's power wraps around him and merges into his body. Stunned, he clutches his glowing torso and stammers, wondering where the sword went. Dang runs up, exclaiming that events are unfolding exactly as expected. He grits his teeth in overwhelming emotion. Laughing wildly, Dang proclaims this is what the prophecy's fulfillment truly meant. Coulson bitterly realizes they had invented elaborate rituals unnecessarily, since a real successor never needed to draw the sword at all. Enraged, he curses internally at the turn of events. A system message congratulates Hyunsu while Coulson screams that he refuses to accept this outcome. Another window announces the appearance of Ares' first god class. Coulson is shocked that neither he nor Dang, but a foreigner, has received it. The window specifies Hyunsu has advanced to the god of blacksmith's class, delighting Dang's side. The interface lists his new status, Hyunsu, level 10, god of blacksmiths. Hyunsu is dazed to learn he has obtained the game's first god class. A new unique SSS rank title, god of blacksmiths, is granted to him. The title's effects state he ignores material level restrictions when crafting and gains mastery according to artifact type. It further promises that as a blacksmith he can become stronger than anyone and unlocks a future sword trial class quest at level 100. The masters murmur that the sword has truly chosen the foreigner as the prophesied successor. Coulson snaps, screaming that he cannot accept a foreigner inheriting that role. The other lords silently watch as Coulson's rage boils over. He shouts that they have long awaited a great successor chosen directly by the god of blacksmiths, so they cannot rely solely on the sword's decision. Dang insists the prophecy is absolute, and tries to counter Coulson's outburst. Coulson argues that the prophecy also states the successor must be acknowledged by all Tower Lords. He declares as Tower Lord of the Bao Blacksmiths he cannot accept this. Coulson formally challenges Hyunsu to a blacksmith's duel. He proposes that if Hyunsu defeats him he will accept him as successor, but if Coulson wins the successor's status is nullified. Coulson emphasizes that a victory for him would strip Hyunsu of the title granted by the prophetic sword. Dang yells that Coulson has gone mad and calls for the others to restrain him. Some Tower Lords hesitate, then react with shock and interest instead of stopping Coulson. Dang is aghast as he realizes the others are not siding with him. Coulson taunts Hyunsu that he can still withdraw. He offers to make Hyunsu Vice Tower Lord if he backs down, and obediently accepts Coulson's tutelage. Dang shouts Coulson's name in anger, while Coulson smirks. Hyunsu calmly replies that he will accept the duel. With fiery determination, Hyunsu announces that as the god of blacksmiths he accepts the challenge. A notification appears for a god-class skill as Coulson activates his own power. The narration states a true blacksmith speaks through skill and announces that God's custom crafting is now usable. A system quest is generated, an S-grade blacksmith's duel where Hyunsu must defeat Coulson. Coulson explains their duel will differ from a knight's combat duel. He outlines that each will forge a sword at the forge and the one whose weapon shatters first will lose. He points Hyunsu to the top-tier smithy inside the hall and says one day should be enough time to craft a weapon now that Hyunsu has the blacksmith's skill. Coulson mocks him, adding that one day is sufficient if Hyunsu really is the god of blacksmiths. Coulson departs with a smirk, saying they will meet again tomorrow. Dang comments that Hyunsu boldly stepped up for the coming battle. He worries Hyunsu accepted too hastily, given Coulson's skill. Dang stresses that Coulson is exceptionally talented even among tower masters. Hyunsu internally admits that without the new class this duel would have been a certain loss. The narration zooms out to remind readers of the game world areas where levels and titles grant powerful skills and buffs. It adds that as tower masters they also wield unique special abilities. Hyunsu reflects that his god class has erased that gap. He notes that with his new skill the difference in pure technique has actually tilted in his favor. A detailed tooltip for God's custom-made creation appears, describing how he can forge any artifact with any effect at God grade. The scene shifts to the smithy where hammer blows echo through the rafters. Coulson works furiously at his own forge. He recalls that he once was a sword-forging blacksmith. He remembers inheriting a prestigious family swordsmithing technique. He then recounts how Dang appeared as a master whose skill far surpassed his own. Because of that, he became tower master of the bow blacksmiths instead of swords. Though resentful, he forced himself to accept Dang's superiority. He recalls the great vow that he made at that time. Yet now that Hyunsu has appeared, his resentment resurfaces. He thinks bitterly that his vow is being trampled by a stranger suddenly placed over him. Coulson rages that this is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. He channels that fury into his forging, hammering with fanatic intensity. The result is a massive fiery explosion from his forge. Coulson cools down slightly, sweat dripping from his chin. Hyunsu likewise completes a gleaming sword before his own roaring fire. Dang watches, thinking about the process of imbuing artifacts with special effects. Hyunsu's narration explains that imbuing effects follows the principle of gaining one property while sacrificing another. He reasons that to win the duel he must prioritize strength and maximize a weapon breaker trait. Dang concludes Hyunsu must forge his weapon at the highest grade to obtain that ideal ability. At the same time, he frets that Hyunsu's basic stats are still only at a rare grade level. Hyunsu inspects his finished weapon, its blade shining brilliantly. Dang anxiously wonders what a true god of blacksmiths is thinking and capable of as Hyunsu works. The next day both stand in the arena, each wielding their crafted sword, ready for the blacksmith's duel under the Tower Lord's gaze. The smug blacksmith notes that since Hyunsu did not flee, he must have forged something overnight. Hyunsu prepares to test whether the blacksmith's skills are worthy of someone called a successor of a god. The blacksmith draws his sword, declaring the first step of the test. He strides into the arena, sword in hand, facing Hyunsu. The blacksmith announces he will introduce his sword to Hyunsu. The sword Black Knight is revealed with powerful stats and abilities centered on breaking weapons. An onlooker is shocked by the weapon's revealed power. Observers marvel that Coulson has crafted a flawless unique grade dueling sword overnight. The blacksmith praises the sword as magnificent, inwardly thinking that such quality is only natural. He proclaims his sword a masterpiece containing his family's traditions and urges Hyunsu to reveal his own weapon. The duel begins as the blacksmith charges toward Hyunsu. The blacksmith reacts in alarm as Hyunsu moves to counter. Another observer watches in breathless anticipation of what Hyunsu has made. Hyunsu's weapon is identified as his first custom-made rare-grade sword, surprising everyone. The blacksmith is overwhelmed that his opponent's sword is only rare grade yet recalls Coulson's confidence. He shifts from disbelief to a fierce, determined expression. Enraged, the blacksmith activates Black Knight's power, saying Hyunsu has made a huge mistake. He thinks this childish game with a kid has gone far enough and prepares to finish it. The blacksmith lunges in for a decisive, all-out strike. Hyunsu calmly readies his own sword to meet the attack. The blacksmith screams as he pours all his strength into the blow. Their clash sends Hyunsu sliding back while the force of impact reverberates through the arena. Spectators gasp at the sudden outcome. The blacksmith sees something shocking in the aftermath of the strike. Hyunsu's focused eye shows his resolve. The result is revealed. The blacksmith's powerful sword has been severed. The blacksmith staggers, unable to comprehend what just happened. He asks in disbelief if Hyunsu is the one who broke his sword. Hyunsu begins explaining his view on swords. He states that swords cannot be judged solely by their grade. The details of Hyunsu's rare sword show its special ability to cut other swords, but with limited durability and no repair. A memory surfaces of someone predicting that someday the god of blacksmiths would come to this land. In a childhood flashback, a master tells a young apprentice that a revolutionary teacher will appear and that meeting him is an opportunity open to all. The child excitedly asks his father if becoming a great blacksmith could let him receive that god's teachings. In the present, the kneeling blacksmith wonders if he can now receive such teachings from Hyunsu. The elder blacksmith Meng reflects that merely breaking a sword is not enough to convince tower masters, so he resolved to create a sword that cuts swords. Someone questions whether such a feat is even possible. Meng explains in the forge that crafting an artifact of that level is extremely difficult. He continues that success depends on the blacksmith's skill, effort, and technique, which determine the effect's value. Meng thinks that bold, unconventional decisions plus the knowledge to realize them are what make a true god of blacksmiths. He concludes that Hyunsu possesses all of those qualities. The defeated blacksmith whispers, "God of blacksmiths." As realization dawns, he longs to become capable of forging a sword like Hyunsu's. Hyunsu smiles kindly in response. The blacksmith recalls the teaching that the word impossible does not exist. Tears well in his eye as the lesson sinks in. Kneeling, he introduces himself formally as Coulson, Tower Master of the Bao Blacksmiths. Coulson bows before Hyunsu, greeting him as the god of blacksmiths while a system message confirms the blacksmith's dual quest is cleared. The scene shifts to the imposing blacksmith's tower. Later, inside the arena, Coulson calls out to Mr. Hyunsu. Coulson and Meng present Hyunsu with a chest, asking him to accept their gift. Opening it, they reveal the first reward, 500 gold coins. Hyunsu happily wonders if this treasure is the quest reward. Next they present a glowing scroll, explaining it contains a legendary Bao recipe handed down through the Tower Masters. A notification states Hyunsu has obtained the legendary Bao recipe, one of the blacksmith's tower's 10 treasures. Coulson explains that this incomplete Bao design is something he could never finish, and thus is entrusting it to someone destined for great power. Meng adds that now that the god of blacksmiths has appeared, they will rededicate themselves and ask Hyunsu to do the same. They urge Hyunsu to aim for the pinnacle of power. The narration encourages him to explore the wider world. Hyunsu vows that the growth of a god begins now. The story returns to modern reality, showing the convenience store street where Hyunsu lives. He and Meng toast with beer outside the store. Meng laughs that he is drinking beer bought by Hyunsu and celebrates his friend's god class advancement. Meng admits he recommended the game Ares so Hyunsu's skills would not go to waste but never expected such talent. He remarks that after all Hyunsu's hardship at the forge, things are finally looking up. Meng asks what is special about a god class, and Hyunsu answers that nothing dramatic has changed yet. Hyunsu says his more pressing concern is paying his father's growing hospital bills. Meng reports that the new medicine Hyunsu inquired about is not insured and will cost at least 20 million won. He adds that Hyunsu's own burn treatments will also be expensive. Meng warns that relying only on his class will not make enough money, since stamina limits how many artifacts he can craft and sell, so he must level up and gain fame. Hyunsu silently repeats the phrase about a god's growth starting now, digesting Meng's advice. Meng explains that Hyunsu needs to befriend the most famous players in Ares to earn better rewards and items, then use them to forge top-tier artifacts. Hyunsu ponders the idea of befriending famous people. Meng says he has an idea to achieve that and tells Hyunsu to wait and see. Imagining his again warrior persona, Meng promises to rack up great achievements and carry Hyunsu. Hyunsu jokingly tells Meng just to avoid getting fired from his job, which Meng indignantly protests. Meanwhile, an Ares user forum buzzes with posts about a player named Lord obtaining a legendary class. Users point out that Lord, long stuck at rank 21, has finally broken through. They marvel that he has become a legendary class and tease that there is more to the story. Images show Lord in a blazing, fiery form, emphasizing his newfound power. A close-up highlights Lord's intense, flame-lit gaze. Forum chatter reveals the truly shocking news is that Lord defeated the Sword King Barrett, whom no one had even managed to hit before. Readers wonder how Lord accomplished this feat. A flashback shows Barrett failing to land a blow as Lord dodges easily. Barrett is shown desperately attacking, drenched in sweat. Even the Sword King is seen with a surprised expression. Lord stands calmly with his flaming sword clearly in control. Back in reality, Hyunsu contemplates the massive monthly sum of 30 million won needed, thinking about the burden. On his way into the hospital, he reminds himself that he must pay his father's overdue bills that day. He realizes that even with recent quest rewards and auction profits, he still cannot cover everything and cannot allow his father's treatment to stop. Suddenly his phone beeps, drawing his attention. His eyes widen in shock at what he sees on the screen. The auction shows Hyunsu's first custom-made sword sold for over 53,000 gold to the user Lord, astonishing him. Hyunsu rushes to the hospital billing desk, urgently calling out. Breathless, he declares that he wants to pay off the hospital bill due that day in full. He resolves that because of this, he can never quit playing Ares. A chat message from Lord thanks Hyunsu profusely for the sword that let him clear Barrett's trial. Lord explains that if others understood the weapon's value, they would see that 50 million won was cheap. He describes how the sword allowed him to strike Barrett's blade and create an opening in battle. Even the mighty Sword King looked surprised when his guard was broken. Lord, the king of the Goyard Kingdom, is formally introduced. The message reveals that Sword King Barrett is now waiting for Hyunsu and wants him to forge a sword. Hyunsu, stunned, repeats Barrett's name as he reads. Lord urges Hyunsu to go and meet Barrett. Hyunsu looks up at the sky, seized by the enormity of the opportunity. He realizes that if he succeeds, he can pay for his father's hospitalization and new medicine, solving everything. Determined, he vows to meet Barrett and accomplish his goals. He adds another objective to his resolve: find the lost forge. The narrative shifts back toward the fantasy world city skyline. A polished shoe steps down, signaling the arrival of someone important. A sharply dressed, imposing man emerges from a car. He approaches an old forge, remarking on the oddity of a blacksmith's workshop in modern times. This man calls out to Hyunsu, reminding him that only a month remains on their agreement. Night falls over the city as the scene transitions. Lights shine from Hyunsu's apartment as something unexpected happens inside. On the phone, Hyunsu learns with dismay that he cannot meet Barrett yet. A voice on the other end scolds him, saying a level 10 newbie cannot expect to meet a king just because he has a god class. The caller explains that to meet high-status NPCs like Barrett, Hyunsu's level and fame must also be high. Specifically, Hyunsu is told he must reach at least level 200 to meet Barrett. However, the caller notes there is still another way: the Goyard Martial Arts Tournament. This annual event in the Goyard Kingdom is a level-limited tournament for players around level 50 to 60. Images show fierce battles, illustrating the tournament's intensity. The narrator explains that Barrett hosts this tournament every year to seek talented outsiders with potential. Meng later tells Hyunsu that the tournament is coming soon, and its winner receives prize money directly from Barrett. He concludes that, for now, this tournament is Hyunsu's only realistic way to meet Barrett. The story jumps back into Ares, where a wagon travels through a forest. Hyunsu rides in the wagon in his in-game form, armed and armored. He recalls Meng's instruction to head for the embattled castle territory. Meng had said castle, on the border between Prime and Goyard and constantly at war with the undead, would need Hyunsu's skills most. Castle is described as a territory defense zone where players must stop waves of undead monsters. Hyunsu remembers Meng's advice that castle is the fastest place to level up. He steels himself, thinking he must clear this dangerous area. As the wagon approaches castle's fortress, Hyunsu resolves to tackle any quest that comes. The winds howl around the fortress walls, emphasizing the harsh environment. A system prompt confirms Hyunsu has entered castle territory as guards on the wall watch the newcomers. A centurion named Lander greets Hyunsu warmly, saying they desperately needed another fighter. Lander explains that they are short-handed because undead incursions have recently increased. Hyunsu asks why the number of undead has risen. Lander hints there is a reason and begins to explain. He describes the holy bell of Rama's castle that, when rung, affects the undead. When the bell tolls, the invading undead become weakened and easier to defeat. Lander says that up until recently, the bell's sound kept the undead at bay, leading Hyunsu to see it as an event mechanic. But Lander reveals the bell shattered into pieces not long ago. He adds that they were caught off guard, scrambling to reinforce defenses while the undead began to converge. Hyunsu asks if the bell cannot simply be repaired. Realizing something, Lander asks if Hyunsu was sent by Master Dang. Hyunsu confirms he came on Dang's recommendation as the blacksmith of the Sword Tower. Relieved, Lander says they have been waiting for him and urges Hyunsu to meet the commander. As they speak, a figure approaches and Hyunsu agrees to go along. The Castle Knight's commander, Cal, appears and verifies that Hyunsu was truly sent by the Great Dang. Lander confirms this to Cal and explains that Hyunsu has come specifically to see the Bell of Rama's in person. The Knight commander explains that even Master Craftsman Dang declared the Bell of Rama's impossible to repair. Hyunsu and a nearby knight react with shock to this claim. The commander reveals the Lord has already hired many experts in secret, but all judge the broken Bell of Rama's an irremediable artifact. He adds that only one craftsman still searches in castle for a way to fix it, though he thinks this effort is futile. The commander notes that this person is around level 290 yet cannot repair it, then asks Hyunsu what level he is. A system window pops up saying the Knight commander has requested access to Hyunsu's level information. Hyunsu answers that he is only level 13, stunning the others. The commander, sweating, tells Hyunsu he appreciates his intention to help. He urges Hyunsu to go somewhere more appropriate for his low level, warning that castle territory now faces imminent destruction. He says the day the main undead army advances will be their final judgment. Declaring it his duty, the commander vows to protect the Lord and the people of castle until the end. Inspired, Hyunsu answers that he must also carry out his own duty. A knight suddenly shouts for the commander's attention. The messenger reports that undead forces have begun invading the eastern wall. Another alarm calls out that a massive swarm of ghouls is approaching. Hyunsu's interface identifies the approaching monsters as level 41 ghouls. The commander orders his men to defend the main gate because of the danger. He tells Lander to follow him to respond, and Lander agrees. As he departs, the commander starts to add one more remark. He firmly reminds Hyunsu and Lander that everything they discussed about the bell must remain secret. Hyunsu agrees to keep their conversation confidential. Remembering his previous orc battle, Hyunsu judges that defending against the ghouls should be possible and receives a territory defense quest to protect the gate. The ghoul army shrieks and rushes the city's main gate. The monsters pile against the walls in overwhelming numbers while defenders ready themselves. Archers and soldiers on the wall fight desperately against ghouls climbing up. Lander explains that undead are hard to kill without holy weapons, so they must keep striking the same spot repeatedly. Hyunsu fires a powerful, glowing shot. His arrow, charged with energy, pierces and explodes a ghoul's head. The soldiers gape as Hyunsu calmly looses more arrows. Lander realizes in disbelief that Hyunsu is killing ghouls with one shot even without holy power. Hyunsu activates his Pyonjian baby arrow technique, preparing rapid specialized shots. He focuses intensely as he unleashes the explosive arrow. The arrow spirals through the horde, tearing through multiple ghouls with chained impacts. The attack devastates the enemies, splattering blood as it carves a path. Explosions continue across the battlefield, blowing away more ghouls. The soldiers cheer around Hyunsu on the wall, exhilarated by the reversal. Lander, fired up by Hyunsu's performance, shouts that he will take down all the remaining ghouls. Hyunsu thinks the situation is easier than expected and believes that at this pace he can clear the quest. Suddenly a system message declares that a new story is beginning, catching his attention. Moments later, a massive blow from outside the wall smashes defenders aside. A new quest appears commanding them to defeat a colossal giant siege ghoul that looms over the wall. Soldiers panic when they see the enormous ghoul and insist they must call the Knight Commander. Hyunsu's interface identifies the monster as a level 89 giant siege ghoul. Meanwhile, the commander is still fighting lesser undead down at the gate, cursing the worsening situation. Lander realizes that Commander Cal is too occupied defending the gate to send reinforcements. He fears that at this rate the wall itself will collapse. Hyunsu volunteers to distract the giant ghoul for a while, shocking Lander. He launches himself from the wall toward the monster. Lander and others shout in alarm as Hyunsu dives down alone. They cry out that it is too dangerous for him to go by himself. Hyunsu falls with determination, gripping his weapon tightly. The giant ghoul reaches for him while lesser ghouls swarm below. Blinding lines of energy gather, signaling another of Hyunsu's attacks. He channels power into his weapon and strikes, creating a huge blast near the giant ghoul's body. The impact detonates on the ground, scattering ghouls. Hyunsu lands facing the towering monster. He steadies himself, and decides he only needs to defeat this one enemy. His eyes show fierce resolve as he focuses on the coming clash. He dashes in, firing another powerful attack at the giant ghoul's leg. Explosions erupt around the giant as multiple impacts land. The red blast continues, flinging bodies and debris as it hits. Hyunsu decides to lure the giant ghoul as far from the wall as he can so it cannot damage the city. While running, he wonders if he has fully drawn the monster's attention. The enraged giant lunges at him with a huge claw swipe. Its strike smashes craters into the ground as Hyunsu narrowly avoids being crushed. He's shocked by its speed and decides he must change tactics. Hyunsu invokes a weapon swap, summoning his Korean Bao Gakgum with Pyongyang arrows. He grabs the bow, ready to rely on archery again. He prepares to attack the giant ghoul anew, thinking that with this weapon he can win. Hyunsu leaps and unleashes an immense blue energy shot, convinced this will finish the fight. The beam slams into the giant ghoul's head in a massive explosion. When the light clears, the giant ghoul is still standing and turns its gaze on him. It roars furiously, revealing itself unharmed. A red light gathers deep in its open maw, charging a counterattack. Hyunsu realizes in shock that his blow did no damage at all. The giant ghoul's claw lashes out again with lethal force. The hit sends Hyunsu hurtling away, his bow shattering as he crashes. A system alert warns that his HP has fallen below 10%. Another notice says he will be forcibly logged out if his HP reaches 0, and he mentally protests dying like this. He hits the ground in a massive impact, dust and rocks erupting around him. Lying in a crater, Hyunsu groans in pain. He staggers, thinking in disbelief about the idea of being forcibly logged out. Struggling to his knees, he calls that notion absurd. Seeing the giant closing in, he thinks that if he fails to clear this episode, he recalls that failure would prevent him from entering the Goyard martial arts tournament. He then remembers that without that tournament he cannot pay his father's hospital bills. He also worries about affording treatment for his own injuries. And he thinks of how he would never reclaim the family blacksmith shop, vowing not to return to his former hopeless life. Gritting his teeth, he steels his resolve. He reminds himself he started this game specifically to change his reality. Therefore, he decides he absolutely cannot give up here and now. He fires another beam attack directly up into the giant ghoul's body. The beam pierces through, making the monster cry out in pain. Enraged but wounded, the giant ghoul charges at him again. Hyunsu's HP drops even further below 3% as he strains on. Despite this, he tells himself he will never give up. He raises his bow high, gathering a final surge of power. He releases another huge energy wave that slams into the giant. Insisting the fight is not over, he prepares yet another shot. As he readies the arrow, he suddenly notices something wrong. Realization strikes that his bowstring has snapped. Facing the approaching giant with a broken bow, he stares in stunned silence. The giant ghoul stomps down where he stands. A system message shows his HP dropping to 1, and he wonders if this is the end. Falling into darkness, he thinks no. He clenches his fist and refuses to accept dying like this. His desperate refusal triggers a special condition being met as he falls. A system explains that having HP under 5% while harboring strong will qualifies him for God's Blacksmith, allowing him to gain a new skill. He acquires the skill God's Emergency Crafting, which lets him quickly forge a weapon usable only for 30 seconds, but it must be completed within 20 seconds. Realizing this is his one opportunity, Hyunsu decides this is his chance. A countdown begins as God's Emergency Crafting activates, and he believes this power may let him clear the episode. Another prompt tells him to choose materials, which he sees as his final chance. He grabs a hammer, readying himself to forge in the middle of battle. With 14 seconds left, he slams the glowing metal, starting to shape a weapon. As the timer ticks toward 12 seconds, he keeps hammering while others watch. With 11 seconds remaining, he continues striking the blade. Sweating, he focuses all his strength and concentration with 10 seconds left. At 9 and 8 seconds he refines the heated blade shape. As the countdown hits 7 to 5 seconds, the finished weapon cools in magical light, while he watches. At 4 to 1 seconds, a radiant holy sword fully forms before time expires. When the timer reaches 0, Hyunsu grips the completed weapon as power crackles around him. He shouts as he prepares to deliver a decisive strike. He leaps and cleaves deep into the giant ghoul with the divine sword. The monster reels backward, grievously wounded. The blade slices again and again, spraying the giant's blood. Finally the huge body crashes down while Hyunsu lands, sword planted in the ground. Exhausted, he braces himself on the sword, breathing hard. Smiling in relief, he realizes he has done it. A system window confirms the siege battle giant ghoul has been defeated and that Hyunsu has leveled up to 38. Looking up at the notification, he mutters that at this level. He attempts to say it is enough before collapsing from fatigue. As he falls, comrades rush toward him, shouting his name. Their cries for Mr. Hyunsu echo as his consciousness fades. His perception shifts to a bright sky as if drifting toward the light. Hyunsu awakens bandaged on a cot, groaning in confusion. Sitting up among soldiers, he asks how long he has been out, and what happened to the ghoul. The garrison erupts in cheers, calling him awake and celebrating him as a true hero. Still bewildered, Hyunsu asks what is going on, and is told that thanks to him they survived another day. The commander personally thanks him and asks how he managed such a feat. Hyunsu awkwardly says he cannot really explain, while the commander laughs that his deeds were amazing. Internally Hyunsu thinks no one would believe he forged a divine weapon mid-battle, while the commander insists he was the star of the fight. Narration explains that ghouls are weak to divine power, being akin to ghosts. Hyunsu recalls that upon learning this, he immediately thought of the legendary Forseal sword known for driving away evil spirits and preventing disasters. He remembers his father once telling him about restoring that sword, knowledge that allowed him to recreate it here. Looking at his wrapped hands in the sunlight, Hyunsu feels proud and resolved. He is glad the plan worked, though he laments that the new skill was single-use, as the commander approaches to give him a reward. The commander hands over a heavy pouch, saying he has filled it generously. A system confirms Hyunsu has received 2,000 gold, and he happily calculates that this equals 2 million won. The commander admits he had misjudged Hyunsu as just another outsider. Bowing deeply, the commander formally apologizes, while Hyunsu and the watching soldiers react in surprise. Cal reassures the commander that everything is fine. Hyunsu thanks Cal for recognizing him as a commander notification shows their affinity has maxed out. Cal, holding Hyunsu by the hand, says he wants to make a formal request. Cal asks Hyunsu to repair the sacred bell of llamas. Cal recalls sensing divine power in Hyunsu's sword during battle and insists someone like Hyunsu can fix the bell. Hyunsu politely refuses at first, explaining he needs to head to Goyard Kingdom. Hyunsu suddenly remembers that, besides being a fighter, he is also a blacksmith. Cal reveals that the Lord owns a legendary mineral and suggests Hyunsu might receive it if he fixes the bell. Hearing about a legendary mineral, Hyunsu becomes intrigued. They arrive at the Lord's castle where the bell is kept. Cal brings Hyunsu to a specific room inside the ornate castle. As the door opens, Hyunsu is stunned by what he sees inside. On a pedestal lies the bell of llamas, completely broken into golden fragments. Hyunsu internally panics, realizing the bell is not just damaged but utterly shattered. Cal, still hopeful, asks if he can rely on Hyunsu's promise to recreate the bell, while Hyunsu thinks the damage is worse than expected. Forcing a smile, Hyunsu affirms he can do it while inwardly scrambling for a solution. A woman in uniform calls out to the commander. The woman strides into the room toward Cal and Hyunsu. She bluntly declares that the bell is impossible to repair. Confronting Hyunsu, she says even with her level 290 blacksmithing she cannot fix it, and questions how he could. She leans in, beginning to accuse him. She fully voices her suspicion, calling Hyunsu a fraud. In another scene, the same woman tells her guild master she is quitting the guild. The Golden Shield guild master Rune is shocked by Nell, or team leader Kim, suddenly announcing her departure. Rune argues that leaving wastes all they have built, but Nell says she is simply tired of it. When someone suggests recruiting Blacksmith Hyun instead, Nell angrily objects that the real issue is offering an anonymous user an enormous salary. Rune defends the idea by citing Blacksmith Hyun's first sword selling for a huge sum and says recruiting him would quickly raise the guild. A chibi flashback shows previous hired blacksmiths were scammers, one using proxy crafting and another running off with contract fees. Rune continues listing disasters with former blacksmiths, until Nell, embarrassed, tells him to stop. Nell explains she is exhausted from constantly cleaning up those messes and asks not to be stopped from leaving. Rune reluctantly accepts her wish, and she assures him she will not join another guild for some time. As Nell walks away, Rune promises she will always have a place to return to at the guild. Back in the game world, Castle is shown as the setting. Inside Castle, the streets and walls lie in ruins, shocking observers. Nell looks over the devastated village, troubled because it should not have vanished like this. She recalls how living here taught her that the NPCs felt like real people to her. Nell thinks that if she can repair the Bell of Ramas, she might be able to stop this catastrophe. Determined, she decides she must check on the bell again. Returning to the present meeting with Hyunsu and Cal, Nell begins accusing him. She repeats her charge that Hyunsu is a scammer. Hyunsu recoils in surprise as Cal watches their confrontation. Hyunsu demands to know who she is to call him that, and she replies that she is a higher grade blacksmith. Cal steps between them, introduces Nell as the renowned master blacksmith he mentioned, and introduces Hyunsu as the ally from the recent ghoul hunt. Cal boasts that Hyunsu helped subjugate ghouls and promised to fix the bell, while Nell silently doubts a level 3-8 could do either. Nell insists the bell is irreparable and warns Hyunsu not to exploit Castle's plight, while Hyunsu, tuning her out, wonders what she is rambling about. Nell fumes that Hyunsu just ignored her as he walks over to the bell fragments. She wonders if something about the fragments has changed. Hyunsu's system message confirms the bell of Rama's is imbued with divine power and officially labeled impossible to repair, which matches Nell's belief. Hyunsu grips a metal cylinder, thinking there is no conventional way to fix the bell. He suddenly smashes the bell fragments with the tool, shocking everyone. Nell screams in horror, demanding he stop what he is doing. As she grabs his arm mid-swing, Hyunsu calmly states that restoring the bell is actually possible. Smiling with certainty, Hyunsu declares that restoration is indeed possible. Nell, still agitated, shouts that the bell is classified as an irreparable artifact. At that moment, a soldier rushes in calling for the commander. He reports that hordes of undead are currently pouring into castle. Cal and the others react in disbelief to the sudden invasion. Hyunsu hears a system chime and first thinks it is a quest, then realizes it is something else. A global message announces that the castle territory update is beginning and that, in a set time, the land will become the territory of the undead. Nell realizes the update means castle is truly being transformed into an undead territory. She despairs that this might be the end, but Hyunsu asserts they can still stop it by making the bell. Doubting, Nell asks how they can recreate such a bell, and Hyunsu calmly insists it is possible. Hyunsu reminds her she wanted to protect castle territory, and urges her to act on that resolve. Moved, Nell admits he is right but asks how they can actually manage it. Hyunsu stores the fragments in his inventory and tells them to follow him. Clenching his fist, Hyunsu rallies them with the vow to protect castle. Cal entrusts Hyunsu with repairing the bell and promises that he and the knights will buy as much time as possible. Hyunsu agrees and returns the trust. Drawing his sword before his men, Cal shouts for them not to lose hope and to fight to the very end. Leading the troops into the streets, Cal orders them to hold out a little longer. Cal cries that they must protect castle as he charges into battle. Elsewhere, the sun sets over the Blacksmith district, where Hyunsu will work. Hyunsu and Nell enter the sprawling forge with the bell fragments ready on a table. Nell asks Hyunsu what specific plan he has for recreating the bell. Hyunsu explains that when he shattered the fragments, the divine power remained, meaning the material itself holds the divinity. He decides to melt the material and cast an entirely new bell, expecting the divine power to become even stronger in a completed form. Nell remarks she has never seen such a skill, but Hyunsu says you do not need special skills to repair something. He states that humans have two hands for a reason and orders that they start by melting the divine material in the furnace. Watching him labor manually, Nell marvels that he intends to do everything by hand in this era. When Hyunsu heads deeper into the forge, he asks Nell if she is coming along. Smiling, he admits the work is far too much for one person and implies he needs her help. The scene shifts to the real-world dev room where developers monitor the game on their computers. One tired developer drinks from a tumbler while staring at the screens. He sighs that they are doomed and that the castle territory update seems like it will flop. Another developer scolds him for being pessimistic on update day, then notices something unusual on a monitor. Curiously, he asks what his colleague is watching so intently. They zoom in on gameplay footage showing Hyunsu and Nell at the forge, wondering if the strange behavior is due to that blacksmith user. The skeptical dev laughs off the idea that any user could fix the bell and tells his coworker not to be cowardly. A third dev, a woman, interjects that Hyunsu is no ordinary player. She stares at the screen in silence, anticipating what he will do. Meanwhile, on update D-Day, castle's defenders battle a massive army of undead outside the walls. Cal urges everyone to stop the undead and keep them from breaching the city. Exhausted soldiers gasp as more monsters converge on them. One soldier fights back with a powerful sword strike, grunting with effort. Another is knocked flat as an axe-wielding ghoul looms over him. A grotesque undead roars and raises its weapon to finish the fallen man. The threatened soldier screams in terror. Cal dashes in and slashes the monster, saving the soldier at the last second. He checks on the troops, who call out to the commander in concern. Cal shouts for everyone to hold out just a little longer. Rallying cry in his heart, Cal fights on, insisting they must protect their birthplace, castle. His sword begins to crack under the relentless combat. He realizes with dread that his weapon is failing at the worst possible moment. The blade finally shatters as he tries to block another heavy blow. A towering undead swings down violently at Cal. Cal closes his eye, cursing and wondering if this is the end for him. He braces as the massive weapon comes down toward his head. Suddenly, an unexpected sound distracts both Cal and the undead mid-swing. The leading undead clutches its head, screaming in agony as if afflicted by the sound. Other undead around the walls ignite and writhe in pain, roaring as they burn. A bright, wing-like wave of light emanates from Castle's tower, incinerating the horde below. Cal stares up in amazement at the glowing tower. Realizing what has happened, he exclaims that the bell of Rama's has been fixed. Back in the dev room, a developer spits out his drink in shock. He and the others gape at the screen showing Castle saved and yell in disbelief at what is happening. In the forge's tower, Hyunsu raises the newly crafted bell with a hammer in hand. He strikes the completed bell, unleashing its powerful divine resonance. Nell, watching from afar, is stunned that Hyunsu actually succeeded. The devs frantically question what they are seeing, wondering if the update has failed because of this unexpected outcome. One dev explains that this player has not logged out or slept since the update countdown began. Another is horrified to learn Hyunsu has effectively stayed awake for an entire real-world week. A narration flashes back to 5 days before D-Day, when Hyunsu first headed to the forge in castle territory. It explains he then mobilized the villagers to begin the complex work of recreating Ramaz's bell. Hyunsu recounts how they had to melt the completed bell down to its base material again, mainly to extract its divine power. While he drafted blueprints, Nell managed war supplies and coordinated part of the town's defense effort. A special notification marks the beginning of a divine custom-made project as Hyunsu studies his plans. He vows to maximize the bell's power to repel undead and even add a damage-dealing ability. At the forge, Hyunsu orders workers to raise the furnace temperature as high as possible for the casting. Molten metal pours, and narration says that if everyone works with one heart, the divine power in the bell will be stronger. Hyunsu warns that no impurities can enter the melt as everyone stirs carefully to protect the territory. A burst of light signifies that stronger divine power is indeed being imbued into the metal. On D4, workers pour the glowing metal into a massive mold for the new bell. Later, Hyunsu hammers away at the hardened exterior, revealing the bell inside as Nell watches. On D3, the exhausted villagers and knights collapse around the forge from overwork. On D2, even Nell is shown nodding off from fatigue. On D1, a loud noise startles Nell awake. She rubs her eyes, realizing she had fallen asleep despite trying to keep watch. Looking up, she sees Hyunsu still tirelessly working on the nearly finished bell. The narration notes that he has continued hammering the bell for several days without rest. A system message triggers, indicating Hyunsu's apprentice title is activating as he works. Another message confirms she has witnessed the process of a master blacksmith and that her own high-grade blacksmith mastery has risen significantly, leaving her stunned. Hyunsu remarks that it was noisy in the forge yet Nell somehow slept soundly, while she protests she did not sleep that long. Since only finishing work remains, Hyunsu tells her she can rest, but she asks if she may question him. Nell nervously guesses that he is actually the famed blacksmith Hyun. Hyunsu looks at her silently, preparing his answer. With a faint smile, he prepares to respond. He confirms with a simple yes, all while resting his hand proudly on the new bell. Bathed in golden light, Hyunsu presents the completed bell to Nell, who approaches in awe. A close-up shows Nell overwhelmed and moved by the sight. She admits that calling the bell beautiful is an understatement, and repeats that it is truly beautiful. As a system window appears above them, Hyunsu and Nell stand before the radiant new bell of Ramaz, awaiting the next notification. A unique second custom-made bell with infinite durability and anti-undead abilities is recreated, restoring a once-lost artifact. Nell learns the bell was recreated and wonders if that explains its increased power. The local craftsman marvels that he has never seen anyone achieve such a feat before. Standing before the finished bell, Nell addresses Hyunsu with awe. Overwhelmed, Nell suddenly grabs Hyunsu's hands, shocking him. Blushing excitedly, Nell begs Hyunsu to stay by her side from now on, leaving him bewildered. When Hyunsu asks if she is confessing, Nell flusters and denies it loudly. On D-Day, Hyunsu strikes the bell, activating its power. The bell's sound spreads across the city in a powerful shockwave. Undead monsters and afflicted people are engulfed in purifying flames, screaming as they burn. The undead army continues to writhe and disintegrate in the spreading holy fire. Exhausted soldiers watch the flames consume the enemies as they catch their breath. A system message declares that crafting the new bell has annihilated the undead and allows blocking the update to create a new story. Hyunsu celebrates that they finished in time and feels relieved their effort was not too late. His accumulated fatigue triggers the abnormal status of fainting, and he collapses. Hyunsu falls unconscious beside the bell as Nell runs over, calling his name. From his fading perspective, Nell frantically asks if he is all right and screams his name. A quest window announces the bell repair quest is complete as Nell holds Hyunsu in her lap. Another window states that Hyunsu's quest reward is being changed while he rests. Online messages mockingly discuss the mysterious blacksmith Hyun, not realizing who he is. An update report shows the castle territory patch failed because the bell existed before and after the change. Viewers realize the famous Hyun who repaired Ramaz's bell is the same Hyun they had been discussing and praise his feat. Hyunsu's forge account suddenly gains a flood of new followers. The scene shifts to morning sunlight streaming into Hyunsu's room. Hyunsu wakes up to the sound of constant notifications and wonders why it is so noisy. He checks his interface and is shocked to see Hyun's forge has over 101,000 followers. He exclaims in disbelief at the follower count while staring at the glowing screen. Nell reflects that engraving Hyun's name on the bell turned out to be a smart decision. She notes that from now on every visitor to castle territory will see that bell bearing his name. Hyunsu, now up from bed, invites a visitor into his room. The bandaged captain happily announces their territory's benefactor is awake and that the Lord has approved Hyunsu's reward. He presents a heavy bag of 330,000 gold, which the system confirms Hyunsu has obtained. Hyunsu mentally converts the amount to 330 million won and realizes this money lets him contact someone important. As Hyunsu processes the fortune, the captain and a priest watch him in satisfaction. The priest smiles and says such a benefactor deserves this scale of reward. He opens a chest and explains that the Lord has ordered him to bestow a special item on Hyunsu, leaving Hyunsu stunned. The system reveals that Hyunsu has obtained the legendary mineral orichalcum. Hyunsu thanks them, but the captain insists they are the ones who owe him gratitude. The captain explains that unlike other outsiders, Hyunsu did not abandon them and instead protected their territory. Bowing deeply, the captain thanks Hyunsu again for what he has done. Feeling the captain's sincerity, Hyunsu modestly replies he only did what was necessary, comparing the earnestness of Ares' people to real-world people. Hyunsu then says he must briefly return to his own world, which the captain accepts with understanding. Hyunsu logs out, vowing to reclaim his forge, as a system message confirms his logout. Watching him vanish, the captain and priest remark on how fascinating outsiders are. The story shifts to the next day in Jeonju, where two men stand outside a traditional house. One man checks his phone and sees a notification that 330 million won has been deposited by Kang Hyunsu. The scarred man, Hyunsu, smiles emotionally, realizing the transfer went through. The other man, real estate investor Kang Hyuksu, praises Hyunsu's accomplishment. A flashback begins, set 1 year earlier, showing a photo of the forge before the fire. In an office, Hyunsu and Hyuksu sit across a table as they negotiate. Hyuksu states the total compensation for the fire-damaged property comes to 330 million. He remarks that the fire was severe, and Hyunsu confirms it was. Hyuksu tells him the money should at least cover hospital bills and excuses himself due to time constraints. Despairing, Hyunsu wonders aloud if he will ever be able to buy back the forge. Hyuksu pauses in surprise and asks what Hyunsu just said. Hyunsu asks if, by somehow raising the money, Hyuksu would sell the forge back to him. Hyuksu points out that purchasing the nearly destroyed forge would be more expensive than buying a new place. Hyunsu insists it has to be their original forge, not any other building. Crying, he explains that the forge holds precious memories with his late father. Hyuksu considers this, calculating how long it would reasonably take to raise the money. He decides that, at best, it would take 1 year. Hyuksu offers Hyunsu exactly 1 year as a grace period, warning that afterward he will sell the property immediately. Overjoyed, Hyunsu repeatedly thanks him and hopes he can contact Hyuksu first when that day comes. The flashback connects to the present, reiterating the deposit message from Kang Hyunsu. Back in the present, Hyunsu tells Hyuksu he really managed to pull it off. Hyuksu, formerly identified as a real estate investor, again praises Hyunsu's achievement. Standing in the yard of the damaged forge, Hyunsu admits he knew his request was unreasonable. He notes that a 1 year grace period was only an estimate, and that most investors would have already sold the place, yet Hyuksu kept his promise. Hyunsu asks why Hyuksu showed such generosity. Hyuksu places a reassuring hand on Hyunsu's shoulder, preparing to explain. He says Hyunsu was the first person who ever tried to buy back a property they had already sold him. Hyuksu had wanted to cheer on this unusual client who refused to give up. This sincerity moves Hyunsu to the verge of tears. Hyunsu thanks him loudly, but Hyuksu replies that he is the one grateful Hyunsu kept his promise. Hyunsu thinks that thanks to this grace period he was able to hold on to the dream of reclaiming the forge, and now wants to repay Hyuksu. He hesitantly asks if Hyuksu knows the game Ares. Hyuksu laughs that everyone knows that game these days. Hyunsu explains he works as a blacksmith in Ares and wants to craft an artifact as a gift. Hyuksu excitedly asks if Hyunsu can make a fully custom item of any type or level. Hyunsu smiles and confirms that he can. He promises to make Hyuksu anything he wants inside the game. The scene shifts back to the bustling fantasy city where repairs and trade have resumed. A signboard shows Hyunsu heading to a pub. He steps inside, his boots echoing on the wooden floor. Hyunsu enters the warmly lit pub, looking around. Nell waves him over to her table. She notes this is their first meeting since the undead were defeated, and he agrees. Jokingly, Nell says he is hard to track down, then assures him she is just teasing when he apologizes. Nell formally introduces herself as the former strategy team leader who built the Golden Shield Guild into its current status. Over a flashback of the bell, she narrates that from that day she became certain of Hyunsu's potential. She tells him she believes he will one day rank among the top players in Ares. Therefore, she says that if he ever forms his own guild, she wants to be the very first member of that future guild, extending her hand to him. Hyunsu teasingly reminds her she once accused him of being a scammer, making her flustered and apologetic. Nell insists anyone would have misunderstood back then and tries to steer the conversation back to her proposal. Hyunsu laughs that he is only kidding as they seal their partnership with a handshake. He tells Nell he looks forward to working with her, formally accepting her as an ally. Before moving on, Hyunsu adds that there is one more thing. Nell suddenly shouts in shock at something he says, startling the nearby patrons. A fiery image of the legendary Sword King Barret is shown, heralding Hyunsu's next goal. Nell yells that Hyunsu plans to meet Barret, the Sword King and one of the top 10 legends. Hyunsu calmly explains he will enter the Goyard Martial Tournament, whose champion is personally rewarded by Barret. Nell admits this is true but worries because the tournament attracts many powerful rising stars. Hyunsu replies that this is precisely why he must win, which Nell thinks he is taking far too casually. He tells her not to worry as he continues eating unbothered. Smiling, Hyunsu says he will aim for victory by doing what he does best. Nell can only respond with a confused, "Huh," at his confidence. In chibi form, Hyunsu asks if Nell is going to eat, and she distractedly says she is fine. Time jumps to the day of the Goyard Martial Tournament. showing the grand city and arena. Mounted on a red wyvern, Chairman Bikel welcomes the outsiders to the Goyard Martial Tournament. He announces that the tournament will begin once he leaves the arena, stirring excitement among the participants. He explains that they will soon have to face whatever monsters appear from the arena gates. Bikel grows uneasy as he watches events unfold. From above, he notes that though spectators may not see them clearly, the prince is watching everyone's conduct. He sends them off with a wish for good fortune as the system proclaims the tournament officially begun. Suddenly chaos erupts on the field as participants clash and something unexpected descends, shocking them. Fighters look up nervously, sensing something powerful arriving. A colossal stone golem appears as the system orders them to survive against it within a 1-hour time limit. One participant tries to psyche himself up, saying at least he expected golems to show up. The crowd charges the golem, shouting to fight. A system message declares this the first trial and promises rewards to anyone who slays the stone golem. The golem, revealed to be level 109, smashes into the arena with terrifying force. Some contestants panic at the monster's unexpectedly high level, while others try to act brave. One fighter declares that striking first gives the advantage, only to be instantly crushed by the golem. Many players are one-shot by its blows, their HP dropping to 0 and forcing them to log out. A remaining fighter yells at a fallen comrade for claiming he was fine. Others attempt to warn each other to dodge, but more participants are killed and expelled from the game. A panicked mage realizes the situation is completely different from the strategy information they had and despairs about defeating the golem. Amidst the chaos, Hyunsu, now in archer gear, stands calm while others complain they have been tricked. Outside, Bikel races through the palace corridors to report the disastrous situation. The narrative briefly shows the towering castle where the prince resides. Bikel sprints down the hall, panting as he heads for the audience chamber. He panics that the tournament is ruined and that something has gone terribly wrong. He wonders how a high-level stone golem was mistakenly summoned and fears every outsider will be wiped out. Bursting past the guards, he insists on seeing the prince at once. He shouts for his highness and declares they must stop the tournament immediately. Inside the throne room, the armored prince curtly denies Bikel's request to halt the event. When Bikel protests, the prince asks if he has still not realized what is really happening. Smiling ominously, the prince tells him to look closely. He urges Bikel to focus on the warrior fighting inside the arena. In the arena, a blazing projectile streaks across the ground toward the golem. The attack slams into the golem's head with immense force. A system window identifies Hyunsu's weapon as his third custom artifact. It is revealed as an orichalcum-fletched arrow with a retrieve effect that returns to its user. Spectators gasp that Hyunsu's arrow just flew back to him, wondering what kind of weapon it is. Hyunsu draws again, thinking this arrow is the reward he received from castle territory. He reflects that the orichalcum from legend truly lives up to its incredible performance. The arrow pierces the golem, exploding its core as onlookers shout that the hit landed. The arrow narrowly misses other players, who yell at Hyunsu to watch where he is shooting, and he apologizes. The wounded stone golem roars as a system message announces it is stunned for 4 seconds. The stone golem is momentarily incapacitated in front of the archers. The party seizes the opening and launches a coordinated fiery assault. Their attacks slam into the stone golem's chest, making it roar in pain. The golem's massive fist crashes into the ground. The impact devastates the arena floor, sending adventurers flying as they scream warnings. The wounded golem growls while glowing fragments crumble from its body. The fighters regroup cautiously as the golem starts to rise again. The enraged golem charges the bowman with renewed ferocity. A comrade urges everyone to hold out a little longer, then panics and yells for the archer to run. The golem's huge punch swings toward the archer with terrifying speed. The archer barely reacts as the massive blow closes in. Allies rush in, cursing and straining to intervene amid the shockwave. The archer triggers weapon swap, calling forth a new weapon as smoke explodes around him, thinking the fight is not over. Revealing a sword, he steels himself to continue battling the golem. He confronts the charging golem head-on with his new blade. The clash sends out a blinding burst as he blocks, eyes wide. Overwhelmed by the impact, he is blasted high into the air, screaming. Observing through a crystal sphere, someone respectfully addresses a royal highness. In a throne room, Barrett is advised to halt the tournament because Hyunsu appears to be at his limit. Barrett exhales, considering the situation seriously. The glowing sphere suddenly reacts, startling Barrett. Barrett's expression sharpens as he senses something unexpected. The glowing sword cleaves into the golem's chest, cracking stone. A system message announces that God's emergency production has finished as Hyunsu grips the radiant blade. The Damascus Wuldu, a weapon that can slice through stone, pins the collapsing golem. Hyunsu braces himself under the golem's weight, looking up nervously. The weapon slices cleanly, shattering the stone mass. A message declares that the stone golem has been defeated. Another message states that the emergency Damascus Wuldu has vanished, leaving Hyunsu holding only the staff. System notices rain down informing Hyunsu that he has leveled up multiple times. Lying on the ground, Hyunsu marvels that his level rose by 14. A nearby participant, stunned, remarks that Hyunsu actually defeated the golem. Hyunsu, confused, says he thought they were supposed to kill it, while his handler yells that his only goal had been to survive such a level gap. The handler explains the 3-stage trial and says the balance patch is a failure since the golem was never meant to be beaten. Hyunsu acknowledges this. Hyunsu, back in his room, prefaces another thought with a weary aside. Dizzy, he wonders why he suddenly feels faint. Voices around his blurred vision note that he fainted in-game without logging out. Others debate whether to leave him there and note the tournament has not officially ended. Spectators gossip about how many weapons Hyunsu used, deciding he must be a weapon master and envying his gear. An announcer calls for the attention of all participants. He declares that due to an organizational mistake, the martial arts tournament is being suspended. As the crowd disperses, Hyunsu lies unconscious in the arena. A live stream shows Hyunsu collapsed, with chat exploding over his solo of the stone golem and the bow and arrow he used. Viewers notice that he dropped an item, marvel at the arrow, and point out strange text on it. The arrowhead shown up close bears a special inscription, shocking viewers. Chat identifies the maker as Hyun, the same player who created the infamous irreparable bell in Castle Territory. Viewers react in disbelief, arguing whether such a strong fighter could really be a blacksmith and praising his gear. At the game company, a support agent hurriedly types responses. Customer service replies that they cannot explain why the Goyad tournament was suspended, blaming autonomous NPC decisions. Asked about the sudden appearance of a level 100 plus golem, they again dodge responsibility as an internal issue of the Goyad kingdom. The frustrated customer demands to know what CS can explain at all, and the staffer gives another empty apology. A female dev watching reacts nervously. She tells her team leader there is a serious problem, but he brushes her off, busy at his keyboard. She explains that the tournament has been suspended, which he says they expected and should just accept. She clarifies that the real issue is that Barrett has summoned user Hyunsu, shocking the leader. He panics that Barrett is already moving right after the tournament, while she confirms Hyunsu is on his way to the reception room. The devs lament that this means another all-nighter, saying they just want to go home. In another office, staff discuss how unpredictable Hyunsu is and ask what will happen if he completes Barrett's request and maxes their affinity. They speculate that success would grant Hyunsu the Sword King's swordsmanship and make him the strongest blacksmith. The lead says it will not be easy and depends on Barrett's free will, but he has a bad feeling Hyunsu will succeed, which another dev calls ominous. The next day dawns in Goyad's palace. Hyunsu walks down a grand corridor thinking he is meeting Barrett sooner than expected. A voice suddenly addresses him as an outsider and tells him to listen. Hyunsu kneels before Barrett, who sits sternly on his throne. Barrett says the award is usually given publicly but must be handled privately now due to the incident. Hyunsu remains kneeling respectfully before him. Barrett acknowledges Hyunsu's remarkable performance as a weapon master in the tournament. Barrett offers Hyunsu 13,000 gold as a prize and tells him to accept it. Hyunsu replies deferentially to the prince. He states that he came because he heard Barrett was looking for him. Barrett, surprised, reacts with a sharp question. A knight calls Hyunsu insolent for speaking so casually, insisting such arrogance is intolerable. Hyunsu identifies himself as Blacksmith Hyun, while knights still call his manner disrespectful and move to remove him. Barrett raises a hand and orders them to stop. Barrett declares that Hyunsu is the guest he has been waiting for. Hyunsu formally introduces himself again as Blacksmith Hyun. He gives Barrett a courtly greeting in person. Barrett comments that Hyunsu took his time to arrive. A caption introduces Barrett as the Sword King, one of Ares' 10 legendary figures. Hyunsu remarks that the journey to reach Barrett was perilous. Barrett says Hyunsu surely knows why he has been summoned, and Hyunsu agrees. Hyunsu states that Barrett wishes to commission a sword from him. Barrett smiles faintly and confirms this. Barrett explains that his request has stumped the kingdom's top blacksmith and the master of the sword tower. He then asks on what basis he should entrust such a difficult task to Hyunsu. Surrounded by fiery aura, Barrett presses Hyunsu to justify his qualifications. The pressure makes Hyunsu stumble, but he insists on standing his ground. Facing Barrett's overwhelming presence, Hyunsu reflects that he has come this far. He declares that he is relying solely on one thing, his own skill. Barrett lets out a short laugh at this answer. Then he bursts into hearty laughter, calling Hyunsu a bold outsider whose attitude he likes. A startled knight calls out to Barrett in concern. Barrett orders an attendant to bring the prepared item, and the man hastily obeys. The attendant carries a box toward Hyunsu in the throne room. Barrett says he will take a chance on Hyunsu's confidence as the box is presented. The box opens to reveal 100-year cold iron, a rare ore imbued with both fire resistance and icy energy. Hyunsu is amazed to see a mineral that seems straight out of wuxia novels. Barrett commissions a chilling epic grade or higher sword from the ore, promising to grant Hyunsu any wish if he succeeds. He adds that if Hyunsu disappoints him, there will be consequences. Barrett states that failure will mean Hyunsu is forever banned from setting foot in Goyad. A quest window appears as Hyunsu receives the commission. The quest details explain that satisfying the king will allow Hyunsu to ask Barrett for any favor, while failure means banishment. Hyunsu sees it as his chance. Hyunsu grins and says there is absolutely no way. He finishes that he will let Barrett down, then resolves internally that he will succeed no matter what. The scene shifts to the blacksmith workshop filled with morning light. Working there, Hyunsu feels Vice Commander Bella's intense gaze on his back. Bella, introduced as level 301 Vice Commander of Goyad, silently watches him. Hyunsu jokes to himself that he knows he is an outsider but feels overly surveilled. He admits it is natural they do not trust him yet. Bella stiffly tells him to pretend she is not there and focus on his work. Embarrassed, Hyunsu asks if his discomfort was that obvious, and she bluntly says yes. Bella inwardly questions who he thinks he is and why the prince is betting everything on him. She silently threatens that he had better not fail, making Hyunsu feel heavy pressure. A system alert informs Hyunsu that his doorbell is ringing. He excuses himself, saying something has come up in his own world. He asks Bella for permission to step out briefly, and she nods. The scene cuts to his modern apartment. Hyunsu sits up from the capsule as the real-world doorbell rings. He heads toward the door, saying he is coming. The door swings open. His landlady greets him in surprise, and he responds politely. Curious, he asks why she has come. She apologetically explains that she is selling the house because her husband lost his job and needs Hyunsu to move out. The news shocks Hyunsu. He tells her not to apologize, saying she gave him cheap rent and tolerated his late payments. He asks when he must leave, and she replies that he has about 2 weeks. Bowing, she says she is ashamed, while he insists he was happy living there. The conversation ends with the door closing. Walking away, Hyunsu mutters to himself about having only 2 weeks. He looks at his capsule and worries that despite his in-game earnings, real-world expenses are overwhelming. He recalls the costs of his father's hospital bills. He also remembers the huge amount needed to repurchase their nearly burned-down forge. He notes that he has not even begun treatment for his own burns. Frustrated, he cries out, asking where he is supposed to go now. His phone vibrates, interrupting his despair. He sees an incoming call from Kim Hyun, also known as Belle. Answering, he hears Belle say she called with a great idea for the current quest. Hyunsu replies that he is a bit preoccupied and asks to talk later, prompting Belle to ask if something is wrong. He explains, in chibi form, that he suddenly has to move out in 2 weeks, which Belle says is indeed urgent. Belle explodes, scolding him for not realizing how important the Barrett quest is. She says the quest will have 2 major effects and begins to explain. Belle describes how the community is already speculating that the martial arts champion and blacksmith Hyun are the same person. She proposes that Hyunsu conceal his identity for now and reveal it dramatically when he forms a guild. She reminds him that he has a sword commission from Barrett, one of the most influential NPCs in Ares. Belle tells him to imagine Barrett unveiling a sword engraved with Hyun's name, which leaves Hyunsu speechless. She says this is the moment for his value to skyrocket and that she partnered with him because she believes in that potential, prompting him to thank her. Encouraged, Hyunsu says her words snapped him out of it and vows to give the quest his all, shouting fighting. Back in the workshop, a teleport light flares as he returns to Ares. Bella grabs his arm and yells at him for taking so long to come back. Startled, Hyunsu asks if something has happened while he was away. Someone narrates that Prince Barrett is currently in danger. Barrett, surrounded by fire, steels himself. It is revealed that he is trapped inside the fire dragon's nest. Barrett endures the raging flames within the nest. The blacksmith protagonist hears that His Highness Barrett is trapped and demands to know where. 2 chibi characters admit they do not know where that place actually is. The knight scolds the blacksmith for being shocked without understanding the situation, and he awkwardly admits it. The knight says there is no time and begins a hurried explanation. She explains that the Nest of Flames is a domain of blazing monsters. She clarifies that it is the collective territory of fire attribute creatures. She says that among those places, the dungeon Ifrit is so deadly that only Barrett has ever returned alive. The blacksmith questions why Barrett would re-enter a dungeon he already cleared, especially without the custom weapon he ordered. The knight hesitates as she prepares to reveal the reason. She explains that Barrett's target of revenge resides within that dungeon. The blacksmith is shocked to learn Barrett is driven by vengeance. The scene shifts to the blazing Nest of Flames itself. Inside, Barrett is struck by a torrent of fire and groans in pain. He confirms to himself that he has arrived at his goal. Gasping before a radiant gate, Barrett thinks that passing through those doors will lead to his objective. He reflects that even his current sword will not be sufficient for this attempt. He recalls that at least his companions were able to escape safely from the dungeon. He calculates that reinforcements would need at least 3 days to reach him. Barrett ruefully thinks he should have waited for the outsider blacksmith to finish the sword. He mourns that if only his son Ban were still alive, things might be different. Barrett remembers a young man named Hyunsu who reminds him of his dead son. He recalls how Ban would have been around Hyunsu's age, smiling brightly. The memory shifts to Ban dying on the battlefield, calling out to his father. Barrett remembers finding Ban mortally wounded and shouting why he came without permission. Ban confesses he entered the dungeon hoping to prove himself worthy of his father's pride. He admits he was too weak and apologizes as he dies in Barrett's arms. Barrett tearfully tells his son there is no need to apologize. Ban continues to apologize and tries to say something more as his strength fades. Barrett desperately tries to wake Ban, calling his name over and over. Overcome with grief, Barrett screams while clutching his son's body. Back in the present, Barrett grips his sword as he rises once more. He thinks again that he should have waited for the outsider to forge a better blade. Nevertheless, he resolves that he cannot allow Ifrit to escape. He vows that after waiting years for this monster to appear, he will kill it this time. Barrett advances alone down the fiery path deeper into the dungeon. The knight tells the blacksmith that since losing his son, Barrett has devoted himself entirely to slaying Ifrit. She adds that Ifrit rarely shows itself. She believes this might be Barrett's last opportunity to face the monster. The blacksmith admits he struggles to trust an outsider like himself in the eyes of others. The knight replies that Barrett must have had a reason to entrust him with this mission. She bows deeply and begs him, as a knight of Goyard, to save their prince. A system quest appears for the blacksmith: rescue King Barrett from Ifrit's tomb, with success increasing Bella's trust and failure meaning Barrett's death. The blacksmith reflects on Barrett's tragic story. He remembers when he himself nearly lost everything to flames. He wonders if, having lost family like Barrett, he could still move forward as the prince has. Resolving himself, he looks determined. He tells the knight he will do everything in his power. He seizes his hammer to begin forging. He throws himself into forging the new blade on the anvil. Heated metal is hammered into shape amid explosive sparks. The glowing steel is quenched in water. He notes that Ifrit's flames can melt even top-tier unique weapons. He concludes he must create a weapon surpassing unique grade. He plans to imbue it with anti-melting properties using ice element stones. A system message confirms his understanding of 100-year steel has deepened as icy energy surrounds him. The metal absorbs this power, cracking away imperfections. Another system alert says the blacksmith's soul has activated, empowering his work. It states that as he forges this sword, he is more immersed than anyone has ever been. A further message notes that his passion and empathy push him into a trance-like forging state. The system announces that Hyun's first legendary grade sword is being forged. The completed blade's power bursts upward, even reaching the ceiling. Bella, watching, gasps and wonders if the weapon is finished. Hyun stands holding the completed, aura-wreathed sword. He says it is time to leave to rescue Prince Barrett. Meanwhile, massive explosions batter Barrett in the dungeon. Barrett cries out in agony under the fiery assault. He struggles back up amid the devastation. Barrett declares that everything will end today. Ifrit, the fire demon, laughs menacingly. The monster is identified as the Nest of Flames boss Ifrit, level 409. Barrett roars Ifrit's name as he charges. He leaps high, shouting that he has waited an immense time for this encounter. Raising the icy new sword, he declares he cannot describe how long he has waited. With a battle cry, Barrett dives at Ifrit, blade glowing blue. He rushes in at incredible speed for a decisive strike. Their clash sends both roaring, fire and sword colliding. Ifrit swings its flaming blade. Its fiery weapon begins to shatter upon impact. The monster's body starts cracking under the frost-empowered blows. Ifrit howls as more of its flaming form erupts in backlash. Barrett presses the attack, driving the demon back across the ground. Surprised, he reacts to a counter and dodges a huge explosion of flame. He catches one of Ifrit's flame whips in his hands. Using it, he slams the monster into the ground. Barrett is shocked as his old sword falls away, damaged. Ifrit gathers power in its core for a devastating eruption. A spiral of flame engulfs Barrett and throws him back. The monster laughs wickedly after blasting him. With his armor scorched, Barrett curses as Ifrit's sea of flames surges toward him. He yells in frustration while being overwhelmed by the inferno. The vortex of fire engulfs him completely. Ifrit watches, chuckling at his suffering. Barrett, kneeling and burnt, despairs that this attempt has failed as well. Ifrit raises its sword again for a finishing blow. Another cataclysmic strike of flame crashes down. The impact explodes across the battlefield, consuming the area in blazing light. Barrett stares up at a massive fiery ring forming overhead. His eyes widen as he braces for the end. Smoke and flames swirl around a collapsing figure. Suddenly a huge icy blade plants itself before him, shielding him. Barrett looks up in surprise at this unexpected protection. An ice wall erupts, dividing molten lava from the area where Barrett stands. Hyun and Bella, exhausted but alive, have reached the battlefield. Bella shouts to Barrett to wield the new sword they brought. Barrett grasps the hilt as blue power flares. He lifts the legendary blade, facing Ifrit once more. A system window details the sword's legendary abilities, including immense fire resistance and the skill Frost Blossom. Hyun encourages Barrett to try using it. Barrett takes a full grip, awakening the sword's power. He sends a shockwave of force slicing across the ground. Activating Frost Blossom, Barrett unleashes a massive wave of ice. The icy tide surges toward Ifrit, freezing its flames and battlefield. Ifrit screams as the cold power strikes it. Barrett pursues, slashing through the staggered demon. He declares the battle over as he prepares his final blow. Barrett drives in with full speed and strength. His strike carves through Ifrit's body. The monster's form shatters under the freezing impact. Ifrit emits a final shocked shriek. Barrett focuses intently to finish the job. He delivers a huge sweeping arc of icy energy that tosses Ifrit away. The demon is flung back, encased in ice. Hyun watches the outcome anxiously. Bella also stares toward the battlefield with bated breath. The blade lands in the ground, signaling the end. A system message confirms the boss monster has been defeated as Barrett collapses to one knee. Barrett pants heavily from exhaustion. He thinks to himself that they finally succeeded. Yet the ice-encased body of Ifrit begins to crack ominously. An enormous explosion erupts from the remains, startling Hyun and Bella. A towering column of fire surges upward, threatening to consume everything. Bella explains that some monsters self-destruct at death, and realizes this is happening. Barrett stands alone in the center of the renewed inferno. Bella yells for him to retreat, but he orders everyone else to stay back. Clutching a pendant, Barrett starts to speak his final resolve. Looking at Ban's portrait inside the locket, He thinks he wants to end everything here. Bella insists they must save the king and considers rushing in despite the flames. She hesitates, torn between Barrett's order to stay back and her duty. Hyun silently watches her inner struggle. As she calls to him, Hyun steps forward, preparing to act. He smiles and says he will go and bring the king back himself. Using his divine crafting skill, Hyun hastily creates powerful fire-resistant armor for himself. Armored and resolute, he walks straight into the raging wall of fire. Inside the inferno, Hyun braces against the heat but presses on. His eyes sharpen with determination. Hyun calls out to the kneeling Barrett through the flames, rushing to rescue him. Barrett, engulfed in flames, tells the outsider to leave because he has done enough. The outsider refuses to retreat, insisting he came to serve the prince and will not leave. Barrett asks if the outsider is staying because of the necklace's owner. Barrett admits his son died because of his own actions. Tormented, Barrett wonders how he can go on living after causing his son's death, shocking the outsider. The outsider challenges him, asking if the necklace's owner would be happy to see Barrett give up on life. Barrett, enraged, screams that no one can understand his agony. He grabs the outsider, shouting that the grief of losing his child because of himself is unbearable and should not be brought up. Struggling in Barrett's grip, the outsider concedes he cannot know that sorrow but insists he still has something important to say. The outsider reveals he nearly lost a treasured family member himself. He explains that his father lies in a coma. He recalls praying every day for his father to wake, but now he is simply grateful his father is alive in any state. The outsider says Barrett's son would also want his father to value living. Barrett steps closer, listening in silence. The outsider embraces Barrett and gently asks him to finally let his son go. Barrett sees memories of his cheerful son Ban and his bloody death, apologizing to him in his mind. In his vision, Ban smiles and apologizes back to his father. Tears fall from Barrett's eye as he begins to accept his grief. Holding the outsider, Barrett calls himself a foolish father who has acted foolishly. The outsider urges him to live on and become a father Ban can be proud of. Barrett agrees, saying he must not remain a shameful parent. Smiling with renewed resolve, Barrett tells the outsider it is time to leave together. The two walk away from the inferno, supporting each other. A white-haired knight sees them emerging from the flames in shock. The knight rushes over, asking if the prince is safe, and the outsider answers that Barrett is fine and begins to mention himself. A game system message appears stating the outsider's HP hit 0 and a forced logout is starting. As he fades, the outsider reassures the others he will return soon and will not truly die. The white-haired knight stares, stunned by his disappearance. Barrett, collapsing, tells Hyunsu that the outsider child saved him. Barrett loses consciousness in Hyunsu's arms as she desperately calls for him to wake up. Hyunsu continues to call out to the prince while he lies unconscious, tears on his face. A penalty notice informs the player that because of the forced logout his level has decreased by 1. Back in reality, Hyunsu resolves in front of his comatose father to move forward. In a dreamlike field, Barrett approaches the distant figure of his son Ban. Ban turns and joyfully calls out to his father. Barrett, stunned, confirms that the boy before him is really Ban. As Ban runs toward him, Barrett wonders if it is truly his son. Ban smiles and says he has come to give his final farewell. Barrett, distressed, asks what he means by final goodbyes. Ban, holding him, tells Hyunsu's words were right. Ban calmly says his only wish is for his father to be happy. He asks his father to live his own life from now on, prompting Barrett to cry out his name. Barrett awakens in bed in the real world, whispering Ban's name with tears in his eyes. Servants rush in exclaiming that His Highness has been unconscious for 3 days and asking if he is alright. Barrett sits up and quietly says Ban came to say goodbye, confusing the attendant. Looking at his hands, Barrett says everything is thanks to the outsider child. He tells Hyunsu that he must meet that boy immediately. Later, Barrett waits alone in a bright audience room for Hyunsu's arrival. A servant announces that the outsider Hyunsu has come. Hyunsu enters and respectfully greets Prince Barrett. Barrett welcomes him and tells him to stand. Hyunsu humbly answers yes. Barrett asks about his condition, invites him to sit, and says he summoned him because of a question. Hyunsu takes the offered seat across from Barrett. Barrett notes that he knows outsiders revive after death but says that does not make dying any less terrifying. He asks Hyunsu why he risked death to save him. Hyunsu replies there are 2 reasons, which Barrett asks him to explain. First, Hyunsu says he wanted the prince, who carried a heavy burden like his own, to keep living. Barrett reflects on their shared emotional burden. Barrett then asks about the second reason, and Hyunsu hesitates. Hyunsu admits he was sure Barrett would give a generous reward. Barrett smirks at his straightforward confidence. Hyunsu nervously laughs as Barrett calls his statement bold. Barrett agrees and says he indeed intended to give Hyunsu a proper reward. He presents a scroll as payment for the sword Hyunsu forged. Hyunsu accepts the document. A system window tells him he has received over 1 million gold, shocking him. Barrett remarks that a sword that saved his life is worth at least that much. Hyunsu bows in thanks, but Barrett tells him to sit again. Barrett vows to live his life to the fullest, just as Hyunsu advised. He adds that he wants to live so he will not be ashamed when he meets Ban in heaven. He wishes the same for Hyunsu, urging him to live passionately for the day his father awakens. Barrett then asks if Hyunsu will visit him from time to time. Hyunsu, moved, says he has grown curious about Barrett's future story and the people he will meet. He agrees, saying he also wants to hear more of the prince's story. Barrett is pleased and reaches out a hand, asking if he may call Hyunsu his friend. He praises Hyunsu for enlightening him so greatly, leaving Hyunsu speechless. A system notice appears saying Hyunsu's intimacy with Barrett is at maximum, and that he has gained the favor of a friend. Hyunsu thinks how incredible it is to be friends with a legendary figure like Barrett as they shake hands. Smiling, Hyunsu says the honor is his. Barrett moves his hand as if preparing to offer something else, speaking of commemorating their friendship. He declares that he wants to pass his swordsmanship on to Hyunsu. Knight Commander Benson objects in shock, asking if Barrett will really teach his techniques to another outsider. Benson reminds him that Sir Rode was just made his successor and taught the style. He adds that one must meet strict qualifications to receive the prince's swordsmanship. Barrett answers that he has no intention of teaching just anyone, addressing Benson. A new system window pops up in front of Hyunsu as Barrett speaks. The notification describes an S-rank skill quest to gain the Sword King's swordsmanship by successfully attacking Benson several times, with failure lowering Barrett's affection. Barrett announces that Knight Commander Benson will now test Hyunsu's worthiness. Narration explains that after receiving 2 days' grace, Hyunsu logged out, used his reward to pay his father's hospital bills, and returned to reality. He then rented a new apartment with the remaining money. Before moving, he thanks his old landlady for tolerating his unpaid rent and says goodbye. Back home, he calls Jaehoon, inviting him out for a meal. Jaehoon happily answers, asking if they are just grabbing convenience store food again. Instead, Hyunsu treats him to sizzling grilled meat at a restaurant. Jaehoon marvels that they are really eating premium beef, which Hyunsu confirms. Jaehoon becomes emotional that Hyunsu is buying him such an expensive meal. Hyunsu awkwardly says he has received so much help and wants to return the favor, telling Jaehoon not to be weirded out. Jaehoon wonders what Hyunsu is doing as he reaches down to his bag. Hyunsu says he has bought Jaehoon a gift. Jaehoon opens the fancy package, curious what is inside. He lifts the lid of the inner box. Inside are luxury loafers with a distinctive emblem, shocking him. Jaehoon exclaims that the shoes are from a top designer brand and can hardly believe it. He demands to know where Hyunsu got the money and if the gift is truly for him. Hyunsu says Jaehoon always wanted those shoes, explains he sold the gaming capsule Jaehoon bought him and transferred that money back to Jaehoon's account. Hugging the shoes, Jaehoon ecstatically thanks him, while Hyunsu thinks his life began changing thanks to Jaehoon. Hyunsu quietly says he is the one who should be grateful, but Jaehoon does not catch it and asks what he said. Embarrassed, Hyunsu tells him to just eat his meat as the scene fades to the night sky over the restaurant. The story shifts back to the fantasy world, showing the grand courtyard where the upcoming test will take place. In front of the palace steps, Hyunsu faces Benson while Hyunsu's ally officiates the duel. Benson draws his sword and formally tells Hyunsu to ready his weapon. He warns that he will not hold back just because Hyunsu is the prince's friend. Hyunsu begins to prepare, while Benson moves into an attacking stance. Benson takes note of something unusual as he watches Hyunsu. Hyunsu smiles, holding a glowing crystal, and says he looks forward to the test. The crystal erupts in brilliant blue light. The power surges around Hyunsu, stunning Benson. Benson squints against the flash, uttering a startled question. Hyunsu's conjured sword appears amid the light. Hyunsu stands with a new sword wreathed in blue energy, ready for battle. Benson stares, trying to understand what he is seeing. He had expected some extraordinary weapon but sees what appears to be an ordinary sword. Hyunsu thinks Benson is underestimating it, while Benson calls such judgment foolish. Benson swings with full force, asking if Hyunsu really thinks he can defeat him. Their clash sends shockwaves and debris flying across the arena. Hyunsu is blasted back yet manages to block as the knight captain presses him hard. He grimly braces his conjured sword against Benson's heavy strikes. Benson criticizes the sword's low durability as cracks begin spreading across its blade. With a loud shatter, the sword explodes into shards. A sliver flies past Benson's eye, startling him. The fragments transform into streaks of blue energy that lash into Benson's body. The shards strike the ground all around, peppering the arena. Benson staggers through the hail of impacts. Hyunsu notes that the mission is only to land successful attacks on Benson and begins counting. A system tally reveals that Hyunsu has already hit Benson 59 times. Hyunsu smiles, pointing out that no rule forbade this tactic, while Benson inwardly admits he never imagined such a method. Shocked and respectful, Benson addresses him as Sir Hyunsu. He then asks what Hyunsu's true identity really is. Hyunsu answers by revealing his divine hammer. He proclaims that he is the god of blacksmiths. Benson is awestruck at the revelation. He gushes that it is an honor to meet the god and begs him to spread Barrett's swordsmanship across the world, overwhelming Hyunsu with pressure. Time passes within the palace as sunlight streams through the tall windows. Hyunsu, exhausted, thinks he has gone through hellish training for 2 weeks. He reflects that the ordeal allowed him to fully learn the Sword King's swordsmanship and raise his basic mastery. He wonders if all swordsmen are so intense, feeling a disturbing sense of déjà vu. He notes that due to his low level he has only mastered the first 3 chapters of the style so far. He remembers Barrett promising to teach him the remaining chapters once he improves further. The chapter closes with a view of Barrett's majestic castle shining under a bright sky. Hyunsu arrives at an estate where attendants bow and greet him respectfully. The ornate doors of the place swing open. Hyunsu is welcomed by a red-haired king in a grand chamber, and he responds formally. Hyunsu explains he has come to request something from the king, who asks what it is. Hyunsu asks for the remaining century iron he once used to forge the king's sword. The king considers the request and says he wishes he could give it easily. He then reveals the iron Hyunsu used before was the last of the century iron, shocking Hyunsu. Hyunsu despairs internally that this news disrupts his plans. The king tells Hyunsu not to lose hope. He informs Hyunsu that more century iron can be obtained from a place called the Frost Mine. The king suggests that Hyunsu personally go to the Frost Mine to get it, and Hyunsu nervously asks if that is acceptable. The king calls Bella, his white-haired knight, who answers respectfully. He orders Bella to accompany Hyunsu to the Frost Mine, though she protests about leaving his side. Smiling, the king tells Bella the trip will be good experience for her. Bella reluctantly accepts the order to accompany Hyunsu. The king's voice transitions into a formal announcement. A broadcast declares Barrett has successfully cleared Ifrit's tomb, and spectators online praise him as the Sword King. Viewers on the broadcast begin to notice and discuss Barrett's unusual sword. They comment that the sword radiates intense cold and speculate about the visible special effects. Online chatter asks if the word Hyun is written on the sword and mocks anyone who does not recognize the name. Commentators recall that the recent martial arts tournament champion's arrows also bore the name Hyun, and think this blacksmith must be in Goyard Kingdom. A woman reading these reports notes that nothing concrete is known about blacksmith Hyun, and is pleased she spread misinformation separating Hyunsu from that identity. Another reader laughs at rumors that blacksmith Hyun is a chubby man in his 40s, which could be true since no one has seen his face. Many people decide to follow blacksmith Hyun's account, and his follower count surges. In his room, Hyunsu idly checks his phone. Seeing the impact of Barrett showcasing his sword, Hyunsu notes his blacksmith shop now has 310,000 followers. He observes that everyone has become very curious about the mysterious blacksmith Hyun. Hyunsu wonders what would happen if the world realized that the tournament champion and blacksmith Hyun are actually him. Deciding it is safer to keep a low profile, he resolves to be careful for the time being. He clenches his fist, determined to stay cautious because he still has many goals to accomplish. Before heading to the Frost Mine, he decides he should send someone a message. He remembers he has not yet properly thanked a particular person and prepares to contact them. A middle-aged man works late at a computer in a dark office. Reading news, he notes that Barrett cleared Ifrit's tomb in only 3 attempts. He muses that, as expected, Ifrit's tomb is effectively impossible for regular users. Remembering his own struggles in a fiery salamander dungeon, he is introduced as Tanker Bark, a real estate investor and unofficial high ranker. Bark recalls that the extreme heat melted all his artifacts, preventing him from clearing his class quest. He notes that the dungeon's environment melts most shields even of rare quality. Back at his desk, Bark laments that even with money he cannot find suitable artifacts, and wonders if a good artifact crafter exists. His phone vibrates, drawing his attention. The notification shows a message from Hyunsu, referring to a promise they made earlier. Bark smiles at the message, recognizing that it is from Hyunsu. He thinks about their previous promise. Bark suddenly remembers that promise about crafting an artifact. A sepia flashback shows younger Hyunsu asking if he can finally make the artifact they discussed. Bark reads Hyunsu's text asking whether he wants to change the requested artifact's effects before Hyunsu crafts and sends it. Bark wonders if Hyunsu might actually be capable of making the high-grade artifact he urgently needs. He replies asking Hyunsu's level, and Hyunsu answers level 59, which Bark privately judges as still low. Bark texts that he would appreciate the artifact if it is not too troublesome, and allows himself some cautious expectations of the promising young man. Bark turns back toward his glowing monitor. Reading an article about Blacksmith Hyun and Barrett's Ifrit subjugation, Bark wonders if he should also commission Blacksmith Hyun. He concludes Hyun does not even accept requests from ranked players and doubts an unranked person like him would be taken seriously. Still pressed for time before his class change deadline expires, Bark broods over what to do. He decides he should still try something despite the odds. In-game, someone steps onto icy ground with a firm stride. Hyunsu and Bella arrive at the Frost Mine, marveling at the huge frozen mountains. System messages inform Hyunsu he is the first user to enter the Frost Mine, and that his experience gain there will be doubled for a week. Pleased, Hyunsu thinks being the first to enter and gaining double experience feels promising. Hyunsu asks Bella if she has visited before, and she answers this is her first time, while he internally finds her still cold and distant. As they walk, a young miner notices them approaching. The miner confronts them, demanding to know how they got into this restricted area. Bella introduces herself as Vice Commander of the Royal Knights, and shows a royal document proving they entered with the royal family's permission. The miner excitedly reacts to seeing a real royal seal for the first time. He introduces himself as Banya the miner, and Hyunsu replies by naming himself as Blacksmith Hyunsu. Banya says it is nice to meet an outsider but insists he cannot allow just anyone into the mine. As Hyunsu worries about what to do, Banya cheerfully reveals his father is actually the miner captain. Banya offers to guide Hyunsu and Bella to meet his father. Hyunsu thanks him while Banya modestly brushes it off. Bella remains wordlessly stoic. The trio heads deeper into the snowy mining area. Hyunsu notices a glowing blue barrier at a tunnel entrance, and reacts with curiosity. Inside the barrier, vicious crystal-covered monsters glare out at them. Banya explains that this shimmering area is considered a dungeon. He tells the story that long ago monsters would roam the whole mine until a wizard sealed them all inside this barrier a century ago. Looking at the monsters, Hyunsu realizes the shimmering material on their bodies might be something valuable. He speculates that the crystals clinging to the creatures are actually cold iron. Banya confirms and warns that greed for that or leads to regret. He explains that inside the barrier is the monster's domain, so while entering might be possible, surviving would be extremely difficult. Banya adds that it frustrates the miners too, since that sealed region probably holds the richest remaining ore veins. Nonetheless, he says they accept the situation because the seal lets them work safely outside it. Leading them onward, Banya points out his father, the stern man directing workers nearby. Banya happily yells to his father that he has brought guests. Having finished guiding them, Banya says he will head back, and Hyunsu thanks him for the help. Banya lingers to observe the strangers from a distance. He sneaks around a cart to secretly watch their meeting. The miner captain suspiciously wonders why an outsider would travel all the way here. Hyunsu politely addresses the captain to speak with him. The captain notes Bella's status as a royal knight, and the presence of an unfamiliar outsider. Hyunsu acknowledges he is the outsider accompanying the knight. The captain, named Rek, hums thoughtfully and is shown to be a high-level miner. Calling them an unusual combination, Rek asks what business brought them to the frost mine. Hyunsu explains he is searching for 100-year cold iron, or an even better ore if possible. He asks whether Rek knows of any ore superior to 100-year cold iron, while Rek thinks internally that such an ore exists, but he has no reason to reveal it. Rek especially refuses in his mind to share that secret with a seemingly greedy outsider like Hyunsu. Rek imagines that if news of such ore spread, the frost mine would be swarmed and thrown into chaos. He grimly pictures opportunists converging on the mine to exploit it. He concludes that the mine would inevitably fall into disorder under such attention. Rek envisions hands snatching at the rare crystals, strengthening his resolve to keep the secret. Yet, he hesitates because Hyunsu came with official royal permission. Seeking a polite way to turn them away, Rek instead asks Hyunsu if he has ever mined ore. Hyunsu honestly answers that he has not. Rek proposes a condition. An average miner gets about 3 ores a day, so if Hyunsu can mine 40 ores within a week he will share his knowledge. As Rek finishes speaking, Hyunsu's system interface appears, signaling a new quest. The quest window details Hyunsu's a ranked task to mine 40 ores in 1 week, or lose the chance to learn of superior ore. Rek asks if Hyunsu will accept his offer. Hyunsu clenches his fist and begins to counteroffer. He asks what will happen if he manages to exceed the target and mine more than 40 ores. Rek scoffs that such success is impossible but promises that if Hyunsu does it, he himself will dig up and deliver the special ore, adding that Hyunsu cannot receive help from his companions. Rek formally promises while Hyunsu accepts, and they agree to meet again in a week. Rek then shouts for Banya to stop hiding and come out of his eavesdropping spot. Catching his son, Rek scolds him for running around injured and listening in, while Banya yelps apologies. Afterward, Bella asks Hyunsu why he provoked Rek into such a demanding challenge. Hyunsu answers that he anticipated this trip and planned accordingly. He reveals a custom weapon that materializes in his hand, explaining he prepared this specialized tool in advance. With determined eyes, Hyunsu vows to obtain the superior ore no matter what, while Bella privately finds him rather odd. Time skips ahead to 1 week later at the mine. Rek waits outside, looking pensive. He has heard that the outsider has remained inside the mine all week. Rek still thinks completing the challenge is impossible, when he suddenly sees a silhouette emerge from the mine entrance. A dirty but smiling Hyunsu steps out wielding his pickaxe, greeting Rek. Rek comments that Hyunsu now looks like a real miner, and reminds him that the deadline has arrived, asking to see his results. Hyunsu tells him to wait a moment as he prepares to show the hall. He drops something small, signaling what is to come. Rek relaxes, thinking of course an outsider could not have succeeded. Then a mountain of glittering ores suddenly appears as Hyunsu reveals his true harvest. Rek runs forward in shock at the enormous pile. The camera pulls back to show the towering mound of ores Hyunsu has mined. Hyunsu casually states that the number of ores he collected totals 200. Rek, stunned, demands to know Hyunsu's true identity, and wonders if he might be some legendary miner. Hyunsu simply denies it. Smiling, he claims to be nothing more than a regular blacksmith. A detailed item window describes his Damascus sword, a unique weapon that can transform into a powerful pickaxe with greatly enhanced rock-cutting capabilities. A chibi Hyunsu proudly shows that the weapon is currently being used as his pickaxe. Rek reacts with pure shock at this revelation. He stares speechlessly at the huge ore pile. Rek recovers and acknowledges what he is seeing. He then compliments Hyunsu for blazing his own trail as a blacksmith. Rek sincerely apologizes for underestimating him and invites Hyunsu to join him for dinner. Hyunsu smiles in acceptance. The two men seal their new friendship with a firm handshake. Hyunsu warmly replies that he would be delighted to join them. Hyunsu requests that Bella be invited as well, and Rek happily agrees. That evening the miners celebrate loudly at a tavern. Bella, cloaked and armored, drinks alone at the table and is surprised by the lively atmosphere. Hyunsu and Banya invite her to slow down and join their conversation and drinks. Bella insists she prefers drinking quietly by herself, leaving the men a bit deflated. Someone suddenly grabs Hyunsu's shoulder from behind, startling him. A burly miner excitedly asks if Hyunsu truly mined 200 minerals, and Hyunsu modestly confirms. The man then asks how much frost iron Hyunsu obtained, and Hyunsu estimates about 20 pieces, impressing everyone. The miner, having heard about Hyunsu's special pickaxe, asks to see it. Hyunsu agrees. Hyunsu casually summons the gleaming pickaxe into his hand at the tavern table, astonishing the onlookers. The protagonist proudly presents a Damascus pickaxe to impressed miners. He explains that this mining tool greatly boosts digging power, which let him finish the chief's quest. He notes the pickaxe can change into a sword whose enhanced cutting power against stone makes it extremely practical. A cloaked woman observes that he is a blacksmith who gets excited describing his creations. A burly miner, inspired by the rookie's results, rallies everyone to work harder tomorrow, and the protagonist reluctantly agrees. The miners insist he drink with them to celebrate, and he gratefully accepts. They welcome him as a fellow miner and family member, drinking together merrily. The scene shifts to the frosty mine entrance protected by a glowing barrier as miners work outside. A miner guide points out that this is where the rare 1,000-year frost iron lies buried. The protagonist, now in adventurer gear, realizes this is the dangerous place that was previously mentioned. Looking at the barrier blocking the tunnel, he reminds the guide that they supposedly could not enter because of it. The guide confirms the ore is inside but worries about the many monsters within. Nervous, the guide asks if it is really okay and declares that from here on the protagonist must handle things. The protagonist frets over how to mine inside while the guide cheerfully says he will be at another mine if any questions arise. A system window appears announcing that a new episode has begun as the protagonist reacts. Surrounded by floating blue screens, he wonders why a story episode is suddenly starting. System text explains the century-old barrier set by Mage Balin has weakened and the long-trapped monsters are going berserk. Another alert warns him that the barrier will completely break in 3 minutes, shocking him. He sprints after the departing guide Rek, urgently calling him back. He yells that the barrier is about to shatter, and insists they must evacuate the miners before that happens. Rek initially doubts him, saying a barrier stable for 100 years cannot suddenly fail. Before he can finish, the mountain rumbles ominously and the barrier flickers, alarming everyone. The protagonist looks up in fear as the situation escalates. Bella also reacts in shock as she realizes something catastrophic is happening. Rocks and debris collapse around them and everyone, including the protagonist, is thrown by the impact. Rek grasps the situation, shouting that the mine is collapsing and ordering everyone to evacuate immediately. The protagonist orders the miners to flee to safety quickly, warning that monsters will soon emerge. One miner tells him to go first while they rush to rescue comrades still trapped inside. The protagonist agrees the other miners should evacuate first, emphasizing that they cannot abandon their teammates. Bella sides with the miners, saying they are right not to leave anyone behind. Another miner grips his pickaxe and declares they cannot simply run away. Rek deduces that special structural magic meant for cave-ins has been triggered. He resolves that they will go in, rescue the trapped people, then escape, while the protagonist worries that the magic will fail and monsters will pour out. Troubled, the protagonist wonders how to handle this as another system window appears. The new emergency quest describes an A-rank mission to help 96 miners survive, with death for them as the failure penalty, and rewards scaling with survivors. He resents the system's cold attitude toward NPC lives, thinking that in this world the miners feel like real people. He reaches out as blue light gathers, preparing to manifest a weapon. He firmly grasps the forming blade as it fully materializes. Drawing the sword, he asks Bella to cover any monsters that slip past him while he holds the entrance. Bella, startled, asks if he has no fear since he is stepping forward again. He reminds her that outsiders like him do not truly die and vows to block the monsters at the dungeon gate. Cloaked, he plants himself directly before the weakening barrier as it glows behind him. Massive stone monsters surge toward the barrier from within. One of them slams against the barrier, starting to crack it. The protagonist eyes his weapon and questions whether he can fight such foes with only this sword. He admits that a normal Damascus sword alone is insufficient. He considers he needs a method to halt the monsters completely. He begins channeling blue energy between his hands, preparing a special craft. He thinks he must attempt a new, powerful divine emergency craft using far more minerals than before, despite never having tried it. Minerals and lights swirl as a radiant sword shape manifests from the energy. He reasons that if he uses the proper minerals in large quantity, an emergency craft could be devastatingly effective. He concludes the crafted weapon would deliver a massive strike. In chibi form he invokes divine emergency craft, shaping a concentrated sphere of energy. A new weapon, the Sky Iron Greatsword, appears in his hands, towering with power. A countdown indicates the barrier will break imminently, giving him only moments. The barrier explodes outward in a violent blast as it finally collapses. Bracing himself, he mutters for the oncoming monsters to bring it on. A huge stone monster's foot slams down as the horde emerges. System windows identify powerful foes, a high-level stone troll, stone orc, and stone wolves. A system note states the greatsword's usual time limit is ignored but it will vanish after a single swing. The protagonist charges straight at the roaring giant troll with his glowing blade. He resolves that as long as he guards this entrance, none of the monsters will pass. Raising the Sky Iron Greatsword, he vows that not a single enemy will break through. He rushes a massive stone orc, engaging the entire group head-on. He leaps and brings the great sword down in a mighty overhead strike. His slash unleashes a freezing wave called Frost Storm that tears through stone wolves and orcs. The attack erupts into towering ice spikes that engulf the battlefield. The charging stone wolves are impaled and frozen by the sudden ice. When the blizzard settles, the monsters are trapped in jagged ice while he stands alone with his sword. The system notes that the iron claymore weapon has now disappeared. He looks over the crystalline blade remnants, seeing the aftermath of his attack. Shocked by the sheer result, he stares around at the frozen landscape he created. Close up, he processes what just happened, almost in disbelief. He realizes that when crafted with proper materials, his emergency weapon can produce such overwhelming effects. One of the frozen monsters is shown sealed in thick ice, emphasizing the power. The protagonist notes there are still many monsters deeper inside and wonders how the miners are faring. Inside the collapsed tunnels, miners desperately dig through rubble to reach trapped comrades, vowing to save them. Outside, other miners hack at ice and rock while system messages repeat that rewards depend on survivors and beg him to save the miners. Watching them, he admits the miners are no longer just NPCs to him. Remembering jumping into fire to save his father, he reflects that these people risk themselves to protect loved ones. Therefore, he resolves that he must act as more monsters appear at the tunnel mouth before him. A powerful stone orc with wolves advances menacingly. He renews his resolve internally, promising he will protect everyone. He plans his strategy, deciding he must first lure the monsters to a secluded part of the dungeon. He dashes in and slams into a monster, then retreats to draw the group after him. The stone orc and its wolves give chase deeper into the mine. He summons his versatile Damascus sword again. He lunges at a huge foe, beginning a running fight inside the tunnels. He slashes across an orc's torso during the melee. Dodging another attack, he continues to weave between enemies and counter. He positions himself so that one monster blocks another, buying time. A flurry of strikes slices through monsters and wolves in rapid succession. His steely gaze shows his focus as the battle intensifies. A massive stone club swings down toward him as he faces yet another attacker. He looks up at the descending blow, bracing for impact. His grip tightens on the hilt as he prepares a decisive counter. He unleashes a powerful horizontal slash at the monster's midsection. Empowered, he continues his assault with fierce determination. His sword carves deeply into a towering stone creature. The giant monster glows and starts to collapse from his finishing blow. The battlefield reveals him standing amid heaps of defeated stone monsters. Another monster's body falls while he stands with sword lowered, exhausted but victorious. Despite his efforts, more monsters close in, surrounding him once again. He smiles faintly and thinks it was fortunate he learned the powerful sword technique. He adopts the stance of the Sword King's swordsmanship, ready to use that skill. He activates the ability Sword of Fury as energy swirls around him and the monsters. His furious combinations slice through multiple enemies at once. Waves of sword energy tear across the horde, annihilating them. A system note explains Sword of Fury doubles his damage and greatly boosts critical hits. Panting, he admits the power is greater than he expected. He marvels aloud at how incredible the technique is. Drained, he collapses onto his back as remaining monsters fall around him. System windows announce the illusion dungeon is cleared and that all 96 miners survived, completing the emergency quest with high achievement. Smiling faintly, he reassures himself that everyone is safe. A new prompt tells him he can manipulate the situation to gain a better reward from Captain Rek. He muses over what it means to manipulate events, deciding that while saving everyone is enough, he should still pursue a higher reward. Surrounded by monster corpses, he props himself up on his sword, exhausted but alive. He grins as he says that a good idea has just come to him. Meanwhile, Rek and others haul injured miners up ladders to safety. Rek announces that no one among them was hurt, and that they are all safe now. The miners celebrate, hugging and rejoicing that they are alive. Bella silently watches the relieved miners embracing each other. She informs Rek that Hyunsu lured the monsters into the dungeon, prompting Rek to recall the blacksmith. Rek loudly tells everyone that the blacksmith risked himself by drawing the monsters away to protect them. The miners realize that is why they never encountered monsters during their escape. Rek, ashamed, grips his pickaxe shaft and admits his failure as captain. He adds that they still have not saved all their families trapped below. Rek orders all able-bodied men to follow him back into the dungeon to search, and they agree. The rescue group marches into the tunnels calling out for the stranger and blacksmith. Bella leads the search party, shouting Hyunsu's name as they delve deeper. Rek and other miners also shout for the blacksmith at the top of their lungs. Another miner yells for the rookie as they all scour the cavern with torches. They finally spot Hyunsu collapsed on the ground and rush toward him. Running up, they worry he is gravely wounded. Bella catches his falling body, calling his actions incredibly foolish. As she listens, she realizes his heartbeat is steady despite his injuries. Turning to the others, she begins to reassure everyone about Hyunsu's condition. Hyunsu, leaning on her, quietly asks her to hold still a while longer. He then stands and tells everyone he is alright and that, though the battle was hard, he managed to defeat all the monsters. Rek anxiously asks if everyone outside is truly safe. Gripping Hyunsu's hand, Rek thanks him profusely and apologizes for forgetting him while focusing on the miners. Crying, Rek says they only ever gave him food and drink, asking why he risked his life. and Hyunsu replies that they treated him and Bella like family. Hyunsu adds that seeing their dedication to one another made him want to help however he could. Rek says it is a relief that everyone is safe, while Hyunsu winces in pain. Rek calls him a foolish friend, clearly moved. Overcome, Rek hugs Hyunsu tightly, declaring they will never forget his kindness. Bella watches, baffled, wondering what Hyunsu is doing since he seemed fine moments earlier. Rek insists they must stop talking and hurry the injured benefactor inside for treatment. He supports the exhausted Hyunsu as they slowly leave the dungeon together. A final system message states that Miner Captain Rek and 95 miners will remember Hyunsu forever. Hyunsu smirks to himself, convinced his plan worked exactly as expected. The miners are violently flung out of the collapsing cave, and Hyunsu reflects that exaggerating the situation made it feel more dramatic. Hyunsu looks down, smiling, while Bella behind him angrily reacts to his theatrics. As the miners leave the cave, Bella watches them go, still processing what just happened. A miner gives Bella a thumbs up, startling her as she realizes they approved of Hyunsu's stunt. Bella, furious, shouts that she had just been planning to reward Hyunsu with something precious. Seething, Bella concludes that Hyunsu really tricked her and calls him a swindler. Later, Hyunsu wakes in bed, groggy but recovered. Stretching and yawning, Hyunsu notes that he slept well. Banya bursts into the room calling for Master Hyunsu, startling him awake. Banya loudly announces to everyone that Hyunsu has regained consciousness as Hyunsu wonders when they all gathered. Another miner rushes in asking how Hyunsu is feeling. Hyunsu confirms he is fine and immediately asks if everyone else is safe. The miners assure him they are all unharmed and tell him to worry about himself for once. Sitting by the bed, Banya confirms Hyunsu will be leaving soon as a blacksmith. Banya places a gloved hand down and says there is something important he must tell Hyunsu before that departure. Looking serious, Banya declares that he has something he wishes to say to Hyunsu. Hyunsu smiles gently and invites Banya to speak freely. Banya instead calls the other miners and so they can say it together. The miners hurry in, feet pounding toward Hyunsu's room. Standing proudly with the group, Banya proclaims that today they will mine exclusively for Hyunsu. Hyunsu is stunned to hear they intend to mine just for his sake. The miners explain they want to repay him for risking his life to protect them and promise to find the 1,000-year frost steel he seeks. Hyunsu repeats in disbelief that they will obtain 1,000-year frost steel for him, and Banya confirms it. Hyunsu downplays his actions as something anyone would have done but still thanks them, realizing this was what Banya wanted to say. Banya smiles contentedly as the others file out. The workers leave the workshop, energized by the plan to mine for Hyunsu. Banya hesitantly admits he has another personal request to make. He says his son should speak for himself, prompting a nervous reaction from the young miner. The son clenches his fist and begins addressing Hyunsu, struggling to find the right words. With earnest eyes, the young miner calls Hyunsu his savior. Introducing himself as Miner Banya, the son starts a formal declaration before Hyunsu. Kneeling, he solemnly begs Hyunsu to allow him to follow him. A system window appears before Hyunsu, reacting to the miner's pledge of loyalty. The interface explains that Miner Banya has sworn eternal loyalty, is destined to be a legendary miner, and can now be taken on as a retainer. Hyunsu stares upward in shock, beginning to react to this unexpected message. He fixates on the term retainer, realizing what the system is offering. Elsewhere in the game company's monitoring room, a staffer laments that trouble always happens when the team leader is away. Seeing Hyunsu's latest feat on the monitors, the staff shouts that he has triggered another unprecedented event. The frantic employee yells that a guild master should not gain a title without territory and panics at Hyunsu's irregular progress. She despairs over how a legendary NPC could offer himself as a retainer, and realizes she must pull another all-nighter to handle it. Back in game, Hyunsu nervously asks Banya to stand, saying he is not someone worthy of such devotion, but Banya refuses. Banya insists he saw everything with his own eyes. He recalls Hyunsu mining with strange tools and then throwing himself into danger to save the miners. Kneeling, Banya confesses he was amazed and deeply grateful. He adds that more than gratitude, he has come to respect Hyunsu greatly. Banya swears that he will devote his mining abilities to Hyunsu alone. He again begs Hyunsu to accept him formally as his retainer. Hyunsu senses the young man's sincerity, and knows these words are not spoken lightly. The miner anxiously asks if he is being rejected because he lacks power, and Hyunsu hastily says that is not the issue. Hyunsu explains that he simply does not feel ready to lead others and asks for time to think it over. He adds that once he has properly prepared and secured a base of operations, Hyunsu promises to contact Banya later with a messaged bird when the time is right. Overjoyed, Banya asks if Hyunsu truly means it. Smiling, Hyunsu invites Sir Banya to join him in the future. Hyunsu's eyes widen as Banya's acceptance sinks in. Banya hugs him tightly, shouting his thanks and repeatedly calling Hyunsu his master. A system message confirms Hyunsu has accepted Banya as a retainer and unlocks viewing of Banya's profile. Hyunsu reads Banya's epic grade status, learning of his high-level, powerful mining abilities, and extreme growth potential as a miner. Hyunsu reflects that Banya's sincerity has earned him an incredible ally and that their next task is to grow stronger together. Banya, still clutching Hyunsu's hands, shyly asks when he will see his master again. Hyunsu says it will not be long, and Banya vows to keep mining with the others for Hyunsu until that day. The elder Banya laughs and urges Hyunsu to address him more casually, which Hyunsu agrees to do. Time passes, and we see the icy mine once more, where a huge glowing portal and the miners' silhouettes mark the end of their joint venture. System messages inform Hyunsu that he has received hundreds of iron ores and one piece of frost steel. Bella and Hyunsu stand by as the elder Banya announces that Hyunsu has waited long enough, and that they have brought what he wanted. Hyunsu approaches the covered cart, wondering what lies beneath the cloth. Banya dramatically reveals a massive pile of thousand-year frost steel, fulfilling their promise. An item window details the unique thousand-year frost steel's extreme crafting difficulty and powerful properties for high-level blacksmiths. Bella marvels at how incredible the material is and teasingly notes that Hyunsu's cheating paid off. Embarrassed, Hyunsu tries to quiet Bella, while Banya thanks him for giving the miners a once-in-a-lifetime chance to mine such ore. Hyunsu smiles modestly at Banya's gratitude. Standing before the portal with his companions, Hyunsu thanks the miners for everything, and they tell him he is always welcome to stay longer. Banya runs after him in tears, calling out to Master Hyunsu. Hyunsu waves back with Bella at his side, calling Banya's name one last time. Hyunsu conjures a special pickaxe, saying he has something to give Banya. He thinks to himself that the more Banya mines with this pickaxe, the more ore Hyunsu will passively gain. Banya clutches the gifted pickaxe in awe, recognizing it as Hyunsu's prized tool. Overcome with emotion, Banya vows to follow Hyunsu for life while Hyunsu feels slightly guilty seeing how happy he is. Hyunsu and Bella step through the glowing portal as the miners shout farewells and jokes about improving his drinking skills. As they travel, Hyunsu recalls Bella calling him a cheater yet knowing he risked himself to save the miners. Bella privately admires how he earned the miners' trust through his actions. Hyunsu asks if that kind of trust and reputation is not rather cool, surprising Bella. Off-screen, Hyunsu calls out to Bella, confirming that she did call him cool and referring to himself. A few days later, the scene shifts to Salamander's dungeon, a fiery high-level instance. A heavily armored knight sits outside the dungeon entrance, frustrated by repeated failures. He recalls how even an 11th-ranked blacksmith could not craft the shield he needs for this challenge. As he despairs that this might mean permanent failure in the dungeon, a messaged bird appears overhead. The bird swoops down, and a system prompt informs him that Master Hyunsu has sent him a gift. The knight, Hyun, recognizes Hyunsu's name and lets the bird land on his arm. Reading the interface, Hyun notes that Hyunsu is only level 59 and doubts the gift can solve everything, though he appreciates the thought. Curious, he decides to open the incoming gift. Hyun taps the interface to confirm, initiating the delivery. Chibi style, he watches the screen in confusion as the item transfer begins. Still puzzled, he awaits the result as the light intensifies. When the item appears, he gasps in disbelief, wondering if what he sees is a bug. The system reveals Hyunsu's custom-made unique shield, brimming with extreme fire resistance and devastating ice powers specifically suited against fire monsters. Hyun stares at the shield in awe, declaring Hyunsu far more talented than he had imagined. Examining the Medusa-themed design, Hyun realizes it is modeled after the mythic Aegis. He pictures its legendary origins and concludes that this shield is a true masterpiece. A timer indicates his quest can now be completed within a set period, motivating him anew. Hyun, encouraged, remarks that Hyunsu continues to surprise him and turns toward the dungeon entrance again. Smiling with determination, he thinks this artifact might finally let him conquer the dungeon. Shield in hand, Hyun strides into Salamander's dungeon as a hidden final challenge quest activates. The story cuts back to the real-world-style reception hall of Goyard Kingdom, where sunlight streams into an ornate room. Yanja thanks Hyun for helping her reach the kingdom's reception hall, crediting another ally for guiding her as well. They exchange pleasantries, and she explains that after visiting the frost mine she had other duties. Hyun recalls that she spent her time caring for her hospitalized father, sympathizing with how exhausting that must have been. He asks gently if her father has shown any signs of waking. Yeonju says his consciousness has not returned, but Hyun insists he will not give up hope. Yeonju falls silent, moved by his resolve. Remembering their purpose, she says they were supposed to discuss the guild today, and Hyun agrees. She lays some documents on the table to begin planning. Hyun studies the papers and suggests that, for now, their guild should remain small and elite. He sets their first goal as establishing Hyun as the kingdom's most famous blacksmith. He reasons that if they rely on much higher-level players they will lose control of their direction, so the guild should center on elevating his blacksmith status. Yeonju explains that the fastest way for a guild to gain fame is to create a star, and she intends Hyun to be that star, asking about candidates for founding members. Hyun considers the question carefully. He first mentions his friend who introduced him to the game, and trusted him from the start. After thinking harder, he struggles to name anyone else. He admits he has not grown close to many other users, but Yeonju reassures him that they can build those relationships together. A sudden thought strikes Hyun, and his expression changes. He remembers one more person and declares there is someone else he wants in the guild. Yeonju activates her interface and asks for the person's username, which Hyun says is Bark. She tries to look Bark up but finds their information set to private and realizes she never asked anything beyond their name and role. Hyun is surprised she recommended someone with so little data, and she falls silent, embarrassed. Hyun recalls how this person helped him during his darkest time. He remembers that Bark sacrificed his own benefits so Hyun could start over, and Hyun feels deeply indebted to him. Yeonju repeats in surprise that Bark gave up his own advantages, and Hyun confirms it. She wonders aloud whether this mysterious man might be planning a business venture. Hyun answers that Bark indeed wants to run a business, and that is exactly why he thought of him. Yeonju insists Hyun's value in the game Aries is beyond imagination, implying others might try to exploit him. She speculates that Bark might intend to use Hyun's reputation to build an in-game business or even seize guild leadership. Hyun quietly but firmly responds that Bark would never do something like that. He states with certainty that Bark is not the kind of person who would betray him. Yeonju, seeing his conviction, is taken aback. She concedes that the decision is Hyun's and leaves acceptance of Bark as a guild member entirely up to him. She urgently leans forward, calling Hyun's name to emphasize the matter. Yeonju then eagerly asks Hyun to let her meet Bark as well, and he agrees. She adds a request that, until then, Hyun should avoid revealing to others that he is the famed blacksmith Hyun. Hyun is stunned when Yeonju casually mentions she already wrote his name on a gift she recently sent. The narrative jumps back to Salamander's dungeon, showing its fiery interior where Hyun is still fighting. A roaring salamander-like boss lunges, jaws wide and claws extended. Hyun charges with the Medusa's shield glowing blue, preparing to block and counterattack. He smashes into the salamander with the shield's icy power, freezing and shattering part of the creature. The monster's face is engulfed in ice as the blow lands. The frozen explosion detonates, annihilating the salamander in a burst of ice and fire while Hyun stands firm. Staring at the shield's power, Hyun mutters that it is incredible. He marvels that the shield perfectly embodies every feature he ever wanted. Realizing what the item means, Hyun begins to say that this is something truly special born from Hyun's skill. Bark's shield lights up with the blacksmith's engraved mark, shocking him. Bark realizes Hyunsu has empowered the shield and wonders if he really did it. Bark reflects that Hyunsu keeps surprising him. Remembering Hyunsu's help, Bark wonders how he can ever repay him just as the Fire Queen's avatar launches a deadly attack. Bark notices the incoming strike with alarm. The avatar's flaming blow crashes toward Bark and the surroundings. Bark is smashed backward by the impact, crying out in pain. The avatar continues bombarding the cavern with fiery orbs. Wreathed in flame, the avatar gathers even greater power. Explosions ravage the dungeon as the attack detonates. Debris and shockwaves fly through the air from the blast. The whole cavern is left engulfed in fire. Amid the burning wasteland, the avatar faces Bark, who still stands. The avatar eyes Bark menacingly, preparing another assault. Bark's shield suddenly bursts with icy blue energy. Empowered by that energy, Bark uses the shield to block the inferno. The avatar remarks on the blocked attack and demands to know who forged the shield. Bark answers by hurling another powerful strike. His counterattack smashes into the environment and shakes the cavern. The avatar threatens to hunt down Bark's true self if he refuses to reveal the blacksmith. Bark thinks that if the deity's true form targets him, he might have to quit the game. Even so, he steels himself to keep going. Bark resolves he cannot betray Mr. Hyunsu and charges the avatar. The avatar notes Bark's lack of fear of death and attacks again. Bark blocks the blow, insisting the shield alone is not worth dying for. The system announces that the Fire Queen's avatar has used the lethal ability Death Hand. Bark sees the fatal strike coming straight at him. He takes the hit head-on while the avatar mocks him for risking death over one artifact. Bark's HP drops to a sliver and he realizes the shield is no ordinary artifact. Clinging to his shield, he braces himself amid the flames. In that moment he recalls Hyunsu and Jin-soo, feeling their support. A system message states that the shield is responding to Bark's will, echoing Hyunsu's smiling image. Bark roars that the shield is a gift made for him by his friend. The shield unleashes a massive blue surge that stuns the avatar. Bark channels that power into his weapon as it shines with icy light. The hidden skill Frost of Aegis activates, encasing Bark and his weapon in frost. The enraged avatar gathers powerful magic, and the system warns of a devastating spell. Bark dives down with a giant beam of ice energy, screaming as he attacks. His ice lance pierces the avatar's head, beginning to crack it. Bark drives the icy strike all the way through, smashing the avatar into the ground. System messages confirm the Fire Queen's avatar is defeated, the Salamander's dungeon quest is cleared, and a Crimson Dragon armor set is acquired. The dungeon begins to collapse around Bark. He flees as the cavern floor explodes behind him. Bark sprints across the lava-filled chamber to escape. A notice appears saying a hidden piece was acquired and a secret trial completed, leaving Bark confused. Another message commends him for refusing to reveal his comrade's identity, which Bark says was only natural. He is then awarded the qualification of a growing warrior as a story-based hidden reward. Light pours over Bark as he wonders if this is a hidden class promotion. Messages proclaim he is flawless as a tank. The system promotes him to the epic class Growing Warrior, which can eventually reach legendary rank. An explanation shows the Growing Warrior as a class devoted to protecting what is precious. Bark reflects that his new class exists to protect someone dear. He realizes the dungeon run had actually been a class change quest. A prompt reminds him he has yet to join a guild. The system recommends that he join one, which makes him thoughtful. Bark smiles slyly as an idea forms. He decides he has a lot to discuss with Hyunsu. Later, a bustling tavern fills with players. The door opens and a bell rings as someone enters. Bark strides in wearing his new Crimson Dragon armor, drawing everyone's attention. Hyunsu arrives with Nell, greeting Bark. Onlookers whisper in awe, wondering if Bark is a top-tier player and marveling at his gear. Nell recognizes Bark and, judging by his artifact, thinks he is amazing. Watching Bark approach, she remembers he runs a business and decides to stay cautious. Bark calls out Hyunsu's name and approaches their table. Overjoyed, he thanks Hyunsu loudly for helping him clear the quest. He exclaims he never imagined Hyunsu was the one behind the shield's power, while Nell nervously greets him. Bark suddenly remembers something important he wanted to say. Surrounded by other patrons, he notes there are too many eyes on them. Bark offers to pay the tavern's bill and suggests moving somewhere private to talk. The scene shifts to a grand castle at night. In Goyard Kingdom's private lounge, Bark, Hyunsu, and Nell sit down to a formal meal. Bark clears his throat and resumes the conversation he had started earlier. He explains he recognized Hyunsu as the blacksmith when he saw the word Hyun engraved on the shield. Nell thinks Bark is refreshingly direct. Hyunsu admits he left his mark on the artifact so Bark would know. Bark asks Hyunsu to come closer. Hyunsu leans in curiously while Nell watches. Bark places a hand on Hyunsu's shoulder. He thanks Hyunsu, saying he suspected the truth when Hyunsu offered to buy back his forge and now truly sees how exceptional he is. Bark then says that during the quest he proudly told those coveting the shield something. Hyunsu recalls that Bark called the artifact a gift from his friend. Hyunsu thanks Bark for keeping his identity secret, and Bark promises to protect that secret. Nell, surprised, mentally notes she may have misjudged Bark's intentions. Standing to bow, Nell properly introduces herself as Hyunsu's manager. She apologizes to Bark for misjudging him, which confuses him. Nell admits she assumed a businessman patron would exploit Hyunsu. Bark laughs that her suspicion is not entirely wrong in general. He explains many people would try to use a youth like Hyunsu, and that he even considered forming a guild with him, but refused to profit by exploiting him. Seeing Hyunsu already has reliable allies, Bark says that reassurance is enough for him. Hyunsu says there is actually something he wants to tell Bark. Bark listens puzzled. Hyunsu invites Bark to join his own guild. He says he wants them to grow together, sharing their successes. Hyunsu adds that he wants to share the joy of climbing upward with his friends. Bark silently considers this heartfelt offer. Hyunsu and Nell anxiously await his answer. Nell also watches with interest, sensing the importance of Bark's decision. Bark smiles, signaling his acceptance. He agrees and vows from now on to protect Hyunsu. Bark formally introduces himself as Bark, level 311 growing warrior. He mentions that his class has the potential to become legendary, astonishing Nell. Bark says with Hyunsu as the blacksmith, legendary rank seems natural. Hyunsu then formally introduces himself as well. He reveals his real name is Hyunsu, and that he is level 80. He finally discloses his class title, God of Blacksmiths, shocking Bark. Hyunsu and Bark shake hands, acknowledging they still lack a guild name. Hyunsu says he looks forward to working with Bark, who agrees. Bark addresses Hyunsu respectfully as his future guild master. Nell silently watches them with a fond expression. Bark breaks the intensity by urging them to eat before the food gets cold. He then says he wants to repay Hyunsu for the gift. Hyunsu protests that repayment is unnecessary. Suddenly Hyunsu is stunned by what appears on his interface. The system announces Bark has transferred 400 million won to him, leaving Hyunsu speechless. Hyunsu insists he only meant the shield as a gift, while Bark argues it would be wrong to accept such an item without compensation. Bark asks about Hyunsu's guild plans. Hyunsu replies he wants to make Blacksmith Hyun famous and then start taking commissions. Nell enthusiastically calls it a smart strategy, planning a live broadcast centered on Hyunsu as a scandal-free star craftsman. Hyunsu is embarrassed at being called handsome and about appearing on a broadcast. He nervously wonders if they are joking about putting him on air. Bark and Nell stare at him in disbelief at his lack of self-awareness. Hyunsu internally insists that such praise is impossible. Narration explains that after the game Ares went global, Purium Corp partnered with numerous broadcasters. These broadcasters flooded TV and online platforms with Ares-related content. Among them, AJ Internet Broadcasting once led viewership with live Ares streams but is now struggling. At AJ's office, staff hurriedly prepare for a show with less than an hour until airtime. The producers discuss their declining ratings and one hints he has already secured a special draw. They reveal that Hyunsu declined to appear directly, but agreed to respond via the martial arts tournament champion, calling this their last chance. A stream titled Room of Truth begins, with chat messages explaining that it reveals a guest's real-world appearance. The host MC Tumps energetically greets the audience. He announces that today's guest is the martial arts tournament champion and hints at seeing the real person, while viewers hope for the mysterious blacksmith. Chat speculation mocks that Blacksmith Hyun is probably an unattractive middle-aged man and predicts low viewership. The MC skips formalities and loudly introduces Hyunsu as the tournament champion. He invites the guest to step out into the Room of Truth. Hyunsu appears on stage in casual clothes, and the chat explodes in confusion at how good-looking he is. The MC welcomes Hyunsu as chat continues spamming stunned reactions. Hyunsu glances at the chat window in disbelief. Seeing rows of question marks, he asks if there was a broadcast glitch, while comments say he is simply too hot. Hyunsu bashfully tries to downplay the compliments. A large donation from user Rowan asks when the blacksmith will appear, electrifying the chat. The system reveals that Ro-won is actually Korea's top forge master Kilma, shocking Hyun-soo. The story jumps back a few days to the Black Anvil Smithy's conference room. Black Anvil's leaders gather around a round table for an emergency meeting. Sylvia demands to know who Blacksmith Hyun is and why he warrants such a meeting. Dox explains that Hyun is the hottest topic on Aries community boards right now. They note Hyun's fame skyrocketed after forging a sword for the Sword King Barad. Vaughn laughs but says Black Anvil should not need to feel threatened by one blacksmith. Another member argues they should still be cautious and recruit Hyun before his fame grows further. Vaughn turns to the unseen guild master and asks if his assessment is wrong. The guild master silently contemplates his answer. Ro-won, master of the Black Anvil Guild, decides to personally judge Blacksmith Hyun after hearing all opinions. During a broadcast, Ro-won appears in chat, donates a large sum, and asks when Blacksmith Hyun will show up, shocking viewers. Another famous guild master known as one of the 3 top artisans also donates, further exciting the audience. The host thanks Ro-won for his big donation and announces that a major figure has joined today's stream. He hypes that their show is being watched by the second-ranked blacksmith and the leader of the top smithy guild, urging viewers to donate more. Blacksmith Hyun donates as well, saying he will do the interview through Hyun-soo today, and the host excitedly announces Hyun's arrival. Hyun-soo thinks Nell has perfectly set things up so everyone believes he and Hyun are separate people. The host returns to the main topic, asks Hyun-soo to introduce himself, and learns that Hyun-soo is 23 years old. Hyun-soo says he is currently just focused on gaming and mentions he does not have a girlfriend. Viewers start sending flirty and supportive donations aimed at Hyun-soo even before he has said much. The host, riding the momentum, proposes shifting to questions about the mysterious blacksmith Hyun. He asks Hyun-soo what Hyun's in-game job is. Nell instructs Hyun-soo through the earpiece to pretend he is relaying answers from Hyun. Hyun-soo answers that Hyun's job is blacksmith. When asked Hyun's age, Hyun-soo passes along that it is a secret. Questions about Hyun's height and weight are also deflected as secrets. Chat jokes that Hyun must be an old, short man, and the host scolds them for ruining the show. Hyun-soo realizes keeping Hyun completely mysterious is backfiring on his image. He decides that dodging questions is not the right approach. Hyun-soo declares he wants to introduce Hyun through the quality of his work. He awkwardly rephrases this through the earpiece, saying that is what Hyun wants. The host says that is perfect because he has prepared content to showcase Hyun's creations. He reveals a special collaboration event between tournament champion Hyun-soo and Blacksmith Hyun. The featured content is a challenging time attack dungeon mission filled with monsters. The host is overjoyed and animated at how exciting the event looks. He explains the rules, stating Hyun must craft 3 artifacts in 10 days and Hyun-soo must clear the dungeon using only those items, which viewers recognize as very tight. The host boasts that such high-stakes content will revive their struggling channel. Ro-won donates again, offering escalating cash bounties if Hyun produces high-rarity items within the 10 days. The host screams in disbelief at Ro-won pledging up to 10 million won. Ro-won types another message adding a condition if they fail. His added condition is that Hyun must reveal information about the sword he made for Sword King Barad. The host calls this insane content, thrilled by how sensational it is. Hyun-soo steels himself silently, determined to live up to the challenge. Watching the stream, Ro-won coolly thinks he will see whether Hyun can truly prove himself. Hyun-soo checks with Nell about the mission terms through his earpiece. He then publicly announces that Hyun accepts Ro-won's mission. Time passes and the scene shifts to Hyun-soo and Nell back at Hyun's workshop. Nell stands by a holographic screen while Hyun-soo sits, as they review information about the upcoming challenge. She examines an online community page about Ro-won challenging Blacksmith Hyun. Comments show the community is abuzz, viewing the event as a showdown between Hyun and Ro-won, and Nell notes Hyun-soo has become the center of attention. Nell teasingly asks Hyun-soo how it feels to be famous, but he stays quiet. She suddenly calls his name and startles him by grabbing his shoulder. Nell eagerly asks how strong of an item he plans to craft for the mission. Hyun-soo replies that he is still deciding. He states that his artifacts will be at least rare grade, but because Ro-won raised the stakes he must aim even higher. Hyun-soo says he wants to properly promote himself by unveiling a unique grade item. Nell remarks that the public sees this event as a duel between Blacksmith Hyun and Ro-won. Hyun-soo protests that it is not really a duel. Nell insists it has already become a versus match, and explains that if Hyun-soo clears the mission, Hyun's fame will skyrocket along with the donations. She adds that the Black Anvil Guild will likely try to recruit Hyun-soo, prompting him to ask what happens if he fails. Nell answers that failure would make Hyun seem ordinary and lower his perceived value. Hearing that, Hyun-soo resolves he must succeed at all costs. He thanks Nell, saying her encouragement has properly motivated him. Embarrassed but pleased, Nell tells him not to mention it. She then declares she will focus solely on crafting the artifacts and dashes out of the workshop. Landing outside after being hurried out, Nell wonders if she was effectively kicked out. 10 days later, the time attack dungeon is shown packed with rampaging monsters. The broadcast starts with over 80,000 viewers eagerly watching the monsters. The production staff celebrate that the viewer count rivals their channel's peak days and pray for the content to be a big hit. Hyun-soo, now in-game as an archer, leaps dramatically into the dungeon as the host announces the broadcast is beginning. The host explains that the first stage is straightforward. He describes how roughly 40 monsters are gathered below Hyun-soo. The mission goal is revealed as breaking through the monsters and destroying a red jewel on a distant hill. The host notes that the current record holder, a top-ranked player, cleared this stage in 1 minute 23 seconds. He declares that if Hyunsu sets a new record, there will be a 10 million won prize. Viewers react in chat to the huge prize as Hyunsu listens and looks composed. A countdown begins as Hyunsu looks down over the monster horde. The signal to start is given, and Hyunsu prepares to move. Hyunsu tells viewers that the artifact he will showcase is not his bow or arrows. He reveals instead a specially made gauntlet, surprising viewers who wonder how he will use it. Hyunsu draws his bow with the gauntlet on, readying his first shot. Activating the gauntlet, he gains a large boost to his strength. The item also massively increases his attack range. Additional effects further increase his arrow's penetration and destructive power along with his boosted strength. Empowered arrows slice through the monsters in straight lines. One of these enhanced shots streaks toward the distant red jewel. The jewel shatters, and the system announces that Hyunsu has set a new record for Stage 1. The new time is revealed as 41 seconds, earning him the 10 million won reward. Hyunsu thanks them for the prize but reminds everyone that Ro-won's earlier bounty means he will actually receive 20 million won if conditions are met. The shocked host demands to know what Hyunsu means. On another screen, Hyunsu addresses Ro-won directly, asking if he remembers their bet. A close-up shows Hyunsu smirking confidently. He proudly declares that the gauntlet he just used is of unique grade. Ro-won watches stunned, as the word unique sinks in. Viewers urge Hyunsu to display the gauntlet's detailed information. Hyunsu agrees and begins the reveal. Ro-won, surrounded by aides, says he will show the stats immediately. Hyunsu raises his glowing gauntlet triumphantly for the camera. The item window appears, describing Hyun's custom unique gauntlet that massively boosts an archer's strength, accuracy, crit rate, and includes an active aiming skill. Hyunsu casually confirms to the audience that it is indeed unique grade. Ro-won silently scrutinizes the information, impressed. A sponsor notification pops up showing that Mr. Rune has just donated 10 million won in appreciation. The host thanks Rune for the huge sponsorship, while chat comments on Hyunsu's intense yet endearing demeanor. The host relays Hyun's new proposal to sell the showcased gauntlet via live auction. Watching, Ro-won orders his staff to keep monitoring the auction closely. The auction begins with Hyunsu announcing a starting bid of 10,000 gold. He strikes a pose under the floating item window but is met with silence. Hyunsu internally panics at the lack of bids and wonders if the opening price was too high. A flashback shows Nell earlier insisting that the auction must start at 10,000 gold. Hyunsu nervously asks Nell in his thoughts if that price was really correct. Suddenly a first bid of 15,000 gold appears, startling him. More bids pour in rapidly, quickly driving the price up past 40,000 gold. Overwhelmed, Hyunsu starts to speak in disbelief. Then he excitedly exclaims his thanks to the bidders on Hyun's behalf. He inwardly rejoices at how valuable the gauntlet turned out to be. He instructs viewers to submit their final bids by messaging Hyun's Blacksmith shop. After a brief break, the host returns, thanking viewers and announcing the second stage. He explains that while the auction continues, Hyunsu is entering stage 2 with a great sword. He hypes up the audience, asking what kind of artifact will be showcased next. Stage 2's boss, a level 1-1 Cyclops, looms menacingly over Hyunsu as the commentator asks if he can defeat it. The Cyclops raises its massive club to strike. Hyunsu focuses intensely, preparing to counter. The Cyclops swings down, and Hyunsu leaps up with his great sword. Hyunsu dives toward the monster in a powerful overhead attack. Close up, he looks grim and determined mid-strike. The Cyclops' punch and Hyunsu's blade collide in a massive explosion of force. The impact sends Hyunsu flying back through the air. He crashes to the ground seemingly defeated while viewers assume he has been one-shot and complain that the fight is over. Hyunsu suddenly rises, eyes blazing with renewed resolve. He charges again with the great sword, shocking viewers in chat. Hyunsu rushes the Cyclops with a sweeping strike as spectators react in amazement. His great sword arcs in a huge slash toward the giant. The Cyclops raises its club to block, but Hyunsu's force clashes violently with it. The next moment, the Cyclops' arm and weapon are severed and sent flying, blood spraying. Hyunsu follows through in a final powerful motion. The Cyclops is cut down in a single decisive combo, and chat marvels whether the feat is due more to Hyunsu's skill or Hyun's weapon. With stage 2 cleared, viewers excitedly speculate what grade this second artifact will be. Hyunsu admits to the audience that the second weapon's grade is not very high. Chat urges him to stop dragging things out and reveal it quickly. In the real world, the video's narrator promises to show the stats right away, amused by Hyunsu's antics. The item window reveals Hyun's custom greatsword as normal grade with modest bonuses and a penalty to speed. Comments point out how much weaker it is than the unique gauntlet, and question whether Hyun's earlier success was just luck. Embarrassed, Hyunsu explains that using God's emergency crafting twice caused an unexpected 2-tier downgrade he had not known about. He internally laments the unfairness of being penalized this way. Ro-won watches the stream and murmurs thoughtfully. He concludes that perhaps Hyun's unique grade success was simply good fortune. Ro-won receives a call from another guild leader asking if he is watching the broadcast. On the call, that leader says that despite the disappointing second item, they still believe Hyun should be recruited. Ro-won listens in silence, considering this advice. The other guild master asks how large a signing bonus they should offer to entice Hyun. Ro-won narrows his eyes, evaluating Hyun's worth. He decisively answers that they should prepare 2 billion as the signing bonus. Afterwards, he wonders aloud if that amount might be excessive. He justifies it to himself by thinking it is safer to secure every talented blacksmith available. Noticing a line about the great sword having received an unintended penalty, Ro-won reacts in surprise. He quickly leans toward the monitor, asking for a moment to reassess. Reading the description again, he questions what the penalty note truly implies about Hyun's skill. Meanwhile, the host announces that Hyunsoo has cleared stage 2 cleanly, praising him as the martial arts tournament winner. He warns viewers that the final stage will be much more difficult. With dramatic flair, he asks the audience why the last stage is so challenging, setting up the next part of the broadcast. The announcer reveals that many boss-level monsters will soon appear. He explains that Hyunsoo must dodge these bosses and reach the hill with the flag, though the monsters will actively attack. A powerful fighter engages the surrounding monsters with sweeping attacks. The announcer clarifies that Hyunsoo only needs to reach the destination without being forcibly logged out. He notes that the stage may not sound like a final one, then hints that a special monster will appear, which keeps viewers interested. He unveils the boss of the stage, a level 138 werewolf. The announcer explains that werewolves have hides so tough even equal-level players struggle, giving this stage under a 20% clear rate. He adds that even the record holder barely cleared it, and urges Hyunsoo to begin the challenge. Hyunsoo steels himself, deciding not to regret his earlier weapon choice. He tells himself to focus on the final stage while viewers casually chat and tell him to get started. As others ask why he is hesitating, Hyunsoo quietly prepares. He begins to speak, building up his resolve. Hyunsoo declares that he has no intention of running from the monsters, shocking and annoying some viewers. Channeling power into his bow, he says he will rely on this weapon. He raises the glowing bow, facing a massive pack of werewolves head-on. Hyunsoo states his real plan is to hunt every werewolf on the field. Viewers dismiss his words as bluster and urge him just to focus on surviving. Hyunsoo draws the bow, releasing a golden energy arrow. The arrow streaks toward the werewolf pack. Its trajectory arcs across the battlefield with tremendous speed and force. The arrow slams into the pack, scattering and blasting werewolves. One werewolf takes a direct hit to the head and howls in pain. The remaining werewolves panic at the unexpected power. Impact tremors crack the ground beneath the monsters. A huge shockwave smashes the area, sending the werewolves flying. Werewolves howl as the attack continues to devastate them. Hyunsoo observes the destruction and judges that this arrow was successfully crafted. Viewers gasp at the crater and demand to know what kind of bow could cause such an effect. Hyunsoo starts a formal introduction of this third special item, the bow. He explains that the bow is based on a myth from Jeju Island. He recounts the tale of a mighty bow that shot down the extra sun and moon to restore order to the world. He names his creation the 1,000-pound bow. Hyunsoo recalls hearing this Jeju folktale from his father when he was young. The folktale said the world once had 2 suns and 2 moons, throwing everything into chaos. In the myth, Sobeo Wang sought help from his elder brother Daebyo Wang, king of the underworld. Daebyo Wang used a 1,000-gun bow to shoot down 1 sun and 1 moon, restoring balance. As a child, Hyunsoo was fascinated more by the bow than the gods, and told his father he wanted to make one himself. Later, he researches and concludes that with his knowledge and Ares technology he might forge a real 1,000-gun bow. He muses that the problem is not the bow's weight but how much to boost his own strength. Suddenly he realizes a different approach to the legend. He decides the bow itself need not weigh 1,000 gun if he instead increases the weight of whatever the arrow hits. Hyunsoo prepares rare ebony type wood that can grant special abilities, deciding to test this concept. He forges a new variant of the 1,000-gun bow using that material. Back in the stage he darts through werewolves, keeping up his assault. He maneuvers with the bow in close combat, continuing to strike. Werewolves are hurled around as his weighted strikes send them crashing into trees. System messages confirm he is rapidly hunting werewolves, up to at least 10 kills. The announcer and viewers exclaim that they never imagined werewolves could be killed so easily with a single arrow. Hyunsoo remarks that defeating the werewolves was simple enough, but something still bothers him. As he enters the forest he senses that the atmosphere has abruptly changed. A larger group of werewolves charges toward him. He escapes up a tree but is quickly surrounded. Hyunsoo aims again, intending to defeat them all in one shot. A colossal white werewolf unleashes a deafening roar. The roar triggers a violent explosion of force throughout the forest. Hyunsoo is blasted away and shocked by the sudden attack. He experiences an involuntary physical reaction of terror. A system message explains that hearing the roar of a powerful predator has inflicted him with rising fear. Another system window formally applies the fear status effect. The giant creature lands with crushing power, shaking the ground. System text announces that a new storyline has begun and that a fragment of Fenrir, king of the werewolves, is descending. The monstrous level 178 Fenrir fragment fully manifests before Hyunsoo. A global message promises special rewards to anyone who can hunt Fenrir's fragment. The announcer recognizes Fenrir as a legendary monster and panics that such a being has appeared in this time attack dungeon. A status description explains that fear is slowing Hyunsoo's movements as Fenrir's minions rush him. One werewolf uses the skill Blood Claw, slashing Hyunsoo brutally. Hyunsu is knocked away while nearby werewolves leap from the trees. Fenrir roars again, leading the pack in a savage assault. Hyunsu realizes he is bleeding heavily and receives the bleeding status effect. The system clarifies that simultaneous fear and bleeding are weakening his physical abilities, making combat harder. Hyunsu counters by activating equipment buffs to drastically increase his strength, planning to offset the debuffs with items. Empowered, he fires a concentrated purple beam-like arrow at the enemies. The beam carves a vertical line of destruction through the battlefield. Fenrir responds by casting a powerful skill called Claws of Destruction. The Wolf King charges, surrounded by overwhelming destructive energy. The impact of Fenrir's attack devastates the ground in a massive explosion. The announcer and viewers fear Hyunsu must have died from that blow, and wonder how anyone can beat Fenrir. Fenrir steps forward amid crackling energy, still alive and menacing. Hyunsu dashes in again, refusing to back down. He leaps high above Fenrir, readying another empowered shot. Drawing with utmost focus, he prepares his decisive move. The arrow strikes Fenrir's head directly, blasting it with immense energy. Fenrir's massive body crashes down as Hyunsu lands, exploiting the impact. Hyunsu mutters that the fight is not over yet. He reveals that the bow's true power lies beyond simple impact. The shot plants a glowing arrow in Fenrir's body, setting up the weapon's special effect. Hyunsu activates the skill tied to the bow, which multiplies weight on the struck area to an extreme 10,000 gun, crushing Fenrir. The resulting shockwave levels the surroundings in a colossal burst. Watching the broadcast, the announcer is stunned, unable to comprehend what just happened. The battlefield stills, debris falling over shattered stone. Hyunsu calmly plants his foot on Fenrir's head, showing that the boss is defeated. He sits relaxed on the corpse, having clearly won the fight. The announcer struggles to process, and starts to ask what he just witnessed. He then explodes, demanding to know what that crazy play and overpowered bow were. Notifications identify the mysterious craftsman as top-ranked archer Yin, further shocking him. Surrounded by message windows, Hyunsu receives a flood of system alerts. Hyunsu apologizes to the viewers, relaying that his older brother has just messaged him. On the live stream, he passes along his brother's statement that the 1000-gun bow is absolutely not for sale, prompting chat reactions. Hyunsu leaves Fenrir's body behind as he heads toward the stage's flag. The announcer reiterates that Hyunsu's brother refuses to sell the bow, no matter how many offers arrive. Instead, Hyunsu announces that his brother will accept a single crafting request, limited to archers. He invites interested archers to contact Hyun's blacksmith shop, similar to an auction. Hyunsu then finishes the run by touching the flag and ends the broadcast with thanks. Time passes and the scene shifts to the outside of a blacksmith building at sunset. Hyunsu logs into his rented blacksmith shop in-game, relieved to be back. He notes that the broadcast's promotional effect was impressive and feels satisfied with today's gains. He also celebrates obtaining rare materials and a large amount of experience from the dungeon. Clenching his fist, he prepares to check his progress. A status window shows that Hyunsu has finally reached level 100, unlocking the ability to form a guild. He reflects that this means he can finally gather his own people around him. He is pleased that he can now officially bring Banya under him as a vassal. The system asks him to name the new guild, so he ponders what name to pick. He chooses a name that symbolizes a bright future. The system confirms that he has founded the guild Gwanmyeon. Further messages state that he is now guild master of Gwanmyeon and has gained the title Lord's Grace. Notifications show that companions Bell and Bark immediately join the new guild. Others comment that the guild name Gwanmyeon feels good, and Hyunsu himself says he likes it. Bell excitedly says that since the guild exists she will look for a base of operations, and Hyunsu happily entrusts that task to her. She then asks what Hyunsu plans to do next, and he replies that he intends to keep his promise with Barrett. When she asks about that promise, he explains that Barrett told him to visit once he created a guild. Hyunsu resolves to honor that promise and announces that he will travel to the Goyard Kingdom. Elsewhere, royal advisors protest to their king that granting territory to an outsider is unacceptable. They argue that giving land to someone from outside the kingdom is excessive. The king answers that he knows and insists such a reward requires a deed worthy of it. He asks if they truly think he would make such decisions lightly, emphasizing his seriousness. In reality, Hyunsu's phone rings with a call from the TV station producer. He answers while eating a sandwich, hearing the producer greet him enthusiastically. The producer thanks Hyunsu for the successful broadcast and says he would like to invite him again. He also informs Hyunsu of the sponsorship and prize money amounts that will be deposited into his account. The producer then nervously asks how they should send Blacksmith Hyun's share of the money. Hyunsu cheerfully says they can deposit everything to his account, and he will pass along the blacksmith's portion. They end the call on friendly terms, agreeing to talk again next time. Hyunsu is stunned to realize he will receive 25 million won just from sponsorship. A system notice then reports that his custom gauntlets have sold for a huge amount of gold, adding to his recent sales. Hyunsu calculates that between game sales and broadcast income he has earned around 100 million won in only 10 days. His phone buzzes again with a message asking whether he and Bell can log in right now. He replies that he will log in immediately. Hyunsu appears in the intermediate zone's town square inside the game. Bell runs up to greet him excitedly. She exclaims that their situation is now incredible, insisting she is not exaggerating. Bell explains that top guilds tried to recruit Hyun, Their channel has surged past 410,000 subscribers, and their Blacksmith ranking has climbed, though she worries Hyunsu is not listening. She apologizes for getting carried away and notes that Yeonwoo's party mentioned heading to the Goyard Kingdom. Belle asks if Hyunsu is prepared for that journey, and he assures her he has gotten ready. He says he repaired some damaged quest reward equipment in his own way. Hyunsu plans to show this restored gear to Barrett to deepen their mutual trust. Belle tells him he should aim for another hidden quest this time as well. Hyunsu thanks her sincerely for always helping him. Belle is momentarily speechless and touched by his gratitude. Hyunsu asks if something is on his face, while Belle flusters and says that is not the issue. Changing the subject, Belle admits she is still searching for a guild headquarters and promises to inform him as soon as she finds a suitable base. The protagonist politely tells someone to take their time looking around and thanks them. A white wolf is being petted as someone wonders if the prince has taken up wolves as a new hobby. The red-haired prince explains that the wolves are a reward for clearing his latest dungeon. Marquis Valo, power behind Goyard, congratulates the prince and brings up a rumor that he granted land to an outsider. The prince calmly asks if there is any problem with him giving territory to that outsider. Valo objects that such generosity is excessive for a mere outsider blacksmith. The prince confirms Valo is talking about the same beginner outsider. He states Hyunsu once saved his life and challenges whether Valo dares oppose the tradition-based reward. The prince's armored hand strokes a black wolf's head, prompting a reaction. Hearing the wolves whine, the prince turns puzzled. A wolf, seemingly speaking or relaying a message, announces that Sir Hyunsu has arrived. Valo glances back toward the entrance in surprise. The prince also looks toward the newcomer, expression intent. Hyunsu enters in gleaming armor, exuding a powerful, almost monstrous aura behind him. Overwhelmed, Valo wonders if such terrifying energy can really belong to a blacksmith. Hyunsu reaches up to remove his helmet. He reveals his face, salutes, and cheerfully reports his return to Prince Barrett. Sunlight floods the grand hall, emphasizing the change in mood. Now seated together, the prince notes how the atmosphere shifted dramatically since Hyunsu arrived. Barrett asks if the earlier oppressive feeling came from Hyunsu's new equipment. Hyunsu agrees and praises the prince's sharp perception. He explains the gear as Fenrir's helmet and cloak, which raise stats and bestow wolf-like dignity. Barrett asks if Hyunsu forged them, and Hyunsu clarifies he only repaired this reward armament. Hyunsu points out that the prince's wolf's reaction proves the equipment's effect is functioning. While soothing a wolf and assuring it that Hyunsu is trustworthy, Barrett asks why Hyunsu thinks he was summoned. Barrett grows serious, preparing to reveal the true reason. He introduces a small western territory named Ballas. Barrett narrates that Ballas, once a prosperous blacksmith village, has recently fallen into ruin. Its decline is harming neighboring lands and stirring noble unrest. To restore Ballas, he sent many skilled people, yet none succeeded. Every reconstruction attempt failed for unknown reasons, driving people to flee. Many specialists abandoned the village altogether. During that troubled period, Barrett met Hyunsu, and the sword Hyunsu forged convinced him of something. Barrett concludes that Hyunsu is the one capable of solving the Ballas problem. He formally presents Hyunsu as the chosen savior of Ballas. A system quest appears, tasking Hyunsu with reconstructing Ballas for escalating gold rewards, with failure lowering Barrett's favor. Hyunsu reads the quest and reflects that rebuilding a village is completely new to him. He tells Barrett frankly that he has no experience with territorial reconstruction. Barrett silently gauges Hyunsu's resolve. Hyunsu adds that because Ballas is a blacksmith village, the situation interests him. He thinks that if he can improve working conditions for fellow blacksmiths even slightly, it will be worthwhile. Hyunsu then accepts the task, agreeing to take on the reconstruction. He clearly states his commitment to rebuilding Ballas. The scene shifts to night as Hyunsu and his two companions arrive at the Ballas territory gate. Walking through the eerily quiet town, one companion remarks that many blacksmith shops are shuttered. The other notes the near absence of townsfolk, confirming something is very wrong and suggesting they investigate further. Hyunsu surveys the deserted streets and realizes Ballas is in worse shape than expected. Spotting a lone building with lights on, they decide to check it out. They open its door, revealing a dim, seemingly abandoned smithy interior. Entering the workshop, they call out to see if anyone is present. Inside, heavy cobwebs and a giant spider make one companion doubt anyone actually lives there. Hyunsu politely calls out again, asking if the owner is around. The trio react as they hear movement deeper within the shop. A door creaks open as Hyunsu approaches cautiously. Their cleric companion tenses, bracing herself. A frail hand grips the door handle from within. Someone inside coughs heavily, drawing their startled attention. Hyunsu looks on with concern as the hidden resident emerges. An elderly man with a lantern peeks out fearfully and demands to know who they are. Hyunsu apologizes for barging in, while the old man suspiciously asks who these intruders are. Hyunsu explains they are outsiders sent by Prince Barrett to investigate Ballas, and the old man nervously checks they are not from the Adrol Merchant Guild. Hyunsu says he does not know that guild, and prepares to prove his identity if needed. He unrolls Barrett's official decree to show the old man. The old man silently studies the document as the party steps back to give him space. Hyunsu places the scroll down where the old man can safely retrieve it. He says they will stand back and asks the old man to examine the decree at his own pace. The trio retreat a few steps while the old man edges out to pick up the scroll. A trembling hand reaches from behind the door to take the document. Time passes in tense quiet as a cockroach scuttles by and the group waits. Hyun-soo and his warrior companion look on anxiously. At last the old man confirms the decree is genuine and that the order truly comes from Prince Barrett. He remarks that it has been ages since he last saw an outsider in Palace. Introducing himself as Pura, he explains he used to be the Lord's personal blacksmith. Hyun-soo notes that most village forges are cold and asks what happened, prompting Pura to say trouble began a year ago when the Adrol Merchant Guild arrived. Hyun-soo connects this name to what Pura mentioned earlier, confirming they are talking about the same guild. Pura warns that the tale is long and asks if they really want to hear it. He begins recounting how the Adrol Guild, lured by Balas's reputation, came to the territory. The guild master courted the lord with lavish gifts and suggested opening trade. The young lady lord, eager to spread her blacksmith's fame, welcomed the merchant enthusiastically. Thus, the Adrol Merchant Guild was allowed to establish itself within the village. During a later meal, the guild master unexpectedly proposed a wager to the lord. The naive lord accepted, thinking it was harmless fun, but the outcome would prove dire. Pura reveals the result of that bet was catastrophic for the lord. Having lost, the lord was stripped of all authority, and Adrol's ruthless domination of Balas began. Their oppression became so harsh that some blacksmiths attempted to flee. Those who were caught trying to escape were rounded up. The captured blacksmiths were ultimately reduced to full slavery, forced to work amid flames. Hearing this, Hyun-soo and his companions denounced the guild as truly evil. The narration emphasizes that the guild not only deceives and exploits but also strips people of everything. Hyun-soo clenches his fists, internally vowing that he cannot forgive them. He reaffirms his determination not to let such injustice stand. Hyun-soo asks Pura whether he, too, has been working under the guild's control. Pura answers that he is not their worker but a fugitive who escaped. He recalls that on the day the lord lost the wager, she secretly sent him away. She entrusted him with the mission to someday overturn the wager and free the blacksmiths. Hyun-soo's warrior companion reasons that the lord must have believed Pura capable of winning such a contest. Pura hesitates, troubled by that expectation. He admits that although the guild's man, Baksu, is vile, his skills as a blacksmith are undeniably first class. Pura adds that he can no longer keep running and expects the guild will soon come for him. He thanks the visitors for listening to his story and advises them to leave Balas before they are dragged into its troubles. Hyun-soo jumps up, refusing to walk away and addressing Pura urgently. Hyun-soo says it may be presumptuous, but he wishes to help Pura. He reveals that he is also a blacksmith and cannot ignore the injustice done here. Pura appreciates the sentiment but begins to say that every previous visiting blacksmith has already failed. Before he can finish, a man bursts through the door, interrupting them. Outside, Hyun-soo's companions recognize that Pura's pursuers have found his hideout. The intruder, sneering and calling Pura a rat, confronts him, shocking the old man. A close-up shows the intruder's smug grin as smoke curls from his pipe. The man, revealed as Baksu, taunts Pura for having evaded capture until now. The panel identifies him formally as the Adrol Merchant Guild's blacksmith examiner Baksu, who declares there is no escape anymore. Baksu looms over Pura and announces that it is Pura's turn to accept the guild's wager. He draws his sword threateningly from its sheath. Baksu coldly states that refusing the wager means Pura will die. Baksu glares menacingly, fully prepared to enforce that threat. He mocks Pura for seemingly recruiting new allies so quickly. Baksu activates a glowing cube that manifests a barrier around the forge. The cube expands into a magical construct, enclosing Baksu and Pura in a separate smithy-like space. Baksu explains this is the blacksmith shop of his dreams where, drawing on his expertise, he can rapidly craft weapons. Hyun-soo's companions whisper that this so-called wager is just coercion by force. Hyun-soo's interface displays Pura at level 230 and Baksu at level 299, noting the overwhelming gap. Baksu tells Pura that if Pura somehow wins he will spare his life, but even then Pura would still live as a slave, and a system message declares the assessment has begun. A prompt warns that failing the assessment means being bound to its conditions. Another prompt instructs the challenger to state the wager's conditions, while Pura sweats nervously. Pura realizes retreat is impossible now that the terms are being set. He declares that if he wins, the original wager with the territory lord must be nullified and the blacksmiths freed. System text confirms that Pura's life is at stake and lists the allowed conditions. Baksu shouts at Pura for the trouble of hunting him down and orders him to pick up his hammer immediately. Pura steps forward into the conjured workshop space. Baksu states the rules. Whoever forges the better sword wins, and Pura acknowledges this. As Pura turns to begin, Hyun-soo grabs his arm and calls out to him. Pura thanks Hyun-soo for their brief time together, implying he expects to lose. Hyun-soo watches silently as Pura is drawn fully into the magical arena. Inside the barrier, Pura stands alone at the forge while Hyun-soo observes from outside. Hyun-soo and his companions face the shimmering wall, watching the duel commence. Pura steels himself, sweat trickling down as he prepares to hammer. He resolves that he must forge the greatest sword of his life. Pura strikes glowing blue metal with desperate strength. He continues the grueling forging process over roaring flames. Hearing something from Baksu's side of the forge, Pura freezes and turns. He looks back tensely, sensing that Baksu has completed something. A radiant finished blade appears, signaling Box's success. Purah looks across the barrier to see Box proudly presenting the completed sword. Purah instinctively knows, as a blacksmith, the quality of that blade is extraordinary. He recognizes with dread that Box's weapon is a full-fledged masterpiece sword. Purah concedes inwardly that he has been utterly defeated. He despairs that this means his imminent death. He also laments that his beloved territory and its people will remain in chains. Suddenly Hyunsu's voice booms in Purah's mind, ordering him to concentrate. Hyunsu appears urging Purah to focus solely on forging the sword. Hyunsu points out the forge temperature is too low and tells Purah to readjust it by watching the flame's color. The blacksmith realizes that if he raises the forge's flame temperature, he might still have a chance. A glowing scroll appears above the nervous elder as he reacts to the change. The examiner widens his eyes in shock at what he sees. Hyunsu materializes in the forge, startling the elder as the environment turns spectral. Hyunsu concentrates as a system message tells him he is receiving the teachings of a master blacksmith while someone yells at him. In the control room, staff watch Hyunsu on monitors and one of them screams in dismay. A developer laments that he put great effort into that NPC and wonders why it had to meet user Hyunsu, while a colleague assumes the NPC was minor. The agitated developer shouts that the NPC is actually destined to become the continent's 11th legend, leaving his coworker stunned. He admits he planned to turn that future legend into a villain because not all legends should be good. Another staff member nervously asks if Hyunsu's involvement will cause problems, and a superior ponders. The superior says they cannot intervene directly, so they will just observe events. Hyunsu, realizing he is gaining master blacksmith teachings, calls out to the elder. Hyunsu urges the elder to focus, snapping him back to work. The elder responds that they have no time to slack off. The elder rushes back toward the forge. Under Hyunsu's instruction, the elder quenches the heated blade in oil instead of water to save time. Hyunsu teaches that the sword must be polished with even pressure as the elder grinds the blade. Books, the examiner, proudly wields the sword he has forged. The elder presents his own finished sword, ready to compare. Both blacksmiths raise their swords almost at the same moment. Hyunsu notes that their completion times were almost simultaneous. The emotional elder declares that the weapon is finally complete. A system message announces that Fair has crafted an artifact close to legendary rank as the glowing sword is raised. Onlookers exclaim that the weapon is near legendary, and something any swordsman would desire. A knight reflects that Books was unbeatable by level, but Hyunsu's teachings allowed Fair to surpass him. System messages state that Fair has surpassed examiner Books and has passed the blacksmith evaluation, shocking Books. The elder is moved to tears that he created such a sword before dying. Another system message declares that Books has failed the evaluation, leaving him devastated. A notice proclaims that all blacksmiths in Ballast territory are now freed, as the elder looks gratefully at Hyunsu. Further notices nullify the agreement with the Lord and increase territory development, while Books trembles. Accepting defeat, Books drops his sword and verbally yields. However, he accuses Hyunsu of interfering in a sacred evaluation despite admitting loss. He grasps his sword again, preparing for something, and begins to speak. Books challenges Hyunsu to undergo an evaluation himself. A system alert appears before Hyunsu announcing that the evaluation is beginning. Hyunsu is stunned that the challenge applies to him as well. The development team watches the screen showing Books challenging Hyunsu to an evaluation. One dev shouts for Books not to do it as another calmly notes that Books has initiated an evaluation against user Hyunsu. A panicked staffer cries out to team leader Kim. Staff discuss how the face-off between Hyunsu and Books will go, noting Hyunsu's low level and worrying about his chances. Team leader Kim insists Hyunsu, the god of blacksmiths, will not lose and wonders whether he will show mercy to Books. Another dev flatly states that given Hyunsu's track record, the chance of him going easy on Books is 0. Watching the monitor, the leader muses about who is really evaluating whom, while others fret over Books. The team affirms that Hyunsu cannot be judged by level alone as they watch his image on the screen. Night falls over Ballast, setting the scene for the new evaluation. Back in the forge, Books steps forward as another system window appears between him and Hyunsu. Books draws a strange sword that emits an eerie aura. Hyunsu recognizes it as an artifact and realizes the sword itself was what made Books dangerous. Books threatens to cut off Hyunsu's arm if he fails this evaluation. Hyunsu decides that someone who forces others into submission like this cannot be forgiven. Determined, Hyunsu resolves again that he cannot let Books off easily. Books proposes a condition for the evaluation. The wager will be Hyunsu's sword. Hyunsu agrees and Books smiles, satisfied with the terms. Books declares that the test will be speed crafting, forging with extreme speed. He explains that by using a blacksmith's experience and knowledge, this method finishes an item in mere seconds, something Hyunsu supposedly has never seen. A brilliant crystal used for the evaluation begins to shine. Books cries that the contest starts now as power from the crystal engulfs the room. While channeling the crystal, he assumes Hyunsu is only an intermediate blacksmith whose strength lies in teaching. Books pours power into the crystal, heat and sparks erupting around his hands. Convinced of victory, he anticipates creating at least a unique great item. The glowing crystal suddenly changes hue as its energy surges. Books is blinded and panics, asking what is happening. The unleashed power throws him and others back across the forge. Hyunsu completes a radiant legendary grade sword, as the system confirms its rank. Books is stunned that his own sword is only unique grade and that Hyunsu finished before him. System messages inform Books he has lost the evaluation and that ownership of the evaluation sword passes to Hyunsu, leaving him speechless. The sword appears by Hyunsu's side, confirming the transfer. Hyunsu calmly holds the massive blade he has won. Hyunsu tells Books that without this sword he will no longer be able to abuse his power, while Books despairingly cries out for his weapon. Hyunsu states he only intends to make Books pay for his past misdeeds, which Books refuses to accept. Hyunsu orders Books to confess his crimes aloud while holding him at sword point. Terrified, Books begins to talk. He admits he imposed a 70% tax on blacksmiths, prompting Hyunsu to demand more details. Books confesses he enslaved blacksmiths who could not pay those taxes. Hyunsu further presses him about also imprisoning the territory's lord, which Books justifies as profit-driven. Fear bursts in, loudly condemning Books for exploiting blacksmiths and imprisoning the lord. Hyunsu asks where Books hid all the wealth he extorted. Books says he stored it in the merchant guild's basement, and Hyunsu asks if there is anything else. Books insists that is all of it. He begs for his life, claiming he has confessed everything. Secretly reaching for a sword, Books prepares to strike back. He lunges at Hyunsu, shouting that he will not go down so easily. Hyunsu calmly invokes Barret Sword Art, Chapter 2. He grips his sword in a two-handed stance. Hyunsu unleashes a powerful Sword of Raging Waves technique, clashing with Books' attack. Books' eyes widen in fear at the overwhelming strike. Hyunsu's blade moves with precise motion, about to counterattack. He sidesteps and prepares a finishing blow. Hyunsu's slash smashes Books into the floor. Books' sword flies away as Hyunsu's follow-up blow sends it spinning. Hyunsu catches the sword midair. With a brutal stroke, he severs Books' arm. Books screams in agony as his arm falls, while Fear watches in horror. Hyunsu notes that this punishment is still insufficient for Books' crimes, but says he will not decide the final sentence. He turns to the elder, assuring him that Books can no longer abuse his power and apologizing for the shock. Hyunsu says he will leave Books' ultimate punishment to the elder. The elder is stunned at being asked to judge the former authority figure. Looking at the maimed merchant, the elder wonders if that authority might actually belong to someone else. He decides to pass the right of judgment to the imprisoned lord and asks permission to do so. Someone shouts from outside, drawing attention to the next development. Inside, the knight and priest gag the protesting Books, telling him to shut up. Hyunsu asks the elder where the lord is being held, and the elder answers she is likely imprisoned in the castle. Hyunsu asks the elder to bring the lord there, and again entrusts Books' handling to him. The elder is moved speechless by this trust. He thanks Hyunsu deeply, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Night wind blows over the castle as events move to the dungeon. In a cell, the captured lord sits alone in the dark. The young woman huddles with her head buried in her knees. Hearing someone approach, she lifts her head, thinking no one should be able to come here. A hand grasps the bars, heralding her rescuer's arrival. The elder calls out to the lord, and she recognizes him in surprise. She asks how he came and warns him the place is dangerous, but he reassures her while unlocking the cell. He tells her she can finally leave and begs her to come with him. As they walk out, the lord asks what is happening, and the elder urges her not to be shocked as he explains. He tells her that an outsider has saved their territory. She is stunned to hear that this outsider defeated the vicious Books. Barefoot and shaken, she repeats that an outsider did this. Still doubting, she asks again if an outsider truly subdued Books, and Per insists he has told the truth and that she must now punish Books strictly. Per explains that all of this was accomplished by a single true blacksmith. The lord struggles to accept that such a thing could happen. Per asks her to trust him and follow him, promising she will understand once she sees the results herself. She silently steels herself. Determined, the lord rises, ready to face what awaits. Per leads her out of the dungeon toward the forge, opening the great doors. He respectfully invites her inside. Cloaked, the lord enters the hall where everyone is gathered. Seeing the scene, she gasps in disbelief. Her presence is felt dramatically as she steps fully into view. Hyunsu's group and the bound Books watch as the cloaked figure approaches. Someone groans softly. Hyunsu politely asks if she is the lord. She confirms with a quiet yes, lowering her hood. Revealing herself, she declares that she is Bellin, lord of Bala's territory. Bellin looks at Books and acknowledges that Hyunsu truly subdued him. Hyunsu confirms and explains he meant to leave punishment to Per, but the elder instead deferred that decision to her. Bellin trembles as she prepares to judge Books. She clenches her fist, steeling her resolve. She steps up before the gagged Books, ready to pronounce sentence. Bellin asks that Books' gag be removed so they can speak. The gag is pulled off, allowing Books to shout. Books screams in outrage, demanding to know what is happening. Bellin says she once made a deal with him because she trusted him and could even endure his deception. He mocks her, claiming only fools are tricked, but she continues speaking. Bellin declares she will not tolerate anyone harming her people. As lord, she commands Per to act, and he answers obediently. She orders all Books' ill-gotten wealth confiscated and every oppressed blacksmith freed, while Books rages that they are his property. She then turns to Books personally, intending to ensure he can never again torment the innocent. Bellin sentences Books to be imprisoned in the dungeon forever, shocking him. As he is carried away on a knight's shoulder, Buck screams that they cannot do this and that he still has plans, while Hyunsu remarks that he is too noisy. The knight says he will take Bucks to the Lord's castle first so they do not have to listen to his protests. As Bucks is hauled out of the forge still screaming that this is outrageous, Hyunsu and the others watch him disappear. Hyunsu and his companions stand before the local lord and elders, waiting in silence. One of the women hesitantly addresses Hyunsu as Lord. Hyunsu tells her he will explain everything that has happened. After hearing his account over tea, the Lord summarizes that she now understands. Shocked, she abruptly stands up, prompting Hyunsu to ask why. She bows deeply and expresses heartfelt thanks to Hyunsu. Crying, she blames herself for being inadequate and failing her territory. In tears she laments that had she been wiser, none of the recent tragedy would have occurred. The elder reassures her that the real blame lies with the villain who deceived her. He insists she did her best for her people, and she thanks him for his support. Embarrassed, the Lord apologizes to Hyunsu for showing such a pitiful side, and he says he understands. Hyunsu notes they have not properly introduced themselves yet. He introduces himself as Blacksmith Hyunsu, and his companion introduces herself as Blacksmith Nell. The Lord, overwhelmed with gratitude for the territory's salvation, bows while Hyunsu and Nell insist they only did what was necessary. The Lord also apologizes for earlier misunderstandings, while Nell wonders what misunderstanding she means. The Lord explains she initially doubted Per's claim that an outsider had helped them. She says she grew up taught that outsiders are selfish users of others. Today she realized that there are kind outsiders like Hyunsu and Nell. She thanks them again for truly protecting her territory. Hyunsu reflects that he only came because of Barrett's request but is glad he did. He thinks that starting with Per and the Lord, he was able to save all the suffering blacksmiths. The Lord announces she wants to reward everyone who saved her territory. She offers them half of Bucks's confiscated fortune, but Hyunsu declines. Hyunsu instead asks that the money be used to rebuild the territory and support its blacksmiths, stunning the Lord. He adds that seeing the territory regain its former glory is reward enough for him. The Lord is moved and gasps, clearly touched by his sincerity. Per thanks Hyunsu earnestly for everything. As Hyunsu smiles, a system notification appears, surprising him. A title called Lord's Grace activates, describing an S-grade effect that makes those deeply indebted to him feel strong loyalty and a desire to become his retainer. Hyunsu stares in shock at this unexpected activation. The observers in the control room wonder which of the two NPCs triggered the title. They also question which of them now desires to follow Hyunsu. The control room staff silently watch the screen showing the activation of Lord's Grace. The female analyst nervously calls to her team leader. She guesses the new loyal retainer is probably Blacksmith Per. The team leader disagrees, saying Per cannot be the one. He reminds her that Minor Banya previously became Hyunsu's vassal under different conditions. He asks her what difference she thinks separates Banya's case from Per's. She realizes aloud that Per is already sworn as the Lord's vassal, and he confirms this. The team leader explains that someone already pledged to a lord cannot lightly swear loyalty elsewhere. The analyst then points out that the same restriction should apply to Lord Bellin. The leader concedes it may still be possible, noting that, like the Empire's factions, loyalties in the game world can be split. She jumps to the conclusion that Bellin herself might now be Hyunsu's vassal. Back in the game world, Bellin and her people stand around the table with Hyunsu and Nell. Bellin addresses Hyunsu formally, gathering her resolve. She declares that she, Bellin, wishes to pledge her loyalty to her benefactor Hyunsu. Hyunsu is stunned that a lord is offering fealty to him. He admits he had assumed Elder Per was the one who triggered Lord's Grace. Hyunsu and Nell are both confused, wondering what is going on. Per calls to Bellin as she moves, surprised by her actions. Hyunsu kneels and asks Bellin what she means by suddenly pledging loyalty. Bellin says she could truly sense his sincere desire to help her people. Hyunsu, flustered, asks her to stand before continuing. Bellin takes his hand, saying that though he is an outsider she believes he is destined for great achievements. She explains that belief is why she has come to a firm decision. Bellin vows that she will stay by Hyunsu's side. She adds that she wants to grow together with him. Nell pushes Hyunsu from behind, urging him to accept Bellin's pledge quickly. Hyunsu silently considers her offer. He begins to accept, stammering as he speaks. Hyunsu and Bellin exchange bows, each saying they look forward to working together. Later, outside, Bellin thanks Hyunsu and admits she has one more question. She asks what his plans are now that he has come to their territory. Hyunsu answers that he intends to teach the village blacksmiths and help them grow. Internally he notes it will also help him clear Barrett's quest, while the Lord's Grace description glows beside him. Bellin again expresses deep gratitude, while Hyunsu brushes it off as nothing special. Per congratulates Bellin on gaining such a benefactor, and Hyunsu notes that through this he has gained a new vassal named Bellin. Hyunsu thinks that now his vassal is the Lord herself. The village's development will also count toward Barrett's quest. He realizes that when the territory prospers he will eventually receive taxes from it, since the Lord serves under him. He determines to improve the blacksmith's skills, sell their weapons to players, and secure funds. When Bellin overhears his muttering, he hurriedly claims it was nothing. Soon, blacksmiths gather at a new school-like building Hyunsu established. Inside, the village blacksmiths wonder why they were summoned but agree to obey the Lord's command. Hyunsu enters the workshop classroom and notes that everyone has assembled. He steps up to the front bench, ready to begin the lesson. Introducing himself as Hyunsu, he says he will be teaching them from today onward. The older blacksmiths grumble that such a young newcomer cannot possibly teach them much. One elder voices skepticism about being taught by an outsider. Hyunsu begins by preparing metal ingots, stating that they will start with a demonstration. Holding tongs and flame, he declares he will show them how he forges a weapon. The skeptical smiths scoff, predicting his work will be nothing special and a waste of time. Another suggests they at least watch to see how skilled he is. Time passes from day to night as the forging demonstration continues non-stop. Exhausted onlookers marvel at how many hours Hyunsu has been hammering. They remark that he never pauses to rest and wonder if someone should stop him. Suddenly one of them shouts for everyone to look at what he has produced. Hyunsu finishes forging and the system announces that an epic-grade sword has been completed. The blacksmith stares speechlessly at the weapon. One muscular smith rises, clearly shaken by what he just witnessed. He asks Hyunsu if he may hold the sword, and Hyunsu agrees. After feeling its balance and quality, the smith asks how Hyunsu accomplished such work. Hyunsu begins explaining that sword making requires not only shaping but striking with consistent force and angle. He elaborates that the moments right after heating are crucial and improper handling makes the blade fragile. Impressed, one blacksmith apologizes for doubting him and asks whether Hyunsu knows about forging other items too. Hyunsu smiles, clearly pleased by their newfound respect. He assures them he will gladly teach them everything he can. 2 weeks later, a gleaming ceremonial sword stands by the forge as evidence of their progress. Hyunsu looks over the exhausted but improved blacksmiths and says his current lessons are complete. The smiths cheer in relief and amazement that the grueling training is finally over. Hyunsu jokingly asks if they disliked his instruction, and they frantically insist it was exhausting but invaluable. One elder formally addresses Hyunsu. The entire group bows deeply, apologizing for ever doubting him. They shout that they learned tremendously over the past 2 weeks and thank him. A system message appears stating that the 32 blacksmiths of Ballast territory will not forget Hyunsu. Hyunsu thanks them all for their hard work. The elder declares it is now time to bring back the blacksmiths who had fled the territory. Hyunsu encourages them to sell the new weapons and accept commissions to show that the territory has changed. The elder promises they will take his advice to heart, while everyone watches respectfully. The town's streets grow lively as commerce and smithing thrive. A visiting player recognizes that what he is seeing is perfect material for his video channel. The streamer, a territory correspondent named Helen, films while marveling that such weapons are sold in an ordinary smithy. He picks up a sword to examine it more closely. Shocked, he discovers even a basic sword he registers as rare grade. He hurriedly asks the shopkeeper how much the sword costs. When told the price in gold, he realizes it is cheap for such quality. He exclaims at how inexpensive it is, and the smith explains that this standard is average for their territory. The shopkeeper laughs that it is all thanks to a certain person, prompting Helen to demand who that is. The smith refuses to reveal Hyunsu's identity without permission. Helen is left wondering in awe what kind of person could raise the territory's level like this. He decides it might still be NPC exaggeration and resolves to check other smithies as well. He rushes through the bustling streets to investigate additional shops. At another shop he inspects a displayed sword and finds it is an epic-grade weapon made by an ordinary local blacksmith after receiving that person's teachings. Realizing how huge this news is, he prepares to broadcast it live to all players. On his stream, Helen greets viewers from Ballast territory and begins explaining why he went live so suddenly. He tells his audience that he discovered something incredible and insists they must see this place for themselves. Back in the real world, Hyunsu wakes from catching up on sleep and complains of lingering fatigue. He remembers he is supposed to meet his friend Jaehyun and checks the time on his phone. Before that, he notices an incoming call from Nell and answers in surprise. Nell immediately yells, asking if he has checked the community boards. Hyunsu, ears ringing, asks what has happened. His manager excitedly reports that a famous streamer has visited Vallis territory. She explains that the streamer praised the incredible artifacts being sold there. An article on the screen asks who the mysterious person is that saved the ruined territory. She says that as clips of the stream spread online, crowds of players are flocking to Vallis. Hyunsu hears that even the blacksmiths who had left are now returning. He thinks that with such a response, the quest's completion rate will soar. Smiling widely, he anticipates a huge success for Barrett's quest. Later, he meets Jaehyun at a barbecue restaurant bustling with people. Over pork belly and soju, Jaehyun happily toasts the start of their Friday night. He savors the food and declares it the perfect taste, while Hyunsu watches amused. Hyunsu asks Jaehyun how work is going and how things are progressing in the game areas. Jaehyun chides him for asking too many questions at once, then says work is the same as always. He adds that Aries is about to release a new quest line for his class, so things might soon get hectic. Hyunsu asks if Jaehyun has joined a guild yet, and Jaehyun replies he has not. Hyunsu then suggests that Jaehyun join the guild he created. Jaehyun silently considers the offer. Hyunsu brightens and says a guild sounds like a great idea. Jaehyun laughs that he is expensive and wants to know more about the new quest before deciding, asking for time to think. Hyunsu reluctantly agrees, looking dejected as he accepts another drink. He quickly clarifies that he is not refusing outright, just asking to postpone joining the guild for a while. Hyunsu forcefully feeds his long-haired friend meat, telling him to stop complaining and just eat. The stuffed friend mentally yells at Kang Hyunsu outside the restaurant, saying he has had enough. Hospital equipment hums, signaling a medical setting. Wearing a hoodie, Hyunsu visits his unconscious, bandaged father in the hospital and announces his presence. The father lies silent and unresponsive in his hospital bed. Hyunsu optimistically tells his comatose father that only good things will happen to them from now on. Hyunsu reflects that he has a loyal friend who is always by his side cheering him on. He thinks about comrades who trust and follow him in his adventures. He also recalls finding a reliable adult he can depend on. Hyunsu feels that the good fortune coming to him will be beneficial for both him and his father. Hyunsu gently holds his father's hand, reaffirming their bond. Hyunsu pulls up his hood and prepares to leave the hospital room. He promises his father he will return to visit again tomorrow. As he leaves, Hyunsu apologizes for disturbing his father's sleep and says goodbye until tomorrow. The father remains motionless in bed after Hyunsu's departure. A close-up shows the father's eyes beginning to stir beneath his bandages. The father's hand twitches slightly, hinting at awakening. The next day, in the audience chamber of the Goyard Kingdom, Hyunsu approaches the throne. Hyunsu kneels before the king and announces his successful return. The red-haired king tells Hyunsu to stand and asks whether he completed the task assigned to him. Hyunsu confidently answers that he has indeed fulfilled the mission. The king recounts that a man named Bucks caused trouble in Valis territory and credits Hyunsu with driving him out. The king asks Hyunsu how much the Valis territory has developed under his efforts. Hyunsu smiles knowingly, ready to report the remarkable progress. A system window shows that territory development has reached 150%. Hyunsu reports that the territory's development has increased by more than 150%. The astonished king repeats the figure, surprised at such growth. Hyunsu calmly confirms that the number is correct. The king notes that after imprisoning Bucks in the dungeon, further measures were taken. Hyunsu explains he taught his advanced blacksmithing knowledge to the smiths of the territory. He adds that this attracted many more visitors, significantly boosting the territory's development level. Pleased, the king praises Hyunsu's achievements as excellent. As a reward, the king declares he will grant Hyunsu 1.5 million gold. The king smiles warmly as he bestows this generous compensation. A system notification confirms Hyunsu has obtained 1,500,000 gold. Hyunsu gratefully thanks the king, inwardly celebrating his success. The king admits he only expected Hyunsu to restore about 40% of the former development but notes that Hyunsu far surpassed that. Hyunsu states that revitalizing Valis territory is essentially the same as rescuing the suffering people of Barad territory. The king begins to ask what growth means to Hyunsu personally. Hyunsu listens as the king prepares to elaborate further. The king says he wants to grant Hyunsu an additional reward beyond the gold. Surprised, Hyunsu asks if the extra reward is really for him. The king explains that he will allow Hyunsu to establish his own personal forge within the Goyard Kingdom. A system prompt clarifies this is a chance to receive a forge from Barad and set up a base in Goyard. The king suggests that, given Hyunsu's contributions, setting up the forge in Valis territory would be ideal. Hyunsu replies that this plan is not quite right for his intentions. The king wonders if Hyunsu finds Valis territory too small or otherwise insufficient. Hyunsu clarifies that the territory's size is not the issue either. He states that his real wish is for Valis territory itself to continue growing. The king, taken aback, repeats Hyunsu's desire for growth. Hyunsu reasons that if his identity as Blacksmith Hyun were revealed, visitors would focus only on his personal forge in Valis. The king is impressed that Hyunsu has even considered that downside. The king internally judges that Hyunsu possesses the qualities of a capable monarch. The king tells Hyunsu that if he ever desires a territory of his own, he may ask at any time, and Hyunsu thanks him. The king asks where Hyunsu plans to go next, and Hyunsu says he will decide after meeting the Lord of Valis. The king agrees and says he will summon Hyunsu again if another mission arises, and Hyunsu accepts. The king privately views this as a test of whether Hyunsu can become a true monarch. As Hyunsu departs, the narration affirms the king is testing his potential to become a real ruler. A few days later, the story shifts to the bustling Freya territory. Hyunsu enters a building there, opening the wooden door. Inside, Nell greets Hyunsu warmly, and he notes it has been a while since they met. Hyunsu asks Nell why she suddenly requested this meeting in Freya territory. Smiling, Nell hints she has a particular reason for choosing this location. Nell excitedly reveals that this building will become their guild's base. She explains that Freya is close to the Goyard capital with good player traffic, making it a great place to establish their foundation. Thinking of his allies, Hyunsu agrees the plan sounds good and feels that their real beginning is now. Hyunsu says he also has matters to discuss with Nell, so their meeting is convenient. Shocked, Nell exclaims when she hears Hyunsu was asked to become a noble. Hyunsu confirms this and notes it is unusual for a lower-tier noble NPC, not royalty, to make such an offer. Hyunsu wonders aloud if this might be the first time such a thing has happened. A flashback shows Lord Bellin asking Hyunsu directly to become a noble. In that memory, Hyunsu reacts with confusion and asks what she means. Bellin admits that despite being the lord, she has many shortcomings. She explains that watching Hyunsu's journey convinced her someone like him should lead the territory. Bellin therefore begs him to return as a noble, noting she has never sworn allegiance to anyone as a minor lord. She promises that when the time comes, she will give Hyunsu shares of her territory to help him become greater. Back in the present, a system window appears before Hyunsu in response to her proposal. The window details a hidden S-grade quest called Noble, rewarding territory shares but risking Belen's affinity if he fails. Determined, Hyunsu accepts Belen's wishes and says he understands, addressing her respectfully. He realizes that owning shares means gaining authority to rule and wonders if Belen wants him to build a stepping stone to climb higher. Nell comments that his case is unique, surprising Hyunsu. She explains that usually only royalty confer nobility, and suggests Belen may be warning him in advance because she sees his potential. Hyunsu, eyeing a bundle of scrolls on the table, asks about the papers that have been bothering his curiosity. Nell laughs and says she expected him to be curious about them. She reveals the scrolls contain information on Blacksmith Hyun's first official client. The document identifies the client as Rizal, a level 323 Dragon Knight ranked 21st nationally. Nell notes that despite such a high rank, Rizal is famous for remaining guildless. She adds that Rizal's requested artifact is unusually unique and difficult to make. Nell assures Hyunsu that if he succeeds with the commission, his reputation as Blacksmith Hyun will soar even higher. Curious, Hyunsu asks exactly what kind of artifact has been requested. The request is for an artifact imbued with a dragon's power, visually represented by a roaring dragon. Hyunsu is stunned at the idea of making an artifact infused with a dragon. The narrative cuts to the sign of a blacksmith shop, indicating a change of scene. Inside, Black Anvil Guild Master Rowan declares that the requested item is impossible to create. His cloaked visitor protests, asking how Rowan can say he cannot make it. Rowan explains that in the world of Ares, no dragon has ever been seen. He questions whether an artifact infused with a dragon's power is even a realistic concept. The client argues that Black Anvil, as the top blacksmith guild, should be able to make anything. Rowan clarifies that their capabilities apply only to things within realistic limits. Rowan pushes the payment back and firmly refuses, stating he cannot make the impossible possible. The cloaked man silently accepts the return payment, disappointed. He leaves the guild, saying he understands Rowan's stance. The cloaked man exits the shop into the street, closing the door behind him. He walks through the busy marketplace, deep in thought. He reflects in disbelief that even Black Anvil turned down his request. Reading a note to Hyun's forge, he recalls that the forge is notorious for never responding to commissions and wonders how skilled they are. Deciding to try once more, he prepares to send another commission when a notification appears. A message from Hyun's forge greets Rizal by name, acknowledging his request. Another prompt asks Rizal if he wants to accept the request from Hyun's forge, shocking him. That night, Rizal arrives at Hyun's forge building under a bright moon. He knocks on the door and asks if anyone is inside. A voice from within invites him to enter. Hearing the surprisingly young-sounding voice, Rizal is taken aback. Inside, Hyunsu, in his blacksmith attire, tells Rizal to stop where he is. Rizal, unable to see Hyunsu's face clearly, asks if he is merely a staff member of the forge. Hyunsu replies that he is not just staff. He introduces himself directly as Blacksmith Hyun and welcomes Rizal. Rizal internally notes that Hyunsu is younger than he imagined. Rizal says that before making a commission, he came to ask Hyunsu something face to face. He asks whether Hyunsu can truly imbue an artifact with the dragon's spirit. Hyunsu answers confidently that of course he can. He adds that before starting production, Rizal must pay a hefty down payment appropriate for a dragon-infused artifact and thinks he must appear professional, as Nell advised. Rizal hesitates, reconsidering the situation and telling Hyunsu to wait. Remembering Rowan's words, Rizal suspects anything Black Anvil considered impossible cannot be so easily achieved. He thinks of his father's critical condition and how desperately he needs this miracle. Realizing he acted hastily, he steadies himself to explain his true motive. Rizal confesses he came out of sheer desperation because his gravely ill father longs to see a dragon. Hyunsu reacts emotionally as he listens to this reason. Rizal calls Hyunsu his last hope and asks him to first prove that creating such a dragon artifact is actually possible. Understanding the situation, Hyunsu agrees to demonstrate his capability. Hyunsu activates his special skill, God's Urgent Crafting, and begins forging a glowing blade. A brilliant vortex of energy surrounds Hyunsu and Rizal as the power gathers. A massive spectral dragon emerges from the light, coiling around them as the artifact is imbued. Rizal stares up in shock at the roaring dragon manifestation. With the dragon fading above, Rizal asks Hyunsu if this display proved the artifact's potential. Hyunsu calmly says it is time for them to discuss the terms of their business properly. The narration jumps back to a few hours earlier when Hyunsu and Nell first examined Rizal's request together. Hyunsu had asked Nell why Rizal wanted an artifact imbued with dragon power in the first place. Nell suggested they review the contents of Rizal's original commission message. The message explains that Rizal requested a dragon-possessed artifact with no special abilities, only requiring that a dragon appear. Hyunsu finds it unusual that the client cares only about a dragon's appearance, not its powers. Nell says that even after that first request, Rizal sent hundreds of similar messages to Hyun's forge. She adds that he even contacted major information guild leaders and top summoners to ask if there was any way to see a dragon. Scenes show various guild figures receiving his inquiries about witnessing a dragon. Hyunsu comments that Rizal seems extremely desperate just to see a dragon, and Nell agrees, noting how difficult that is in Aries. Considering this, Nell thinks carefully about how they might respond. She picks up another scroll containing further information relevant to their options. Nell says there is actually another option available to them in dealing with this situation. She reminds Hyunsu that during his AJ broadcast appearance he promised to accept one limited edition crafting request specifically for an archer. She reveals that Ian, the country's top-ranked level 320 archer, has been persistently sending requests to Hyun's forge ever since it became famous. The blacksmith recalls the client who once bought a gauntlet and now wants him to make the strongest possible bow. Hyunsu acknowledges the request as he holds the written commission. He admits he wants to take on this new challenge. The woman smiles, saying she expected Hyunsu to accept. She happily says she will inform Rizal that Hyunsu accepted the bow commission, and he thanks her. Alone, Hyunsu reflects on crafting an artifact that contains a dragon. He decides to model the artifact on a particular famous sword. A candle burns in the quiet workshop, marking the passage of time. In another meeting, Hyunsu explains to a cloaked man that the hastily made dagger can only be summoned briefly once. He adds that the weapon needs about a week of refinement to be completed properly. The client asks if that week can match 1 week of in-game time. He confesses he is in a hurry. Desperate, the client says cost does not matter. Hyunsu silently studies the man and his plea. He decides he will only take payment after the commission is finished. The client is startled by this refusal of immediate money. Hyunsu instead promises that he will simply do his best. The other man looks at him with renewed hope. They shake hands, agreeing to work together. The scene shifts to a city hospital at night. In a hospital room, Tiha's frail father apologizes for being a burden, and Tiha reassures him. Tiha quietly notes that his father does not have much time left. The father says that if Tiha waits just a bit longer, he believes Tiha will eventually be able to see a dragon. He calls out emotionally to his other son, Tizong. Tiha lowers his head, distressed as his father repeats Tizong's name. Tiha gently reminds him that he is Tiha, not Tizong. Tiha then softly invites his father to go see dragons together. He tells his father it is late and encourages him to sleep. Smiling sadly, Tiha says he will come back to visit tomorrow. Outside the room, Tiha pauses in silence in the hallway. He reflects that it has been a long time since he and his father really talked. His phone starts vibrating in his coat pocket. Tiha takes out the ringing phone. The incoming call is from his older brother, labeled Big Brother. Over the call, Tizong asks if Tiha is still obsessing over that game, and he is introduced as Hanseong Group's eldest son. Tiha, Hanseong Group's youngest son, curtly tells him not to worry about it. Tizong reminds Tiha that he once insisted he could find a dragon if he were inside the game. He points out that many months have passed since Tiha made that claim. Tiha clenches his fist and insists he is close to achieving it. Tizong complains that Tiha always says the same thing. Tiha shouts that he is truly serious this time. Tizong gives him one final chance. He warns that if this supposed chance proves false, Tiha must quit the game forever. Tiha ends the conversation by saying he will go log in first. He storms out of the office, frustrated yet determined. Tiha recalls how Hyun the blacksmith once summoned a real dragon through his craft, even if only briefly. Believing in Hyun's power, Tiha is convinced that this blacksmith can fulfill his dying father's wish to see a dragon. The next day, Tiha goes to the National Museum. Inside, he gazes at an ancient dragon-themed sword displayed in a glass case. Tiha reminisces, wondering how many years have passed since then. He remembers and quietly states that he once restored this very sword together with his father.